My wife is 3,000 years older than me. Li Changsheng traveled from Blue Star to the Nine Realms continent and, when he was young, saved Qin Xueyan, the leader of the number one sect in the Tianyuan Realm, who was also the most beautiful woman in the Nine Realms continent. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you brings gold bricks, a woman 30 years older gives you a kingdom, and a woman 300 years older grants you a golden elixir. But what about a woman 3,000 years older? Chapter 01, The First Disaster of Tianyuan Sect, Li Changsheng. In the Nine Realms continent, Tianyuan Realm, the first Dao sect. On the Lingdan peak of Tianyuan sect, an enraged voice echoed through the entire alchemy peak. Damn Li Changsheng! If I don't kill you today, I, Danchenzi, will write my name backwards 3 times. Master, calm down. Be careful, disaster can come from your words. A disciple beside Danchenzi hurriedly grabbed his master, trying to stop him. Get lost. I'm the elder of Tianyuan sect's alchemy peak. Who dares touch a single hair on me? I'll have someone beat him to death with my alchemy pills. Danchenzi, in a fit of rage, shouted at his disciple. After his roar, Danchenzi looked at his ruined alchemy room, his heart bleeding. All the elixirs he had spent 2 months painstakingly refining had been looted clean, not even leaving behind any dregs. Li Changsheng had taken everything. How could he not be furious? The more he looked at the scene before him, the angrier he became. Immediately, he took to the air, flying towards the direction Li Changsheng had fled. His disciple, seeing this, quickly shouted from behind. Master, impulse is the devil. You need to stay calm. If the pills are gone, we can refine more. But if you lose face, our entire alchemy peak will lose face in the sect. Meanwhile, on a forest path in Tianyuan sect, a young man in white clothes, wearing white cloud boots, with a glowing white jade pendant hanging at his waist, holding a white jade folding fan, and a face full of smiles, walked along. This young man was none other than Li Changsheng, the first disaster of Tianyuan sect. Hey, I didn't expect that this old man, Danchenzi, after 2 months of not going to his place, actually refined so many spirit pills. There are over 10,000 high-grade spirit pills and hundreds of top-grade ones. All of them are now in my pocket. I bet he's probably so angry that he's about to die, right? Li Changsheng smiled as he looked at his haul for the day. With that, he took out a purple top-grade elixir and tossed it into his mouth, chewing it like soft milk candy. If other disciples of Tianyuan sect saw this, they would probably curse him for being wasteful. Most people would consume elixirs to absorb the powerful energy inside to enhance their cultivation. But Li Changsheng, chewing it like chewing a flower, was completely wasting it. The energy inside the elixir dissipated with each chew. What's Danchenzi been doing these past 2 months? His alchemy skills have regressed. Doesn't he know the ratio of Baiyang fruit and Kunyu fruit is 3:2? With this level of skill, he is still the chief alchemy elder. I'll have to tell my wife next time to deduct his monthly elder benefits for a month. Li Changsheng frowned in disgust. Damn Li Changsheng! You better stop right there. An angry voice rang out. An old man in a Daoist robe, with snow-white hair and a goatee, appeared in front of Li Changsheng, floating in mid-air with a furious expression. Hey, what a coincidence! I didn't expect to run into Elder Danchenzi here. I've missed you a lot. Li Changsheng, seeing Danchenzi flying toward him, greeted him with a friendly smile. Missed me? Danchenzi sneered coldly. You really missed me, huh? You stole all the pills I painstakingly refined for 2 months. So, what, are you trying to reminisce about the past with these pills? You guessed it, Elder. I really was reminiscing about the past. I didn't expect you to figure that out. Truly, you're like the worm in my stomach. Li Changsheng responded with a playful smile. Get lost. Stop grinning at me. Hand over all the pills you stole, or else don't blame me for being rude. Danchenzi, looking at Li Changsheng's smiling face, demanded the return of the pills. I say, Danchenzi, you're already so old. Calm down. I only took a few pills. Is it really worth getting so worked up over? Li Changsheng looked at the furious Danchenzi and tried to calm him down. Look at you, you're no longer a young man. If you get too angry and hurt yourself, who will make pills for me in the future? Without your pills, I'll be exhausted. Even eating and sleeping won't feel good. A few pills. Hearing Li Changsheng say he only took a few pills, Danchenzhi's blood pressure shot up to 180. He pointed at Li Changsheng, saliva flying as he shouted. My 2 months of hard work, countless days and nights, and I refined over 10,000 high-grade spirit pills and hundreds of top-grade ones. And you say it's only a few pills? Don't you fear the heavens striking you down for such a lie? Whoa, Danchenzhi, when was the last time you brushed your teeth? As Danchenzhi opened his mouth, Li Changsheng immediately smelled an indescribable odor coming at him, causing him to jump back in shock to avoid the attack of the foul-smelling saliva. Danchenzhi had long passed the golden elixir stage and no longer needed to consume ordinary food. The strange odor Li Changsheng detected wasn't bad breath, but the mixed scent of spiritual herbs he had tasted during his alchemy process, which was even more pungent than the smell of someone who hadn't brushed their teeth. 2 months. Danchenzhi replied calmly, admitting he hadn't brushed his teeth in 2 months. Li Changsheng immediately cupped his hands and said, Longsheng admires you, farewell, I won't bother you anymore. He then turned around to leave. You brat, stop fooling around. Hurry up and hand over the pills you stole, or else don't blame me for being ruthless and teaching you a lesson. Danchenzhi, seeing Li Changsheng leaving without a care, immediately threatened him. Slap. Li Changsheng snapped open his white jade folding fan, which depicted a beautiful fairy marrying a young man. That young man was none other than Li Changsheng, and the woman was Qin Xueyan, the sect leader of Tianyuan sect and the most powerful and beautiful woman in the 9 realms continent. The back of the fan had a few large characters written by Li Changsheng himself. Li Changsheng's wife, Qin Xueyan. Qin Xueyan's husband, Li Changsheng. Seeing the characters and the painting, Danchenzhi's face immediately twitched. Danchenzhi, what did you just say? I didn't catch that, could you repeat it for me? Instantly, Danchenzhi's face was full of smiles as he grinned at Li Changsheng. I was just asking if the pills are enough for you. If not, I can refine some more. There are plenty of herbs in the garden that are ready for harvesting. Chapter 02, Sneaking into the Herb Garden. Forget the pills, Li Changsheng declined Danchenzhi, pulling out a mirror to admire his perfect face. I've heard that the Tianyuan fruit is delicious and juicy, and has a great effect on moisturizing, relieving thirst, and even beautifying the skin. Go pick 2 for me to try. I've been staying up late these past few days, and my skin is getting dry. It's just the right time to pamper my unparalleled beauty. Wait. I just remembered, I have a batch of top-grade pills about to be ready. I must be going now, Danchenzhi said, visibly disgusted by Li Changsheng's remarks about the fruit and his obsession with his unparalleled beauty. Without another word, he quickly made an excuse and left in a hurry. The Tianyuan fruit was one of the most precious spiritual fruits in the Tianyuan sect. It required 300 years to bloom, 300 years to bear fruit, and another 300 years to ripen. After 1,000 years, it would only produce 5 fruits. Just smelling it could extend a person's life by 360 years, and tasting it could rejuvenate them, improving their bones, cleansing their veins, and turning an ordinary person into a powerful cultivator at the golden core level in an instant. In this world, there were 5 primary levels of cultivation: Qi, spirit, Yuan, divine, and immortal, each divided into 3 sublevels. The Qi level included gathering Qi, refining Qi, controlling Qi, referring to the continuous circulation of spiritual energy in the body. Spirit cultivation included foundation establishment, golden core, Yuan baby, where the spiritual energy transformed into spiritual liquid, laying the foundation for the Tao and enhancing one's strength and longevity. The Yuan level included 3 flowers, 5 Qi, and ascending to Yuan, requiring the practitioner to condense the energies of heaven, earth, and humanity into 3 distinct flowers within the body. The 5 Qi, representing the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, nurtured the inner organs, forming the foundation for the body. After the Yuan level came the divine level, with condensing the divine, refining the divine, and transforming the divine, followed by the immortal level, with human immortal, earth immortal, and heaven immortal. Cultivators at these levels were extraordinarily powerful, with the ability to destroy mountains and rivers with a single blow. The gap between each level was vast, like the distance between heaven and earth. Of course, exceptions existed. For ordinary people, the gap between cultivation levels was enormous. However, for geniuses, this gap could sometimes be crossed, with those who defeated opponents 1 or even 2 small realms higher being classified as exceptional talents. In the case of top-level geniuses who could leap over an entire large realm, they were considered legendary, born once in a millennium. Damn it, I've lived for over 1,000 years and seen many shameless people, but I've never seen someone this shameless and disgusting, Danchenzi muttered inwardly. Har, coward, Li Changsheng sneered, watching Danchenzi flee in disgrace. With that, Li Changsheng headed straight for the herb garden. The Tiandao sect's herb garden was located in a small world filled with spiritual energy. This small world had been created tens of thousands of years ago by 3 Earth immortal ancestors of the sect. It was specifically used for cultivating rare spiritual herbs, and only disciples who were assigned to guard the herb garden were allowed to enter. Ordinary disciples couldn't even approach the area. At the center of this small world was the Tianyuan fruit tree, surrounded by several powerful protective formations. Without a special token, no one could even get within 100 meters of it. That brat wouldn't really be thinking of stealing the Tianyuan fruit from the herb garden, would he? Danchenzi thought, growing more suspicious as he walked. No, that's impossible, he quickly dismissed the thought. The herb garden isn't open to just anyone. Only the disciples in charge can enter. That guy doesn't have a token. There's no way he could even get close to the entrance. A quarter of an hour later, Li Changsheng transformed into the appearance of Danchenzi's disciple, Li Yang, and arrived at the entrance of the herb garden. Li Yang, you're here again, one of the guarding disciples greeted him warmly. My master asked me to pick a batch of mature spiritual herbs for alchemy, Li Changsheng said with a friendly smile. Please open the barrier for me. Of course, but could you show me Elder Danchenzi's token so I can confirm? The disciple asked, still smiling. However, Li Changsheng didn't have a token. It's a long story, Li Changsheng sighed. That troublemaker Li Changsheng stole all the pills my master had worked so hard to refine. He made my master spit blood. Now, I urgently need a batch of spiritual herbs for alchemy. I don't have the token, but I do have a top-grade spiritual pill. Could you make an exception? Li Changsheng tossed a top-grade spiritual pill to the guard. The guard caught it and, feeling thrilled, hid his joy behind a frown. That bastard Li Changsheng stole Elder Danchenzi's pills. I don't understand why the elders or the sect master don't punish him. Well, whatever, he doesn't dare to come to the herb garden. If I saw him, I'd teach him a lesson. With that complaint, the guard opened the barrier. Li Yang, you can go in. If you're late, Elder Danchenzi will surely scold you. Humph, the brat wants to teach me a lesson. Li Changsheng sneered inwardly. We'll see about that. Thanks, brother, he said, flashing a smile as he walked into the herb garden. This was Li Changsheng's first time entering the herb garden in his years at the Tiandao sect. This is the small world. The spiritual energy is so dense. Li Changsheng marveled, feeling the rich spiritual atmosphere. It's even denser than where I live. The air is filled with the fragrance of herbs. This truly is a blessed place, though it's a shame it's used to grow herbs. He quickly locked his gaze on the center of the garden where the Tianyuan fruit tree stood, its 5 red fruits glowing brightly. His eyes shone with excitement. Tianyuan fruit, here I come. Chapter 03, The Xingyuan Fruit Tree. Master, are you all right? Li Yang, a disciple of Danchenzi, rushed forward and asked with concern when he saw his master returning. What's wrong with me? Danchenzi replied irritably. Li Changsheng is just a waste. I could crush him with one finger. If he hadn't begged me on his knees for mercy, I would have already broken his legs. Master, you are truly worthy of being the chief alchemist of the Tiandao sect. To have Li Changsheng, that troublemaker, kneel and beg for mercy, your authority is even stronger than the enforcement elders, truly magnificent, master. Li Yang, hearing his master's words, showed an expression of admiration, flattering his master. Then, Li Yang spoke again. Master, I just remembered, my mother wants me to go back home for a matchmaking ceremony to carry on the family line. I'll be gone for 2 or 3 years, please take care, master. After speaking, Li Yang turned to leave. Upon hearing Li Yang mention that his mother wanted him to return home for an arranged marriage to continue the family, a surge of anger immediately rose in Danchenzi's heart. He grabbed Li Yang's ear and shouted. Hold on. Explain this to me, you little brat. I picked you up from outside, and now you're telling me your mother wants you to go back home for matchmaking and carry on the family line. And when exactly did you find your mother? Was it in a dream? Master, I don't want to stick around to share in your bad luck. You know better than anyone, Li Changsheng, that guy has a grudge as small as a needle hole. A few years ago, a sect's foolish steward pushed him in a fit of rage, causing a small scrape. The next day, that steward's body was hanging from a tree. You made Li Changsheng kneel and beg for mercy, and I'm worried that, like that steward, you might end up like him, hanging from a tree tomorrow. Li Yang immediately dropped to his knees, clinging to his master's leg and crying out. Seeing his disciple crying and fearing for his safety, Danchenzi's beard stood up in anger. He slapped Li Yang's head and shouted, "Get lost! Go to the cold pond and reflect on your actions for a month." Who is Danchenzi? The chief alchemist of the Tianyuan sect. His position in the sect is no less than that of the sect leader, even slightly higher. Every practitioner needs pills, even the most talented ones or rare prodigies. Danchenzi's alchemy skills rank among the top 5 in the entire Great Wasteland 9 realms. In other words, he is the pillar of the Tianyuan sect. As long as Danchenzi doesn't act recklessly, if he truly harbors a murderous intent toward Li Changsheng, Qin Xueyan would never allow him to die. Qin Xueyan, Li Changsheng's wife, is one of the Tianyuan sect's foundational figures. 1,000 years ago, she was already a powerful earth immortal. What's more, she is an exceptional genius, a once-in-an-eternity talent, having slain more than one earth immortal with her own hands. She is also 3,000 years older than Li Changsheng. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man brings gold bricks, 30 years brings kingdoms, 300 years brings a golden core, and 3,000 years can ascend to the immortal realm. So, Li Changsheng, the first troublemaker of Tianyuan sect, is untouchable by anyone in the sect, with a powerful wife backing him up. He walks around like a crab sideways and fearless. In the herb garden, Li Changsheng stood before the Qingyuan fruit tree. The protective formations around the Qingyuan fruit tree had all been broken by Li Changsheng. This was possible because Qin Xueyan had gifted him the heavenly mechanism array diagram, a treasure capable of revealing the flaws in any formation. The heavenly mechanism array diagram is the sect protecting treasure of the Tianyuan sect's top sect, the Tianji sect in the central continent. It not only identifies flaws in formations but also can create powerful protective formations, conceal heaven's secrets, and alter one's aura and appearance. However, the diagram had been damaged and had fallen from a mid-grade immortal artifact to a high-grade treasure, but its functionality was still mostly intact. For example, it could still identify flaws in formations and alter one's aura and appearance. 5 fruits only ripen once every 1,000 years. If I don't taste them this time, I might never get another chance in this life. Li Changsheng's gaze locked onto the 5 bright red fruits hanging on the tree, which looked like human-shaped ginseng. He muttered to himself. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy swept out, and 3 of the Qingyuan fruits fell from the tree and into his hands. He quickly collected them. Then, Li Changsheng's gaze swept over the rest of the herb garden. He wasn't the type to leave after just taking 3 Qingyuan fruits. That wasn't his style. An hour later, Li Changsheng, smiling broadly, walked out of the herb garden. "How's the herb collection going, senior brother Li Yang?" The guard disciple at the entrance of the herb garden, seeing Li Changsheng walking out with a big smile, enthusiastically greeted him. "Hey, pretty good. I'm fully loaded." Li Changsheng chuckled and responded. "I'm glad you're doing well, senior brother Li Yang. It's a pleasure to serve you." The guard disciple, seeing the smile on Li Changsheng's face, flattered him even further. "Nice to hear that. Here, take this." Li Changsheng, feeling pleased by the guard's flattery, took out a high-quality spirit pill and tossed it to the disciple. He then left without looking back. "Senior brother Li Yang, you're always welcome." The guard disciple, seeing Li Changsheng toss him another high-quality spirit pill, smiled brightly and shouted after him. This guard disciple was the lowest-ranked disciple in Tianyuan sect, earning only 100 low-grade spirit stones a month. A single high-quality spirit pill was worth at least 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 200 million low-grade spirit stones. A regular disciple would need to work for over 160,000 years to earn that much. Yet Li Changsheng treated spirit pills as casually as candy. Even the more expensive supreme spirit pills were no different to him. Not long after Li Changsheng left the herb garden, Danchenzi arrived. "Greetings, Elder Dan." The guard disciple, upon seeing Danchenzi, quickly bowed and greeted him. "Millimeter. Danchenzhi grunted, took out his token, and entered the herb garden. Having had so many of his pills stolen by Li Changsheng, Danchenzhi urgently needed a batch of herbs to make more. Once inside, Danchenzhi froze in shock. The ground was riddled with numerous pits, and he knew exactly what each of those pits represented. Suddenly, a miserable roar echoed through the herb garden. Li Changsheng, I won't let you off. Chapter 04, Stealing from the Herb Garden. Elders, Li Changsheng, we are enemies now. In the Changsheng hall of the Qiandao sect, Li Changsheng gazed at the thousands of spiritual herbs he had harvested from the herb garden, his eyes shining with excitement as he drooled. With these spiritual herbs and the tens of thousands of pills that old Danchenzhi has made, I should be able to light up the first star in the starless heavenly book, in my soul see, right. He then took out the most valuable ginseng-like fruits from the herbs, the Tianyuan fruits, and bit into one. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the powerful energy within the Tianyuan fruit was absorbed by a diagram in his mind, a diagram that depicted human meridians and acupoints. Li Changsheng had long been labeled as the waste and disaster of the Qiandao sect, mainly because he couldn't cultivate. At 18, he was still an ordinary mortal, unable to harness spiritual energy. However, only Li Changsheng knew the true reason behind his inability to cultivate. It was because in his soul sea, there was a page of the starless heavenly book, which shone with the light of stars, a book that had been there since his birth. Ever since Li Changsheng arrived at the Qiandao sect with Qin Xueyan, he had tried countless cultivation methods, attempting to communicate with the book or leave marks on it. But nothing worked. No matter what method he used, he couldn't communicate with it or leave any traces. It wasn't until Qin Xueyan gave him a top-grade body-cleansing pill that the page of the starless heavenly book in his mind emitted a faint white glow. After that, Li Changsheng used Qin Xueyan's influence in the Qiandao sect to extort and blackmail the elders, gaining a reputation as the little demon in his youth and later the disaster of the sect. All of this was to gather more pills and herbs to nourish the starless heavenly book in his mind. Over the past decade, Li Changsheng had consumed countless spiritual pills and herbs, finally sketching a diagram of human meridians and acupoints on the page of the starless heavenly book. When the starless heavenly book absorbed the immense energy from the Tianyuan fruit, a dim star in the diagram representing the dantian suddenly lit up. When the star's light flickered, Li Changsheng felt a faint aura emerging from his dantian. I can finally cultivate! Li Changsheng exclaimed excitedly. He then began to stuff the spiritual herbs in front of him into his mouth one by one. Within less than half an hour, every single herb he had harvested from the herb garden had been consumed. If anyone saw this, they would be stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. No one could consume this many spiritual herbs at once, not even those at the divine spirit realm. The result of consuming such a large amount of spiritual herbs would be certain death from explosion of the body. Yet Li Changsheng, an ordinary mortal, consumed over 10,000 spiritual herbs without any adverse effect. If anyone heard about this, they would never believe it. Burp. Li Changsheng contentedly let out a burp, a satisfied smile on his face. Because the diagram of meridians and acupoints in his starless heavenly book had fully illuminated his dantian, Li Changsheng now felt spiritual energy flowing in his dantian. He had now officially entered the qi-gathering realm. Li Changsheng, you disaster! Just stealing my pills wasn't enough, now you've ravaged the entire herb garden. Over 10,000 top-grade spiritual herbs, everything is gone. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll write my name, Danchenzhi, backwards. Danchenzhi's furious roar echoed outside the Changsheng hall, shaking the entire Qiandao sect. What? That disaster stole all the top-grade spiritual herbs from the herb garden. The blood dragon vine I planted in the herb garden, did he destroy that too? Damn it, my heavenly chrysanthemum was in the herb garden as well. Don't tell me this disaster has ruined that. My Earth Emperor's jade bone, that was a treasure I risked my life to obtain. I need to go check the herb garden. The hundreds of elders in the Qiandao sect were all in a panic, rushing to the herb garden to find out the truth. If Li Changsheng really had ravaged the herb garden, then all the herbs they had planted there would end up in his hands. When the elders arrived at the herb garden, they were nearly stunned to unconsciousness at the sight. My heavenly chrysanthemum! Li Changsheng, I'll make you regret being born. My Earth Emperor's jade bone is gone. Li Changsheng, I won't rest until you die. Seeing the state of the herb garden, a chaotic scene of ruined plants, the elders all screamed in fury. Several elders turned around and left the herb garden to confront Li Changsheng in the Changsheng Hall. Outside the Changsheng Hall, Li Changsheng looked at Danshenzi, who was standing there in a rage, and yawned. Danshenzi, are you here to deliver some pills to me? Don't try to divert the conversation. You've already stolen over 10,000 pills and top-grade spiritual pills from my pill room. I can let that slide, but now you've taken all the herbs from the herb garden as well, including the 5 Tianyuan fruits. Danshenzi, hearing Li Changsheng's question, almost spat blood in anger. His face was contorted with rage as he demanded the herbs be returned. What are you talking about? What herbs? I have no idea what you mean, Li Changsheng replied, acting completely confused. Stop playing dumb. Don't you know exactly what I'm talking about? Danshenzi snapped, pointing angrily at Li Changsheng. Li disaster, return my Juyu fruit, or I'll strip you naked and hang you on the sect's entrance tree. And don't forget to return my Earth Emperor's jade bone. Li Changsheng, hand over my heavenly chrysanthemum, or I'll make you regret ever coming into this world. At this moment, over 100 elders who had arrived from the herb garden surrounded Li Changsheng, their murderous intent palpable as they demanded the return of their precious herbs. Slap. Li Changsheng leisurely opened his jade fan, a smile on his face as he waved the fan adorned with a portrait of Qin Xueyan. Why are all you elders bringing so much killing intent to my Changsheng Hall? Are you trying to frame me with accusations of stealing your heavenly chrysanthemum and Earth Emperor's jade bone? You think I'm an easy target, so you can just slander me at will. Seeing Li Changsheng grinning while waving the fan, the elders couldn't help but twitch their lips, barely able to suppress their rage. Chapter 05, Li Changsheng, you scared me, now you owe me compensation in precious pills. When everyone saw their white jade fan in Li Changsheng's hand, with the portrait of an unparalleled beauty, their expressions immediately changed. From their previous angry looks, they suddenly transformed into smiling faces and said, Master Uncle, you are joking. We are not slandering you. We just came to ask if you've seen the spirit herbs we planted in the herb garden. Yes, indeed, the elders of the Tianyuan sect referred to Li Changsheng as Master Uncle. This is because he was married to Qin Xueyan, who was the sect leader's aunt, making Li Changsheng their senior as well. This is why Li Changsheng could be the most notorious figure in the sect and no one dared to offend or reprimand him. However, your actions earlier really scared me. What do you think should be done about it? Li Changsheng waved his hand, and a rocking chair appeared next to him. He casually laid back on the chair, lazily swaying his fan, and asked the elders. Well, what does Master Uncle think should be done? The elders, who were deeply pained inside, asked in a helpless tone. Despite these elders usually carrying themselves with an air of superiority, in front of Li Changsheng, they were nothing more than juniors. After all, Li Changsheng was their senior by virtue of his marriage to Qin Xueyan, a sect leader's aunt. Offending Li Changsheng would mean offending their own elder. Since you are all my juniors, if I were to bully you, it would be embarrassing for me, but more so for my wife. So, each of you should compensate me with 5 precious pills, Li Changsheng said, feigning concern for his wife, Qin Xueyan, as he casually demanded 5 precious pills from each elder. What? Hearing Li Changsheng's demand for 5 precious pills from each elder, their faces turned grim. Precious pills were a tier above spirit pills. 1 low-grade precious pill could be exchanged for 1,000 high-grade spirit pills, or 10,000 middle-grade pills. Just 1 precious pill could sustain a medium-sized sect. Li Changsheng's extortion had the elders seething with anger. What? Do you think my reputation in Tianyuan sect is only worth 5 precious pills? Or do you not respect me as Master Uncle? Li Changsheng, undeterred by their angry stares, boldly questioned them, continuing to wave his fan. You? Reputation? You have no reputation in Tianyuan sect. All you have is a bad name. The elders were enraged by his shamelessness, but none dared to voice their anger, only cursing him silently in their hearts. Li Changsheng, stop pretending to be innocent. Go take a look at the style of what happened in the herb garden. It's exactly the same as your own. Who else could it be but you? Danshenzi, one of the elders, stepped forward, angrily accusing Li Changsheng of raiding the herb garden. Also, give me back the 5 Sangyuan fruits. They are the key ingredient for refining the Sangyuan treasure pill. It takes 1,000 years to ripen. Without them, Tianyuan sect can't refine any Sangyuan pills. Upon hearing this accusation, Li Changsheng felt enraged. Damn it! I only picked 3 Sangyuan fruits, and now this guy accuses me of taking 5. The other 2 must have been taken by him. He's trying to frame me. Li Changsheng fumed, recalling a joke from his past life. It was about a company that reported a theft of millions, only for the thief to expose the real embezzler, making his crime public. Danshenzi's accusations reminded him of that joke. Li Changsheng calmly responded to Danshenzi, as the saying goes, catch the thief with the stolen goods and the adulterer in the act. Dan, old man, why are you accusing me of stealing the herbs from the garden? Then, he addressed the elders, the rules of the herb garden are clear. You all know it well, access requires a token. Without a token, no one, not even the elders, can enter. Am I right? Yes, that's right. The herb garden's rules require a token for entry. The elders all nodded in agreement. In reality, though, these elders could enter the herb garden without any token. They had unrestricted access. However, none of them dared to speak up, as the rules were part of the sect's regulations, and they couldn't afford to admit they broke the rules. Li Changsheng noticed their agreement and turned to Danshenzi. And I, Li Changsheng, have never even seen the herb garden token, much less have one. Yet you're accusing me of stealing herbs from the garden. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation today, this matter is far from over. Danshenzi was momentarily speechless. Li Changsheng's argument was irrefutable. To enter the herb garden, one needed a token and specific techniques to open the barrier, things Li Changsheng clearly did not have. Yet, Danshenzi was sure the actions in the garden were Li Changsheng's doing. Li Changsheng pressed, what? Dan, old man, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, believe me, I'll cause an uproar at Lingdan Peak. Seeing Danshenzi unable to counter, Li Changsheng turned to the sect's lore elder, Yang Li, Elder Yang, you are the most just and unyielding lore enforcer in Qiandao sect. I would like to ask, what is the punishment for an elder who falsely accuses a sect disciple? An elder who falsely accuses a disciple will have their monthly allowance docked for a month, Yang Li replied sternly. Good. Since Danshenzi falsely accused me of stealing herbs from the garden, I ask Elder Yang to punish him by docking his monthly allowance, Li Changsheng demanded, pointing at Danshenzi. Cough. Yang Li, seeing the situation, awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Master Uncle Changsheng, you're not actually a disciple of Qiandao sect. So, I can't punish Elder Danshenzi for falsely accusing you. Is there such a rule in Qiandao sect? Li Changsheng looked at Yang Li in disbelief, clearly doubting what he had just heard. Chapter 06, Extorting Danshenzi, the Xinyuan elixir. Li Changsheng was not a disciple of the Qiandao sect, but his status surpassed even the elders within the sect. He was the husband of Qin Xueyan, the sect leader's martial aunt, and by extension, he held a higher position than the elders. To put it another way, Li Changsheng was an elder to these long-established elders, who were required to address him as Shishu Zhang, martial uncle-in-law. This status explained why Li Changsheng had earned the notorious reputation of being the greatest troublemaker of the sect, yet no one dared to provoke him. Anyone who dared cross him would meet only one fate, having their body displayed publicly as a warning to others. There are over 100 elders here, do you think I would dare deceive you? Elder Yanli, the law enforcement elder, explained to Li Changsheng, pointing to the assembled elders in an attempt to ease his doubts. All right then, from now on, I'll officially join the Qiandao sect and become a disciple. That way, I can report Danshenzi for his actions. Will that work? Li Changsheng boldly announced his decision to become a disciple of the sect. Shishu Zhang, we cannot accept you. You are the husband of sect leader Qin's martial aunt. How could we accept you as a disciple? Unless the ancestors personally give the order to accept you. The elders quickly clarified to Li Changsheng. Even if they could accept Li Changsheng, none of them would want to. For one, he couldn't cultivate, which would make him a useless disciple in their eyes. Secondly, his knack for causing trouble was simply too powerful for any of them to manage. Forget it. Those old geezers are all greedy and useless. Every time they visit me, they want to eat and drink for free, and after that, they take some of my stuff back with them. If I become their disciple, I'll lose everything I've earned. Li Changsheng casually rejected the offer, remembering the antics of the sect's older generation. Shishu Zhang, could you return my Tongqian Shen chrysanthemum? Elder Yanli asked cautiously, trying to please Li Changsheng. What Tongqian Shen chrysanthemum? Li Changsheng immediately snapped, his expression turning hostile. Yanli, do you think I'm easy to deceive? Are you going to falsely accuse me just like Dan, old man? Li Changsheng's voice hardened. Shishu Zhang, please calm down. I misspoke. I was just asking if you've seen my Tianyuan chrysanthemum that I planted in the medicine garden. Yanli quickly corrected himself, fearing Li Changsheng's anger. HMPH. Do you think a simple apology can erase the harm you've caused me? Li Changsheng sneered, continuing, unless you compensate me with 3 baodan, then my heart will heal. At this moment, Li Changsheng was only thinking of one thing: extorting precious herbs from these elders to help him activate the channels in his mind. Yanli was mortified by Li Changsheng's demand, feeling as though he swallowed a bitter pill. He regretted his words deeply and wished he could slap himself. My lord, your chrysanthemum tea is ready, a young maiden in palace attire said as she approached with a crystal teapot, looking about 28 years old, pure and elegant in appearance. My Tianyuan chrysanthemum. Yanli's eyes bulged with shock as he saw the yellow chrysanthemum floating in the crystal teapot in the maiden's hands. It was the size of a baby's head, its petals delicately unfurling. What Tianyuan chrysanthemum? Li Changsheng asked casually, clearly unfazed by Yanli's agitation. This is a gift from Dan Chenzi's disciple, Li Yang, Li Changsheng added, his tone indifferent. He then addressed the maiden beside him, Qiu Yu, pour me a cup. Yes, my lord, Qiu Yu responded respectfully and promptly poured a cup of chrysanthemum tea for Li Changsheng. Fragrant. It feels refreshing to the soul. Truly the king of chrysanthemums, Li Changsheng sighed, savoring the aroma of the tea, before drinking it in one go. Yanli could only seethe with anger but did not dare act out. Instead, he turned his ire on Dan Chenzi. Dan Chenzi, you better explain yourself. Yanli growled at the elder. I didn't give him the Tianyuan chrysanthemum. Dan Chenzi retorted angrily. Li Yan was punished to reflect by the cold pond for a month. How could he come here to give Li Changsheng such a valuable item? Besides, they aren't even familiar with each other. Why would he give such a treasure to Li Changsheng? Li Changsheng replied calmly, don't ask me, ask your disciple, Li Yang. He is the one who gave it to me. Then, turning to the other elders, Li Changsheng continued, why don't you ask the disciples guarding the medicine garden who entered today? Go and investigate. You'll know who took your precious herbs. The elders quickly realized they had neglected to question the guards and immediately departed toward the medicine garden. Only Dan Chenzi remained behind. Li Changsheng, are you trying to get Li Yang killed? Dan Chenzi asked, his voice dripping with suspicion. Old man, speak with evidence. When did I ever want to harm Li Yang? Li Changsheng responded, a look of innocence on his face. You may fool others, but you can't fool me. I know exactly what treasures you have. You disguised yourself as Li Yang and entered the garden to steal their herbs. Don't think I don't know, Dan Chenzi accused. All right, yes, I disguised myself as Li Yang and took the herbs. But don't try to act innocent, old man. We're both the top dogs here, not the second-raters. I left 2 Xinyuan fruits in the garden. Did you steal them and frame me? Li Changsheng confronted him. With a sly grin, he added, I want half of the Xinyuan elixir that those 2 fruits will make. Are you out of your mind? Dan Chenzi shot back, enraged by Li Changsheng's bold demand. Chapter 07 Made. Old Dan, what's the difference between what I'm doing and robbing? Li Changsheng looked at Dan Chenzi, who was angry, and asked him what the difference was between his current behavior and robbing. You? Dan Chenzi didn't know how to refute Li Changsheng when he heard what he said. Because, there was really no difference between his behavior and robbing. He was blackmailing him openly. One word, will you give it to me? Li Changsheng looked at Dan Chenzi, who didn't know how to refute him, and asked him directly whether he would give it to me. No. Dan Chenzi directly rejected Li Changsheng's request. The materials needed to refine Xinyuan Baodan are not only the spiritual medicine like Xinyuan fruit, but also tens of thousands of rare spiritual medicines in the world. Even Dan Chenzi can't afford these things together. Li Changsheng directly blackmailed half of it. Can Dan Chenzi agree? He, old man Dan, I recorded our conversation just now with a recording crystal. If you don't give it to me, I will give it to Qin Xueyan, and then send it to all the elders. What do you think the scene will be like then? Li Changsheng took out a round crystal ball and played with it in his hand. Give it to me if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? My position in Tiandao's sect is still above the sect master. What can he do to me? Dan Qinzi saw the crystal in Li Changsheng's hand and snorted coldly at Su Changsheng in anger. HMPH, if I didn't see that you have such a poor talent, would I let you steal so many pills from me? These 2 ginseng fruits were originally picked by me to refine ginseng elixirs for you. If you want to be high, go and complain to the sect master. He, old man Dan, you are the first person I have ever seen who can say submissive words so hard. I like it. Li Changsheng laughed when he heard Dan Qinzi's words of submissiveness to him. It takes 3 months to refine the Xinyuan treasure pill. 2 Xinyuan fruits can refine 8 to 10 Xinyuan treasure pills. Is it okay for me to keep 2? Dan Qinzi ignored Li Changsheng's teasing and asked him if he agreed with his distribution method. No problem. I will watch you when you are about to succeed in refining. Li Changsheng agreed to Dan Qinzi's distribution, but he also proposed to watch when the refining was successful. You actually don't believe me. I really let you go to my Lingdan Peak and ruin so many spiritual pills for me. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Dan Qinzi said with a look of heartache. Of course I believe in your character, old man Dan, but I don't believe in the temptation of the treasure pill. You also know that this treasure pill is a fatal temptation to alchemists. I am afraid that the treasure pill will tempt you. So, I will protect you from the side to prevent you from being tempted by your weak willpower. Li Changsheng said to Dan Qinzi seriously. Then I'm sorry for the trouble, uncle. Dan Qinzi bowed respectfully to Li Changsheng to thank him for protecting him. You're welcome. This is what I should do as an elder. Li Changsheng said to Dan Qinzi in an elder manner. Then uncle, I'll go back and prepare to refine the ginseng pill. Seeing Li Changsheng acting like an elder, Dan Qinzi hated him so much that he wanted to strangle him to death, but he didn't dare. Go ahead. I'll go to Lingdan Peak to protect you in 3 months. Li Changsheng waved to Dan Qinzi. Uncle, I'll take my leave. Dan Qinzi took his leave from Li Changsheng and turned to leave Changsheng Hall. Damn Li Changsheng, I'm not done with you. I worked hard to collect my family assets for thousands of years, but all of them were blackmailed by this guy. Dan Qinzi kept cursing Li Changsheng in his heart. But he didn't dare to scold him directly. Once he scolded Li Changsheng directly, he would lose more treasures. Chueyue, take this chrysanthemum tea to Chunyu, Xiahe, Dongxue and the others. It will help improve your strength. Li Changsheng stood up and walked towards the Changsheng Hall, and said to Chueyue, the maid beside him. Chueyue, thank you for the reward, young master. The maid Chueyue hurriedly thanked Li Changsheng when she heard his words. Tongtian Xuanju can cleanse the soul and meridians of the cultivator. Li Changsheng has already drunk a cup and felt the effect of cleansing the meridians and soul. Drinking it again will not have any effect on him. So, he rewarded his 4 maids to take it to improve their strength. Didn't I tell you not to call me little master? You want to be a young master or a young master? If I hear you call me little master next time, I will punish you to warm my bed at night. When Li Changsheng heard Chueyue calling him master, he stopped and turned around to Chueyue, threatening her fiercely. Yes, little master, I won't dare to do it next time. Chueyue was not scared by Li Changsheng's fierce expression, but answered Li Changsheng with a smile. After that, Chueyue put the tea brewed by Tongtian Xuanju into her ring. Forget it, I won't talk to you about this. Li Changsheng heard Chueyue's answer and asked her, when will my wife come out of retreat? The master is at the critical moment of breakthrough now, and he hasn't come out so soon. It will take at least 5 or 6 years, or even longer. Chueyue answered Li Changsheng's words. How can such a good youth be wasted in seclusion? Next time when Xueyan comes out of seclusion, I must talk to her. Wouldn't it be nice to travel around the Zhuozhou continent together? Li Changsheng shook his head when he heard Chueyue's words. Master, if you feel depressed in Tiandao sect, we can accompany you to Qinghuang city to take a walk and relieve your boredom. Chueyue heard Li Changsheng's complaints and said to him. Because Qin Xueyan specifically told them that if Li Changsheng wanted to do anything, the 4 maids must unconditionally agree to Li Changsheng's request. Even if it was an excessive request, as long as Li Changsheng opened his mouth, the 4 of them could not refuse. Originally, Chueyue and the other 4 were very repulsive to Li Changsheng. Because Li Changsheng was a waste who could not practice. There was also a death order from Qin Xueyan, which prevented them from refusing Li Changsheng's excessive requests. The 4 of them were raised by Qin Xueyan since childhood, and she also taught them the practice method. Although the 4 of them were reluctant, they would not disobey Qin Xueyan's orders. More than a decade ago, the four of them were all at the level of 3 flowers and 5 qi, with Chunyu being the strongest. The second was Xiaohe, then Chuyue, and finally Dongxue. But more than a decade later, Chuyue's strength has now reached the late stage of Chaoyuan Gi, Dongxue's strength is the lowest, the middle stage of Chaoyuan Gi, and the highest are Chunyu and Xiaohe, both of whom are in the realm of practicing spirits, Chunyu in the middle stage of practicing spirits, and Xiaohe in the early stage of practicing spirits. These four maids have been with Qin Xueyan for 100 years, and each of them is very powerful. They are all saints in the Qiandao sect. Of course, the four girls' strength is so strong, in addition to their own talents, it is also related to Li Changsheng. In the past 7 or 8 years, the four girls have never been out of top-grade elixirs, and Li Changsheng has given them even precious elixirs. Where did the elixir come from? Of course, it was taken from Li Changsheng's Lingdan Peak. Moreover, Li Changsheng did not make any excessive demands on them, and even did not ask them to help him with bathing. This also made them slowly accept Li Changsheng from the heart, and now they regard Li Changsheng as their own family. Okay, then let's go to Qingyuan City to take a look. I haven't been there for a long time. Chapter 08 Qingyuan City, for princes. Or for sissies. Qingyuan City is a city close to the jurisdiction of Qiandao sect. At this time, Li Changsheng in Qingyuan City was wearing a gorgeous dress, wearing a piece of valuable spiritual jade on his waist, holding a folding fan made of white jade in his hand, and wearing the famous chasing cloud boots in the world of cultivation. The most appropriate sentence to describe Li Changsheng is a prince like jade, unparalleled in the world. Wow, so handsome. How can there be such a perfect man in this world? I want to have a baby with you. The girls in Qingyuan City looked in the direction of Li Changsheng one by one, shouting wildly. Alas, I didn't expect that I, Li Changsheng, would become the person I hate the most. Li Changsheng looked at these crazy girls and couldn't help but sigh. Young master, who do you hate the most? Xia He, one of the four maids who followed Li Changsheng to protect him, heard that Li Changsheng said that he had become the person he hated the most, and curiously asked him who he hated the most. Needless to say, I must hate rich young masters the most. Just look at the way you dress now. Qiu Yu smiled with her hands covering her mouth. He, Sister Qiu Yu, aren't you afraid that the young master will punish you for telling the truth? The two girls, Chun Yu and Dong Shui, couldn't help but tease. You are all wrong. The person I hate the most is a handsome man. Wherever he goes, he can cause countless girls to scream. I just want to be a handsome man quietly, but my appearance doesn't allow it. Li Changsheng explained with a troubled look on his face. Young master, were you in such a hurry to go out that you forgot to bring your face with you? Chuyue looked at Li Changsheng with a troubled look on his face and asked him if he forgot to bring his face with him. Young master, I'm sorry. I was in such a hurry to go out that I forgot to bring your face with me. Chunyu cooperated with Chuyue and said to Li Changsheng. Why did you bring that thing out? Your young master never brings that thing with him. Li Changsheng replied to the four girls in a very pretentious manner. Young Master Pan. Young Master Pan. At this time, the girls and women who were shouting wildly at the top of their lungs shouted wildly. Pan. Young Master Pan. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, the girls and women who heard the crazy shouting of these girls and women were Young Master Pan, and it had nothing to do with him at all. Puff. When Chunyu, Xiaohe, Chuyue, and Dongxue heard that everyone was calling Young Master Pan instead of Li Changsheng, the four girls couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it so funny? Li Changsheng asked the four girls angrily. No, not so funny. The four girls tried hard to hold back their laughter and answered Li Changsheng. HMPH, I want to see what this Mr. Pan looks like. Li Changsheng snorted coldly at the four girls who were holding back their smiles and turned to look at Mr. Pan. Fuck, he's really good at pretending. Li Changsheng couldn't help but swear at the scene. Four girls weighed more than 300 kilograms and were 1.8 meters tall. They were wearing veils and palace costumes, but they couldn't cover their fat bodies. The four girls were carrying a sedan chair. There was no barrier around the sedan chair, but it was decorated with curtains. On the sedan chair, a young man in his 20s, with fair skin, painted eyebrows and phoenixes, exuding a sissy vibe, was lying on his side, holding a mirror to look at his face. Every time I go out to play, I can hear these vulgar women shouting, being handsome is really annoying. Mr. Pan heard the women shouting, raised his orchid finger, and said with a face full of resentment. Is this the vision of people in the cultivation world now? The four Chunyu girls were stunned when they saw Mr. Pan's appearance, and couldn't help asking themselves. Brother, may I ask who this Miss Pan is? Li Changsheng came to a peddler and asked him. Little brother, don't tell the truth. Just know it in your heart. If those admirers of Mr. Pan hear this, you may not be able to leave Qingyuan city. The peddler heard Li Changsheng calling Pan Huang Miss Pan and hurriedly stopped Li Changsheng. He said to him, This is not Miss Pan. This Mr. Pan Huang is the son of Pan Hang, the lord of Qingyuan city. He is also the most handsome man in Qingyuan city. Even in our Tianyuan realm, he is one of the foremost handsome men, known as Mr. Huang. Brother, is this sissy popular in Tianyuan realm now? Can you tell me which four young ladies are called the four young masters when they look like this? Li Changsheng asked curiously. You don't even know the four young masters. When the peddler heard Li Changsheng ask him who the four young masters were, he looked at Li Changsheng and asked curiously. I like to live in the mountains and rarely come to crowded cities, so I don't know much about these things. Please explain them to me. Li Changsheng explained to the embarrassed peddler. So that's how it is. Then I'll explain to you the four princes of our great wilderness dynasty. After hearing Li Changsheng's explanation, the vendor understood why Li Changsheng didn't know these things, and began to explain the four princes to Li Changsheng. These four princes are the Prince Pan Huang in front of us, Prince Kongshu, Prince Qinmor, and Prince Ziyue. The four of them are collectively known as the four princes of Tianyuan Realm, and each of them has countless admirers in Tianyuan Realm. Especially Prince Qinmor, the leader of the four princes. It is said that even the daughter of the lord of Qinji city in our Tianyuan Realm likes him and is willing to stay by her side to serve him. Beside him, there is not only the daughter of the lord, but also some female disciples of sects, as well as the daughters of the big and small forces in Tianyuan Realm, who are willing to stay by his side to serve him. The vendor explained to Li Changsheng with an envious tone. Big brother, are the four beauties you just mentioned the same as Pan Huang, who thinks women are handsome? Li Changsheng asked curiously. This is the trend in Tianyuan Realm now. Many sons of city lords dress like this, and girls also like this kind of man. After the vendor finished speaking, he took out a mirror, took out an eyebrow pencil, drew his eyebrows, and applied some gouache. Li Changsheng looked at this scene, shuddered, and subconsciously moved away from the vendor. Sir, why don't you try it too? Shir, he said to Li Changsheng with ill intentions. I think what Sister Shir he said is right, why don't you try it too? Chuyue also encouraged Li Changsheng with ill intentions. Sir, I think if you compare yourself to this young master Pan Huang, your beauty will definitely overwhelm him and make you the leader of the four young masters of the great wilderness dynasty. Are you four itching for sex? Or do you think I'm too good to you? Believe it or not, I'll let you all stay tonight and use my strengths to test your depths. Li Changsheng heard Xia He and Chiu Yu, the four girls teasing him, and he threatened. At this time, a voice as feminine as when songs sounded. Chapter 09 Wu, Dad, he hit me, you kill him. Boy, I like these for beauties around you, you can go away. Four strong women appeared in front of Li Changsheng. A stunning beauty, stunning the whole city, stunning my heart. That Miss Pan. No. It should be Master Pan who couldn't help but praise Chuyu, Xiahe, Chuyue, and Dongxue after seeing their looks. Miss, are you talking to me? Li Changsheng was also bad as hell, calling the other party miss directly. A man being called miss can be said to be the most serious insult to others, and no man wants to be called miss. How dare you insult my master, you're looking for death. The four strong beauties who carried the sedan chair for Pan Huang heard Li Changsheng call their idol miss, and the four of them burst out with the aura of their Jindan realm and pressed towards Li Changsheng. Slap your face. Li Changsheng said. Pupper, pupper. When Li Changsheng's voice fell, four loud slaps rang out. The one who hit him was Dongxue, who was in the middle stage of Chaoyuan. With this strength, he could massacre Qingyuan city more than a dozen times. You are so brave, you even dare to hit my people. Today, I, Pan Huang, will let you walk out of Qingyuan city alive. I write the name Pan Huang backwards. Pan Huang saw her four maids being beaten, raised her orchid finger and pointed at Li Changsheng with anger on her face. Oh my god! Goosebumps all over the floor. Li Changsheng shuddered and said to Pan Huang. Miss Pan, if your name is written backwards, I'm afraid your father will not agree. Pan Heng will not agree. After all, you are his only daughter. Who is this person? He dares to call Pan Huang Miss Pan. Does he want to die? What a pity. This young man is very handsome. If he dresses up, he can probably become the 5th prince of our Tianyuan realm. Everyone present heard what Li Changsheng said to Pan Huang, and they all discussed it privately. Boy, I want you to die. Pan Huang was furious when he heard Li Changsheng's words. He pinched the sword formula with both hands and said with murderous intent, Xianshan sword formula, 1,000 swords kill. Swish, swish. Countless sword chi emanated from Pan Huang and rushed towards Li Changsheng. This Pan Huang's strength is in the nascent soul realm, but his strength is accumulated by elixirs. To put it bluntly, he is just an empty frame, a useless existence. Par. Li Changsheng slapped Pan Huang's face hard from a distance, and the whole person flew down from the sedan chair. Although Li Changsheng was still in the first stage of chi condensation, he couldn't stand the many treasures on him. You dare to hit my face. Pan Huang covered his face and said to Li Changsheng angrily. After saying that, he quickly took out the mirror he carried with him and checked his face. When he saw a palm print on his face, he couldn't help screaming. My face is disfigured. For Pan Huang, who loves beauty, he will never let his beautiful face be hurt in any way. But now, he saw a palm print on his beautiful face, how could he not be angry? Boy, I'm going to kill you. Pan Huang burst out his nascent soul aura, and said to Li Changsheng with murderous intent, Xianshan sword art, 10,000 swords devouring the heart. Swish, swish. Countless sword chi burst out from Pan Huang and attacked Li Changsheng. Snap. Li Changsheng opened the white jade spirit fan in his hand and gently fanned it towards Pan Huang. The sword chi disappeared instantly without a trace. Bang. The whole person of Pan Huang flew backwards, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Puff. The white jade spirit fan in Li Changsheng's hand was not an ordinary item. This fan was called Qin Xueyan Jade Fan, a real low-grade immortal weapon, and one of the many treasures Qin Xueyan gave to Li Changsheng for self-defense. Although Li Changsheng is no different from an ordinary person, he has this Qin Xueyan Jade Fan in his hand. Not to mention that he can beat those in the nascent soul realm. Even if a strong person in the Tianyuan realm wants to harm Li Changsheng, he can be killed at will. Moreover, this is just one of the many treasures in Li Changsheng's hands. No one knows how many powerful treasures Qin Xueyan has given to Li Changsheng. Too weak, this young master can't even use 1% of his strength. Miss Pan, you vomit blood, you are really delicate. Li Changsheng took the folding fan and fanned it gently a few times, then came to Pan Huang and joked. Who is so bold that he dares to hurt my Pan Heng's precious son in Qinghuang City? Are you tired of living? At this time, a terrifying atmosphere broke out in Qinghuang City, and a voice full of murderous intent sounded. When Pan Huang heard this voice, he seemed to hear a savior, and hurriedly shouted, Dad, kill this man for me. Oh, this is the big one, the old one is here, this kind of plot is my favorite. Li Changsheng couldn't help but tease when he heard Pan Heng's murderous voice and Pan Huang's cry for help. Qinghuang City was originally one of the thousands of cities under the Tianyuan Realm under the control of Tiandao sect, and Tiandao sect was the head of the city lords of these cities. The world where Li Changsheng was located was called Nine Realms Continent, and the location of Tiandao sect was Tianyuan Realm, and its strength ranked first in Nine Realms Continent. In other words, he, Li Changsheng, was the scourge of Tiandao sect, so he was the first scourge of the entire Tianyuan realm. He was the only one in Tiandao sect who bullied others. How could he be bullied by others? Soon, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Li Changsheng. The man saw his son was beaten to the point of vomiting blood and there was a slap mark on his face. He was furious and rushed forward to help his son up and asked with concern, Huang, are you okay? Dad, kill him for me. Look, my face has been disfigured by him. Pan Huang saw his father coming, as if he saw a savior, and pointed at Li Changsheng and asked his father to kill him. Huang, don't worry, Dad will definitely avenge you and will never let him leave Qinghuang City alive. Pan Heng comforted his beloved son. Oh, Pan Heng, I haven't seen you for a few years and your temper has gradually worsened. Li Changsheng saw the scene of fatherly love and filial piety in front of him, and said to Pan Heng. Come on, I will stand here and let you kill me today. See if you dare to do it. Pan Heng felt very familiar with Li Changsheng's voice, as if he had heard it somewhere. When he turned around to see who said it, his eyes widened and he said it without saying a word. With a plop. Chapter 10. Dad, why did you kneel down? Dad, why did you kneel down suddenly? Are you okay? Pan Huang saw his father kneeling down suddenly, and he quickly helped his father up and asked. It's okay, your father is old, and he has osteoporosis, so kneeling down will be fine. Pan Hang explained to his son the reason why he knelt down seriously. I haven't seen Deacon Pan for a few years. His Majesty is getting bigger and bigger. You want to kill people at every turn, come on, I'm in front of you now, kill me. Li Changsheng looked at Pan Hang kneeling in front of him and sneered at him. Pan Hang is the deacon of Qiandao sect. The city lords of all cities in the entire Tianyuan Realm are served by the deacons of Qiandao sect. Their tasks are to recruit disciples in Tianyuan Realm and stabilize the safety of the entire Tianyuan Realm. These deacons will report to Qiandao sect with newly recruited disciples every 5 years. Unfortunately, Pan Hang was not originally the lord of Qin Xueyan city. The previous lord of Qin Xueyan city attacked Li Changsheng in Qiandao sect, and his body was hung on the tree at the gate for display. At that time, Pan Hang was just a small person in charge outside Qiandao sect. After the lord of Qin Xueyan city was hung on the tree for display, he successfully became the lord of Qin Xueyan city. In other words, he was able to become the lord of Qin Xueyan city thanks to Li Changsheng. If the previous lord had not offended Li Changsheng, how could he have the opportunity to become a frontier official? Now, his son has offended Li Changsheng, and he still boasted that he would kill Li Changsheng. Isn't it undoubtedly an old man eating arsenic to seek death? Li Xiao, I didn't know it was you. Please forgive me this time for the sake of ignorance. Pan Hang knelt on the ground and begged Li Changsheng for mercy. Dad, who is he? Why are you kneeling to talk to him? And begging for mercy? Pan Huang looked at his father kneeling on the ground and begging Li Changsheng, and he asked his father with a question mark on his face. Par. Pan Hang slapped his son on the head and shouted at him, rebellious son, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Mr. Li? Dad, you actually hit me and asked me to kneel down in front of this guy to apologize. Who is he? Can I, Pan Huang, kneel down and apologize to him? Pan Huang was slapped by his father, and he was asked to kneel down and apologize to his enemy Li Changsheng. He said to his father with an angry face. Pan Huang has been called a genius since he was a child. He has reached the nascent soul realm before the age of 25, although there is also a reason for the accumulation of elixirs. But not everyone can be accumulated into the nascent soul realm by elixirs. This still requires a certain amount of talent. In the Pan family, he had everything he wanted. His father Pan Hang had never hit him since he was a child. He was the kind of person who held him in his hands for fear of dropping him and held him in his mouth for fear of melting him. Now, his father not only hit him, but also asked him to kneel down in front of everyone to apologize to Li Changsheng. How could he agree? In his heart, the sky was the eldest, the earth was the second, the Qiandao sect was the third, and he, Pan Huang, was the fourth in Qin Xueyan city. How could he kneel down and apologize? Rebellious son, if you don't kneel down and apologize to Master Li today, I will kill you with my own hands. If your big account is destroyed, I will go and give birth to 2 small accounts to practice. Anyway, I am still young. Pan Hang heard his son Pan Huang refute his words and said to him with murderous intent. Dad, you are the mayor of Qin Xueyan city. Even the son of Heavenly Dao sect has no right to ask you to kneel down. Is he the son of Heavenly Dao sect? Pan Huang felt the murderous intent from his father and was still a little scared, but as one of the 4 sons of Tianyuan Realm, he would not kneel down and beg for mercy, let alone in front of countless female fans in Qin Xueyan city. He directly contradicted his father and asked him if Li Changsheng was the son of Heavenly Dao sect. Even if he was the son of Heavenly Dao sect, he had no right to ask him to apologize. Why did Pan Huang dare to say such big words? Because he was too arrogant. He thought he was arrogant and could compare with the son of Heavenly Dao sect just because he got the title of the 4 sons. He even looked down on the other party. Par. Pan Hang slapped his son Pan Huang directly, saying with anger on his face. Rebellious son, the holy son of Qiandao sect is nothing in front of Master Li. If you don't kneel down and apologize to Master Li, I will kill you with 1 palm. Pan Hang was right. The holy sons and holy daughters of Qiandao sect were nothing in front of Li Changsheng. Even the elders were nothing in front of Li Changsheng. Pan Huang was stunned when he heard his father's words. The status of the holy son of Tianyuan sect was needless to say. Even his father treated him politely and respectfully. But the holy sons and holy daughters of Tianyuan sect were nothing in front of Li Changsheng. This really shocked him. Although Pan Huang was arrogant enough to take the holy son of Tianyuan sect seriously, it was just talk. He really didn't dare to take the holy son of Tianyuan sect seriously. Otherwise, he would die without knowing how. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Master Li? Pan Huang saw his son was shocked, and asked him to kneel down and apologize to Li Changsheng. Pan Huang knelt down in front of Li Changsheng. Master Li, please forgive me for my young and ignorant son. Pan Heng is grateful. Seeing his son kneeling down, Pan Heng kowtowed to Li Changsheng and begged him to spare his son's life. Stop acting. Let me spare your daughter. 100 top-grade elixirs. If you give me one less, I will cut off one of your daughter's fingers. Li Changsheng watched Pan Heng act in front of him to teach his son a lesson and asked him to compensate him with 100 top-grade elixirs. 100 top-grade elixirs. Pan Heng was dumbfounded when he heard the number Li Changsheng offered, and he quickly begged. Mr. Li, can you give me less? As a small city lord, I can't afford so many top-grade elixirs. How about 50? Shir He, chop off his daughter's arms for me. Without saying anything, Li Changsheng ordered Shir He to chop off his son Pan Huang's arms. Yes, master. Shir He immediately responded, and a strong aura of the early stage of the spirit refining realm burst out from her body, pressing towards Pan Heng and his son. Mr. Li, I'll give you 100 top-grade elixirs. Pan Heng felt the aura of the spirit refining realm emanating from Shir He, and he was immediately scared. He quickly agreed to compensate with 100 top-grade elixirs. Now I want 200. Li Changsheng suddenly changed his mind and said to Pan Heng. Chapter 11, Getting Beaten and Having to Pay Compensation. 200 top-grade elixirs. When Pan Heng heard that Li Changsheng suddenly doubled the amount of money he had to pay him, he was completely dumbfounded. Although he was the lord of Qingyuan city and controlled the tax revenue of the entire Qingyuan city, it was only worth 10,000 top-grade elixirs a year. But their Tianyuan sect took 90% of the tax revenue, and he only got 1,000. In addition, he had to support countless soldiers and servants, and provide cultivation resources for his son. So, there were not many cultivation resources left. 200 top-grade elixirs were equivalent to his salary for several years. Why, you don't want to? Li Changsheng said coldly. Yes, of course I am willing. Pan Heng didn't dare to question it, and quickly agreed to the compensation. Immediately, Pan Heng took out a space ring and handed it to Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, these are 200 top-grade elixirs. Please accept them. Chun Yu accepts them. Li Changsheng looked at the space ring Pan Heng handed to him. He didn't even look at it and said indifferently. Yes, Mr. Li. Chun Yu waved her hand, and the space ring in Pan Heng's hand appeared in her hand. Take your daughter away. Li Changsheng said to Pan Heng. Yes, Mr. Li, I will take my daughter away now. Pan Heng didn't dare to say that he was his son in front of Li Changsheng, so he could only obey his words. He was afraid that he would say something wrong by accident and be blackmailed by Li Changsheng again. He didn't know how many times he had seen such things in the Tianyuan sect. After that, Pan Heng took his son Pan Huang and left directly. Mister, do we still want to go shopping? At this time, Shir He asked Li Changsheng. Go, why not? Li Changsheng said with a smile. Someone just sent us back 200 top-grade elixirs. It's just right that we can go to the Zhuzhou auction house to see what natural treasures there are. After saying that, Li Changsheng led his four beautiful maids to the commercial center of Qingyuan City, the East District. Qingyuan City covers a large area, covering millions of square kilometers. It would take at least several decades for ordinary people to visit the entire Qingyuan City. Even ordinary low-level cultivators would not be able to visit the entire Qingyuan City without 1 or 2 months. High-level cultivators are not included. Under the guidance of the four beautiful maids Chunyu and Xiahe, Li Changsheng arrived at the Zhuzhou auction house in less than a quarter of an hour. This Zhuzhou auction house is the first auction house in the entire Zhuji continent. It is a superpower that can open auction houses all over the 9 realms. It is said on the Zhuji continent that the Tianyuan sect is the first in the cultivation world and the Zhuzhou auction house is the first in the business world. A chamber of commerce that can rival the Tianyuan sect. There are more than a few strong people in it. Even the opponents of Qiandao sect will have a headache. Because they have too much money, too many treasures, and can invite more independent cultivators and all the top strong people in the Nine Realms continent. Therefore, their Zhuzhou auction house, in the entire Nine Realms continent, is an existence that no one dares to provoke. If you offend the Qiandao sect, at most you will be hunted down in the Tianyuan Realm and have no place to stand. But if you offend the Zhuzhou auction house, you will have nowhere to hide in the entire Nine Realms continent. This Zhuzhou auction house is really arrogant, even more arrogant than our Qiandao sect. No, next time I will ask my wife for advice and ask her to build our sect more magnificent than this. When Li Changsheng saw the magnificent gate of their Zhuzhou auction house, he remembered that the sect gate of their Qiandao sect was compared with this. It was really too unpresentable, and he couldn't help but speak. Sir, our Qiandao sect is made of a top-grade immortal weapon, combining the 9 spiritual veins and 81 dragon veins of Tianyuan Realm. Compared to our Qiandao sect, this Zhuzhou auction house is like garbage. Unless it is the headquarters of their Zhuzhou auction house, it can be comparable to us. Chunyu explained to Li Changsheng after hearing what he said. Chunyu, if you didn't say it, I really didn't know this. Li Changsheng said after hearing what Chunyu said. Sir, it's normal that you don't know. After all, you spend most of your time tossing those elders. He and the others laughed. Nonsense, your son is training those elders to be vigilant. Look at what they are like in the sect. They either drink tea or plant flowers and grass every day. They are not vigilant at all. I am also worried about their Qiandao sect. After saying that, Li Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. After saying that, he walked towards the auction house. After the 5 people entered the auction house, Li Changsheng was still shocked by the luxury inside. The decorations inside were all made of materials for refining top-grade spiritual tools, and there were various formations inside. So damn rich. Li Changsheng cursed with envy. Dear guests, do you want to sell treasures? Or do you need to buy treasures? If you want to sell treasures, you can go to the treasure appraisal room. If you want to shop, you can go to the 2nd floor. A woman wearing a cheongsam with a slit to the thigh, wearing a pair of attractive black stockings on her legs, her proud career line is so impressive that it makes people unable to open their eyes. Fox spirit. Shameless. When Chunyu, Xiaohe, Chuyue, and Dongxue saw the clothes and dress of the maid, they all spat fiercely in their hearts. Especially, when the 4 of them saw that Li Changsheng's eyes kept looking at the maid, and his eyes were comparing them from time to time. It made them even more unhappy. Master, have you seen enough? Chuyue asked Li Changsheng with gritted teeth. Chuyue, don't talk nonsense. How can a serious person like your master look at things randomly? I am reading the face of this little girl. This girl's face is not simple at first glance. She is a girl with an open mind. Master, what are you talking about? Then the 4 of us sisters are petty. When Chunyu heard Li Changsheng's words, she immediately said to Li Changsheng with an unhappy face. I don't know if you are petty or not. I need to measure you to know. Do you want me to measure you for? Li Changsheng stretched out his big white hand and said to the 4 girls. As long as you are not afraid of what we say to the young lady, you can come and measure us. Chuyue straightened her chest and said to Li Changsheng. Chapter 12 Zhuzhou Auction House. Li Changsheng looked at Chuyue's appearance, with a serious face, and snorted coldly. HMPH, this young master only has Xueyan in his heart. Any woman is nothing in my eyes. After saying that, Li Changsheng went directly to the 2nd floor of Zhuzhou Auction House. Chunyu, Chuyue and the other 4 smiled at each other. Then, they followed Li Changsheng to the 2nd floor. After the 5 people came to the 2nd floor, Li Changsheng looked at the things on the 2nd floor. He just took a look and went directly to the 3rd floor. The things sold on the 2nd floor are all low-end things. For others, they may be some good natural treasures. But for Li Changsheng, who has been exposed to the top natural treasures from the beginning, these are all garbage. In this way, Li Changsheng brought Chunyu and the other 4 to the top floor. Please stop, VIP, this is the VIP floor. If you want to enter, you need the VIP card of the auction house. Please show your VIP card. When Li Changsheng and others came to the last floor, 2 guards in the nascent soul realm stopped Li Changsheng and others. Chunyu. Li Changsheng did not answer the guard, but said to Chunyu beside him. Yes, sir. Chunyu responded immediately. Then, he took out a token from his storage ring. Dear guest. The two guards saw the token in Chunyu's hand, and immediately showed a respectful expression on their faces, inviting Li Changsheng and the other four to go in. Entering the last floor, Li Changsheng was attracted by the things for sale. The things sold on the top floor were all top-level treasures. There were rare heaven and earth elixirs, powerful treasures, treasure pills, rare refining materials, etc. How many spirit stones are there for this spiritual jade marrow? Li Changsheng asked when he saw a treasure that could cleanse his tendons and marrow. Although this thing had little effect on him, Li Changsheng would not let it go as long as it was an important treasure for him. Moreover, this spiritual jade marrow was also very difficult to find. The birth of this kind of treasure required opportunity. Sometimes, it is not easy to produce a piece of spiritual jade marrow from 100 spiritual jade veins. This kind of natural treasure is basically used to refine treasures that change the bones. Some direct descendants of some big families have poor natural bones. If you need to change your bones, then this is the best treasure to change your talents. Sir, this spiritual jade marrow requires 1 million top-grade spiritual stones. The staff of Zhuzhou auction house came to Li Changsheng and introduced it. I want it. Li Changsheng said directly. Wait a minute. At this time, a voice sounded. Then, a middle-aged man came to Li Changsheng and others, and he said to Li Changsheng with an arrogant face. Boy, I, Huang Batian, want this thing, you can get out. Hey, where did this dog come from? Li Changsheng looked at the middle-aged man Huang Batian in front of him and said directly. Why don't you tie it up? Boy, you're looking for death. When Huang Batian heard Li Changsheng say he was a dog, he immediately became furious, and a strong breath of a 5 Qi realm strongman burst out from Huang Batian's body. Par. Li Changsheng didn't tolerate him, and slapped Huang Batian in the face. Boy, you're looking for death. Huang Batian was also a hegemon-level existence, how could he have been slapped by anyone? Now, he was slapped by Li Changsheng, a boy who looked like he hadn't even grown all his hair. Instantly made him angry. Without saying anything, he punched Li Changsheng. Batian fist. Looking for death. Chunyu saw Huang Batian attacking Li Changsheng and shouted directly. He flashed in front of Li Changsheng and slapped Huang Batian in anger. Par. Chunyu slapped Huang Batian's fist. Instantly, she smashed Huang Batian's fist formed by his spiritual energy. A terrifying force slapped Huang Batian away. Boom. Huang Batian crashed into the auction house's formation. Puff. A mouthful of blood spit out directly from Huang Batian's mouth. Chunyu didn't want to hold back. Those who dared to attack Li Changsheng had only one duty, and that was to kill without mercy. Stop. Just when Chunyu wanted to kill Huang Batian, a voice of dissuasion sounded. Then, a woman who looked only in her 30s and had a charming figure appeared in front of everyone. Meetings, President. When the auction house staff saw this charming woman, they hurriedly saluted respectfully. You too, this auction house prohibits the use of force. The charming woman came between Li Changsheng and Huang Batian. She looked at Li Changsheng and said, I guess you are Li Changsheng, the husband of Qin Xueyan, the leader of the Qian Dao sect, right? Young Master Li. Oh, I didn't expect that someone would know my name. It seems that I, Li Changsheng, am also a very famous person in the Tianyuan Realm. When Li Changsheng heard the president of the Zhuzhou auction house in front of him say his name, he showed a smug expression. Then, he asked the president of the Zhuzhou auction house in front of him. Beauty, you know my name, but I don't know yours. Isn't this very unfair? When Chunyu and the other foresaw Li Changsheng, who was talking nonsense again, the four of them instantly chose to stay away from him. For fear that others would misunderstand that they knew him. My surname is Xiao, and my given name is Mai. What a good name. Li Changsheng said teasingly. As expected, the name is as good as the person, with a delicate figure and charming smiles. After saying that, Li Changsheng saw a beauty mole on Xiao Mai's chest, and continued to speak to Xiao Mai. I see from President Xiao's face that you are a man with great ambitions. When Chunyu, Xiaohe, Chu Yue, and Dong Shue heard what Li Changsheng said, they immediately stood far away from him, fearing that others would associate him with themselves. Chuck, Chuck. Xiao Mai laughed like an old hen when she heard Li Changsheng's words. Mr. Li, you are so funny and humorous, no wonder you are liked by the Holy Lord Qin. Har har, my Xueyan likes me not because I am funny and humorous, but because she likes my handsomeness. Li Changsheng opened a folding fan in his hand with a snap, and on it was a portrait of Qin Xueyan and him together. Huang Batian, who was injured by Chunyu, turned pale with fear when he heard the conversation between Li Changsheng and Xiaomai. He quickly spoke to Li Changsheng. Mr. Li. Mr. Li, I was wronged just now. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I'm sorry. I'm very petty. Chapter 13 Beating someone and asking for compensation. Huang Batian is a local family force in Qingyuan City, and his family can be ranked in the top 3 in Qingyuan City. He is a person that no one dares to offend in Qingyuan City. It is precisely because of this that he is so arrogant. However, what he did not expect was that he kicked a piece of iron plate today. Li Changsheng, who was chatting with Xiaomai, heard Huang Batian begging for mercy, and he said to Huang Batian, I'm sorry, I am a famous petty person. I like to destroy the family of those who offend me. President Xiao, please plead for me. Huang is very grateful. When Huang Batian heard what Li Changsheng said, he immediately set his sights on Xiaomai and begged Xiaomai to plead for him. Xiaomai also knew Huang Batian, the head of the Huang family. He was very domineering in Qingyuan City. Those who offended his Huang family would either die or be abolished. But this is normal in the world of cultivation, killing an asin for a gold belt. Not to mention that it is for cultivation resources. However, the Huang family is also a big customer of their Zhuzhou auction house, and they spend a lot of money in their own auction house every year. Immediately, Xiaomai said to Li Changsheng, Mr. Li, I wonder if you can give me a little face and let the head of the Huang family go this time. Since President Xiao has pleaded for him, the death penalty can be spared, but it is difficult to escape alive. Just compensate 500 top-grade elixirs. Li Changsheng still chose to give Xiaomai a face and spoke out his punishment for Huang Batian. 500 top-grade elixirs. Huang Batian was stunned when he heard the compensation conditions mentioned by Li Changsheng. He couldn't take out so many top-grade elixirs even if he was beaten to death. The price of a top-grade elixir is at least 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and 500 top-grade elixirs are 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Even though his Huang family is one of the top 3 families in Qingyuan City, it can't afford so many top-grade spiritual stones. Mr. Li. Mr. Li, I don't have so many top-grade spiritual pills. At most, I can only take out treasures worth 100 top-grade spiritual pills. Huang Batian stuttered to Li Changsheng. Do you think I'm a beggar? When Li Changsheng heard Huang Batian say that he could only compensate him with 100, he immediately said arrogantly, The daughter of that guy Pan Heng offended me, and he took out 200 top-grade spiritual pills as compensation. You attacked me, is 500 top-grade spiritual pills too much for me? Mr. Li, the head of the Huang family really can't take so many top-grade spiritual pills. All the industries of the entire Huang family are added together, and at most they are only worth 300 top-grade spiritual pills. He can only take out 100 top-grade spiritual pills, which is his limit. At this time, Xiaomai spoke for Huang Batian. Xiaomai knew all about the family forces in Qingyuan City. Since President Xiao said so, I will give President Xiao a favor. Li Changsheng said to Huang Batian. 100 top-grade elixirs are 100, bring them here. Mr. Li. Mr. Li, I don't have so many spiritual stones now. Can I bring them to you as compensation after I go home? Huang Batian looked at Li Changsheng, who asked him to pay compensation directly, and he answered with a bitter face. After all, who would carry so many spiritual stones on their body for no reason? If they were destroyed by someone, these things would belong to others. I'll give you half an hour to send the things here, otherwise, there is no need for your Huang family to exist in Qingyuan City. Li Changsheng said to Huang Batian in a cold tone. President Xiao, can I ask your auction house to pay for me first? Huang will return it to your auction house later, is that okay with you? He really didn't have the time to bring his family's property to compensate Li Changsheng in half an hour. He had no choice but to focus on Xiaomai beside him. Okay. When Xiaomai heard that Huang Batian asked her to borrow spirit stones to compensate Li Changsheng, she agreed without thinking. So, Xiaomai said to Li Changsheng, Mr. Li, I will pay for the compensation of the Huang family master first. After that, Xiaomai said to the servant beside her, Go, bring 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Yes, Mr. President. The servant immediately responded and turned to get the spirit stones. Get lost. Li Changsheng saw this scene and didn't say anything, and asked Wang Batian to get lost. Yes, Mr. Li, I'll get out now, I'll get out now. Wang Batian quickly responded to Li Changsheng, and then turned around and left this floor. President Xiao, don't give me the spirit stones yet. I want to purchase some natural treasures. We can settle the bill later. Li Changsheng said to Xiao Mai. Okay. Xiao Mai agreed to Li Changsheng's request. Then, Xiao Mai said to Li Changsheng, Mr. Li, my auction house will hold a large auction in a month. There will be many natural treasures and even fairy-level spiritual medicines. When the time comes, please come. Okay, when the time comes, I will definitely come. Li Changsheng replied to Xiao Mai with a smile. Mr. Li, then I won't bother you to buy things. Xiao Mai was very discerning and said to Li Changsheng, please go ahead. After Li Changsheng responded, he continued to buy what he wanted. 2 hours later, Li Changsheng returned to their Qian Dao sect with satisfaction. He spent all their 100 million top-grade spirit stones to buy the natural treasures he needed most. After returning to the Qian Dao sect, Li Changsheng swallowed the natural treasures he bought directly. For him, these natural treasures are the energy for his cultivation, which is more suitable for his cultivation than spiritual energy. After swallowing these natural treasures, all the energy gathered in his dantian. Originally, only Li Changsheng, who had just entered the qi refining stage, exuded an aura that directly broke through from the first level of qi refining to the foundation establishment stage. Even his dantian was enlarged 10 times at this moment. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, Li Changsheng's eyes suddenly showed a gleam of light. Then, he shouted excitedly. I finally broke through to the foundation establishment stage. After being happy, Li Changsheng's face once again showed a painful expression, and he couldn't help but speak. Only the natural treasures purchased with 500 million top-grade spirit stones can allow me to break through from the qi refining realm to the foundation establishment realm. Let's not count how many natural treasures I swallowed before. Just to break through from the foundation establishment realm to the golden core realm in the future, the number of natural treasures needed will increase tenfold. I'm afraid that even the cultivation resources of the entire Qian Dao sect can't withstand me alone, right? Chapter 14 7 Days Foundation Establishment. No one in the entire Qian Dao sect knew that Li Changsheng's cultivation had broken through to the foundation establishment realm. Even the 4 maids left by Qin Xueyan didn't know that Li Changsheng's current strength had reached the foundation establishment realm. In the world of cultivation, reaching the foundation establishment realm is considered the entry point into the world of cultivation. But if you want to go far, you need to break through to the golden core realm. Foundation building is like the foundation of a building. The deeper and stronger the foundation, the more stable the building can be. After sighing, Li Changsheng left the hall where he was directly. Chunyu, how long have I been in seclusion? Li Changsheng asked Chunyu. Sir, you have been in seclusion for 7 days. Chunyu answered Li Changsheng. 7 days. Li Changsheng couldn't help but sighed when he heard Chunyu say that he had been in seclusion for 7 days. Really, there is no time for cultivation in the mountains, and it has been 1,000 years in seclusion. Sir, what you said is right, but it's not quite right for you. After all, you only stayed in the hole for 7 days, and no cultivator would count the days in seclusion. Chunyu couldn't help but say when she heard Li Changsheng sigh. These words are very hurtful. However, Li Changsheng is the kind of person who doesn't care at all. He never minds others saying that he is a waste who can't practice. Of course, he knows that he is not a waste. What do you know? Li Changsheng said to Chunyu. To put it bluntly, those who often retreat for hundreds or thousands of years are all people with rubbish talents. Only true geniuses can be calculated by the day, just like me, your son, who can break through a major realm in 7 days of retreat. Look at those who retreat for hundreds or thousands of years, can they break through a major realm? I'm afraid it's difficult to break through a small realm. Sir, what about the master? Chunyu asked directly to set a trap for Li Changsheng. Of course my wife is a peerless genius. Have you ever seen anyone who has cultivated for 3,000 years and become the strongest person in the 9 realms continent? When Li Changsheng heard Chunyu's question, he couldn't help but think of the beautiful figure who brought him to their Qian Dao sect. He answered Chun Yu without thinking. He met Qin Xueyan when he was 7 years old. That year, Qin Xueyan went to an extremely dangerous secret realm to look for treasures, and was finally injured by the formation left by the immortal in the secret realm. The seriously injured Qin Xueyan fainted in front of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was not originally from this world. He was a time traveler who traveled through time and space to this world. He was an orphan in Lijier village when he was born and grew up eating food from hundreds of families. Later, a plague directly took the lives of all the villagers in Lijier village. Li Changsheng was the only one left alive in the whole village. A 7-year-old child, the soul of a young man in his 20s or 30s. He knew that Qin Xueyan was a cultivator in this world. When Qin Xueyan woke up, she asked him how she would repay him for saving her life. Li Changsheng answered directly. I can't repay you for saving my life, I can only repay you with my body. Originally, he was just talking. But what he didn't expect was that Qin Xueyan really agreed. In this way, Li Changsheng was taken back to Tiandao sect by Qin Xueyan. When he came to Tiandao sect, his body was also tested and it was found that he did not have the spiritual roots for cultivation. He could not become a disciple of Tiandao sect. So, he was raised by Qin Xueyan and given the best resources, elixirs, protective magic weapons, immortal tools, etc. Because, in Qin Xueyan's opinion, Li Changsheng could only live for a few hundred years at most. Even if a mortal takes more elixirs to extend his life, it will not exceed 500 years. For Qin Xueyan, who has a lifespan of more than 100,000 years, 500 years is just a period of time for her to retreat. And the time Li Changsheng and Qin Xueyan spent together was less than a month. But this 1 month was the beginning of Li Changsheng becoming the little devil of Tiandao sect. He let everyone in the Tiandao sect know that he was Qin Xueyan's child husband. This was also personally admitted by Qin Xueyan in front of the elders and disciples of the entire Tiandao sect. If it were not for Qin Xueyan's personal admission, Li Changsheng would have been expelled from their Tiandao sect long ago. A person who cannot practice cultivation has a status in the Tiandao sect that is not even as good as an ant. How could Li Changsheng become the scourge of their Tiandao sect? It was because Qin Xueyan, the first saint of the 9 realms continent, personally admitted that she was his wife. All the elders and disciples of their Tiandao sect had to be respectful to him. Of course, the things Li Changsheng did in the Tiandao sect were not excessive, and he did not hurt the disciples of their Tiandao sect. This was also the key reason why the elders were willing to tolerate him. Sir, today is the day of their Tiandao sect 5-year outer disciple assessment. Should we go and see it? Chun Yu asked Li Changsheng at this time. Is it the day of the 5-year outer disciple assessment again? When he heard Chun Yu asking him whether he should go and see the outer disciple assessment, Li Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. He said to Chun Yu, let's go and see what geniuses will appear in this outer disciple assessment. I remember that when I watched the outer disciple assessment for the first time, 2 geniuses appeared, one with a gold grade spiritual root and the other with a soil grade spiritual root. These 2 guys are now the saints of their Tiandao sect, right? Li Changsheng couldn't help but recall the scene when he first watched the inner disciple assessment, and couldn't help but remind him of the scene he first saw, and he spoke to Chun Yu. Yes, sir, one became the direct disciple of the great elder, and the other became the direct disciple of the 3rd elder. They have now broken through to the late stage of foundation building, and I heard that they will soon break through to the golden elixir stage. Chun Yu heard what Li Changsheng said and answered. It took 11 years to break through to the late stage of foundation building. Li Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard Chun Yu's words. Are they sure they are top-grade spiritual roots? It took them 11 years to reach the foundation building stage. Are they so useless? Sir, the sect will not allow geniuses of this level to practice too fast. It is normal to advance 1 small realm a year. They are different from other disciples in the sect. Other disciples in the sect advance 1 big realm a year, and the elders of the sect will not say much. But there are strict regulations for the sect saints to practice and advance their realms. Therefore, the realms of the core disciples of the sect are 1 or 2 realms lower than the strength realms of other disciples in the sect. However, these saints can challenge across realms, even if their strength realms are 1 or 2 realms higher than theirs. Those ordinary disciples are not opponents of these saints. After hearing what Li Changsheng said, Chun Yu explained the reason to him. Chapter 15, Tiandao Sect Outer Sect Competition. After hearing Chun Yu's explanation, Li Changsheng understood why the two saints were only at the foundation building stage. He has reached the foundation building stage in his 20s. How can he be called a waste? To the outside world, he is definitely an unparalleled genius. Of course, those with top-grade spiritual roots really need to practice hard to break through. Even if they break through to the golden core or even nascent soul stage with their current strength level, it is nothing. Qian Dao sect has the strength to help disciples with top-grade spiritual roots to break through to a higher level in a very short period of time. After understanding it, Li Changsheng spoke. Let's go. Look at this time's outer disciples. It is very likely that one or two disciples with top-grade spiritual roots will appear. After Li Changsheng used his flying magic weapon, he flew directly towards the arena where the assessment was held. Qian Dao sect is the #1 righteous sect in the Nine Realms continent, and the area occupied by the entire sect is larger than the size of Blue Planet. This does not include the secret realms where the various disciples of their Qian Dao sect train, and the blessed land of the Void Cave where they practice. If everything is added together, the entire Qian Dao sect covers an area that is more than 10 times the size of Blue Stars. Don't think that just because the Qian Dao sect has such a large population and covers such a large area, it occupies a large area of the Tianyuan Realm. In fact, their Qian Dao sect occupies less than 1/10,000th of their Tianyuan Realm. The entire Nine Realms continent itself is 9 super cultivation realms planets. Together they are called their Nine Realms continent. As for how their Nine Realms continent was formed, no one knows. There is a legend that in ancient times, their Nine Realms continent was used by the immortal world to use supreme power and formations to bring the 9 planes together. As for whether it is true or not, no one knows. Li Changsheng arrived at their Qian Dao sect martial arts field on a flying magic weapon. When the elders saw Li Changsheng coming, they all looked down on him. But on the surface, everyone still had a very kind smile. Master, why are you interested in coming to the martial arts arena? When the great elder saw Li Changsheng coming over on a flying magic weapon, he immediately came up to him and asked. Of course I came to see that this year our Qian Dao sect has produced several talented disciples. Li Changsheng acted like an elder and answered the great elder. When he saw the hundreds of thousands of outer disciples of their Qian Dao sect taking the test in the square, he spoke to the great elder. When we select disciples, we should not only look at their talents, but also their character and mentality. If some outer disciples who are despicable but talented and have good spiritual roots become the holy sons or core disciples of our sect, that is the disaster for our Qian Dao sect. I think for this test, we should set up an illusion to test these disciples. It's hard to say, and it's also hard to say what other gains there might be. When the great elder and other elders of their Qian Dao sect heard what Li Changsheng said, they looked at each other. They all nodded to each other. Obviously, they all thought Li Changsheng's suggestion was very good. In the past, every time the Qian Dao sect selected disciples, they would not test the disciples' character. They only looked at the disciples' talents. As for things like character, they all felt that as their cultivation level improved, character became a trivial matter. Then, the great elder spoke to the elders of other sects. Everyone, what do you think of Master Uncle's suggestion? Brother, I think the suggestion from Uncle Master is very good. I support it. Me too. For a moment, all the elders of their Qian Dao sect agreed with Li Changsheng's words. Therefore, a dozen elders of their Qian Dao sect immediately asked Zhuangjizi, the head elder of the Qinjin Peak in the sect, to set up an illusion to test these outer disciples. In less than an hour, Elder Zhuangjizi set up an illusion array. Even if a Yuanian realm expert enters this illusion array, he will still be affected by the array and enter the illusion. The great elder spoke to the hundreds of thousands of outer disciples who were attending. This year's inner gate test is different from the usual ones. This year's inner gate test has added a new test. The winner of the competition needs to pass a level, the illusion. Only those who have passed through the illusion can become inner disciples, core disciples, elite disciples, and holy sons. In other words, if any of you cannot pass through the second level of illusion, you cannot become an inner disciple even if you pass the first level. The hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples who had participated in the inner sect meeting heard the new rules announced by the great elder. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the past, as long as one participated in a competition and defeated his opponent, after several competitions, those who won consecutively could enter the inner gate. Those with excellent spiritual roots can be directly appointed as core disciples or even holy sons. But now, the great elder suddenly announced that he would add one more step. How could he convince this session's outer disciples? It's like the teacher says there will be a math test today, but ends up sending out a pair of Olympiad math questions. How can you expect students not to complain about their teachers? Shut up, everyone. When the great elder saw these outer disciples making a lot of noise, he shouted at them to shut up. The crowd, who were originally very noisy, immediately shut their mouths after hearing the great elder's voice. If you are dissatisfied with the sect adding an extra assessment, you can choose to withdraw from this assessment. When everyone heard what the great elder said, no one dared to complain at all. Because all matters big and small in the entire Qian Dao sect are under the control of the great elder Qian Daozhenren. Although Qin Xueyan is the leader of the Qian Dao sect, she will not take action unless something major happens in the Qian Dao sect. Otherwise, what are the sects doing with so many elders? Are they all raised to eat free meals? The test for inner disciples begins now. Disciples who have drawn numbers can go to the corresponding arena and wait. At this time, the sect deacons who were responsible for maintaining order at the scene spoke to the hundreds of thousands of outer disciples. Soon, on the thousands of arenas in the martial arts arena, the spiritual energy was raging, and the colorful spiritual energy bloomed on the arenas like fireworks. Changsheng looked at the spiritual energy blooming above the thousands of arenas and became very interested. The outer disciples of the sects on the arena are preparing for the assessment for inner disciples, which takes place every 5 years. Some of them have worked hard for more than 10 years for this test. Some people even worked hard for 20 or 30 years just to prepare to take part in this inner sect disciple assessment. Among these outer disciples, many are at the foundation establishment stage. As long as they enter the inner gate, they can become elite disciples or core disciples in the shortest time. Chapter 16, Undercover, Discovering the Protagonist. An hour later, hundreds of thousands of outer disciples of their Qian Dao sect have also been selected to enter the inner sect. Of course, this is after the previous batch of inner disciples have passed the exam, and they can all become inner disciples of their Qian Dao sect. But now, they still need to go through another round of testing. That is the illusion test. Everyone, the disciples who have participated in the first round of tests, can now enter the illusion corridor. Anyone who can pass the illusion corridor can become an inner disciple of the sect. The steward in charge spoke to the outer disciples who were less than 3,000 left. The 3,000 disciples did not dare to say anything and walked directly into the illusion corridor. When they entered the illusion corridor, everyone entered the illusion. The elders of the sect were outside the formation, looking at the disciples who were trapped in the illusion. The illusions that appear in the minds of the disciples of these sects in the illusion will be projected in front of these elders by the formation. This will make it easier for the sect elders to check what these disciples have experienced in the illusion. Soon, the faces of the elders of Qian Dao sect became somewhat ugly. After these less than 3,000 disciples entered the illusion, each one was worse than the other. They even found many undercover agents sent by their enemies among these people. Moreover, his talent is very good, with a top-grade thunder spiritual root, and his strength is at the foundation building stage. If this kind of talent had existed in the past, he would have definitely been an elite inner sect disciple. It is even possible to become a direct disciple of each peak. Qian Dao sect has a total of 108 peaks, 36 peaks in the upper part and 72 peaks in the lower part. Each mountain represents a heritage. The strongest are the upper 36 peaks, and the strength of the 36 peak masters are all at the human immortal realm. Even the top 10 masters of the 72 peaks are all powerful human immortals, and the weakest ones are all at the peak of the Yuanshan realm. It is only one step away from breaking through to the human immortal realm. This is also the reason why their Qian Dao sect can become the number one sect in their 9 realms continent. Because, among all the sects, the sect has the most strong people in the human immortal realm, except for the strong people in the human immortal realm. No one knows how many powerful people there are in the earthly immortal realm. The strong ones in the human immortal realm cannot ascend to the fairyland, even the earthly immortals are the same. Only the strong ones who have reached the celestial immortal realm can ascend to the fairyland. However, there is a calamity in the ascension from earthly immortal to celestial immortal realm. The immortals need to go through the baptism of thunder and lightning, which is called the thunder and lightning baptism of immortality, also known as the baptism of fading from the mortal world. To endure the thunder tribulation of immortality is to cleanse the spiritual body and become an immortal body, so it is also called the tribulation of fading from the mortal world. This calamity requires one to endure 9981 thunder tribulations. Those who can survive it will ascend to the immortal world, while those who cannot will be reduced to ashes. This also leads to many powerful celestial beings not daring to choose to overcome tribulations and become immortals. Even when it comes to breaking through to the celestial immortal realm, they will choose to delay the breakthrough, and will not break through to the celestial immortal realm until the end of their lifespan. This is because, if a strong person in the celestial realm does not suffer from heavenly tribulation, he will suffer from 3 disasters and 6 calamities. Even if you survive the 3 disasters and 6 calamities, there are still the 5 calamities of decline for the gods and humans. If you want to avoid the 5 calamities of heaven and man, there is only one way, and that is to ascend to the immortal world. Therefore, there are at least as many powerful earthly immortals in the Qian Dao sect as there are on one hand. Li Changsheng alone knows at least 3 old monsters in the earthly immortal realm. They are all old monsters that have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Har, I didn't expect that these people's minds and hearts are so terrible. If such people become Qian Dao sect's inner disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, or disciples taught directly by the peak masters, they will be in trouble. I'm afraid that people from other sects in the 9 realms continent will laugh at me. Moreover, there are too many people who have infiltrated our Qian Dao sect, right? Among these outer disciples who passed, more than 30 of them were sent from other sects as spies to infiltrate our Qian Dao sect. If we calculate based on this number, the number of spies from other sects who came to our Qian Dao sect in previous years must be at least 8,000, right? Li Changsheng looked at the formation showing that among the disciples outside who entered the illusion corridor, there were more than 30 who were spies sent by other forces to infiltrate their Qian Dao sect. He couldn't help but laugh. When the great elder Shen Daozhenren and the other elders from various peaks heard what Li Changsheng said, their faces turned very ugly. Just as Li Changsheng said, if we can't based on this illusion test, the number of people from their Qian Dao sect who have sneaked in must be at least 8,000. The key point is that these people include not only elite disciples and core disciples, but also their direct disciples. Even some of the saints of their Qian Dao sect may be hidden players sent by other sects. Think of this. The great elder and other elders communicated secretly. My fellow junior brothers, it looks like we are going to have a big cleanup. When the time comes, no matter who we find out is the undercover agent, I hope you will show no mercy. Brother, don't worry. We all know this. No matter who we find out, as long as we find out that they are undercover agents, we will not show mercy even if they are the saints of each peak or our direct disciples. After hearing what the great elder said, the other elders responded one after another. Li Changsheng standing by had no idea that his actions had led to a major purge of the entire Qian Dao sect. At this time, Li Changsheng uttered a surprised voice. Interesting. I didn't expect to find such an interesting person here. Originally, the great elder and others who were transmitting messages, when they heard Li Changsheng's exclamation, all looked in the direction he was looking. They saw what a young boy experienced in a fantasy world. The young man was in a fantasy world, and his spiritual roots were dug out by his fiancée and transplanted into her body. After the boy's spiritual roots were dug out, he was abandoned by his own family. In order to let him survive, his father sent him directly to the outer gate of Qian Dao sect. Having your spiritual roots dug out doesn't mean you can't practice. You can practice body training without spiritual roots. However, body refinement consumes a lot of spiritual treasures from heaven and earth, and an ordinary family definitely cannot support a body refiner. The young man's family is a family in a small city. The boy's father is the patriarch of the family, but power in their family is dispersed. Even if the boy's father is the patriarch, he cannot mobilize the family's cultivation resources to equip the boy with a cultivation body. There was no other choice but to send the boy to their Qian Dao sect to practice. This is because the Qian Dao sect has top-notch bodybuilding techniques and elixirs that can allow young people to practice. The reason why this young man attracted the attention of Li Changsheng. Because what happened to this young man was exactly the same as the story of the male protagonist in the novel, whose spiritual roots were dug out by his fiancée, and he was abandoned and the engagement was broken off. Chapter 17 I Want This Boy. Under Li Changsheng's attention, all the elders of Qian Dao sect turned their eyes to this young man. This boy is really miserable. The great elder Shen Daozhenren spoke. His top-grade fire spirit root was dug out by his fiancée, and due to family discord, he was sent to our Qian Dao sect by his father. If an ordinary person had suffered such pain at such a young age, he would have been crushed and depressed long ago. But he was not hit. Moreover, he also practiced the most difficult bodybuilding exercises and even reached the bone-strengthening stage. He has a very good character. It's just a pity that his spiritual roots are wasted. If he doesn't have a great opportunity in body refining, he will never be able to step out of the blood-moving realm in this lifetime. The great elder looked at the young man in the illusion and asked a thin middle-aged man not far away. Junior brother Liuli, how about this young man going to Nyo Lianti Peak to practice? This boy has lost too much of his innate essence and blood, and his spiritual roots have been dug out. Even if he practices body refining techniques, he cannot enter the blood-moving realm. Going to my body refining peak, he would be nothing more than an ordinary inner sect disciple. The middle-aged man who was called Junior Brother Liuli by the great elder Xian Daozhenren glanced at the young man in the illusion and said, "This elder Liuli is the master of the Varger peak among the 72 peaks of the Earth peak, and his strength is at the early stage of the human immortal realm. The defensive power of the body is comparable to that of an immortal weapon. He is also called a human-shaped immortal weapon. Its combat power is also ranked among the top 10 in the Qian Dao sect. His strength is stronger than the masters of the 36 peaks of Qiangang." When Li Changsheng heard that everyone was disdaining this young man, he spoke to the elders. "I, Li Changsheng, want this young man." "You want it? Master uncle, what do you want him to do?" When everyone heard Li Changsheng say that he wanted this young man, they couldn't help but ask him curiously. "Because I see myself in him." Li Changsheng spoke and answered everyone. "Since you have spoken, Master Uncle, this young man is yours." After hearing what Li Changsheng said, everyone stopped talking. What he said was indeed correct. This young man did have the shadow of Li Changsheng. However, the difference between this young man and Li Changsheng is that he can practice bodybuilding exercises. But Li Changsheng could not practice any martial arts, not even physical training techniques. "Junior brother Liuli, could you give me a copy of your body refining peak's most important body refining technique, the 9-turn dragon elephant Liuli Ju?" At this time, Li Changsheng spoke to the middle-aged man Liuli. "For a precious pill, I can make a copy for you, and also give you a copy of my cultivation experience and prescription." True man Liuli spoke directly to Li Changsheng. "Are you going to rob it?" Li Changsheng immediately quit and jumped up to curse at Liuli. "Believe it or not, I will tear down your body refining peak right now." "Tear it down. Anyway, I don't have anything in the body refining peak, just a few shabby houses. If you tear it down, I can let my disciples live in the caves." Master Liuli said to Li Changsheng with an indifferent expression. "You're so cruel." When Li Changsheng heard what Master Liuli said, he suddenly remembered that in the entire Qian Dao sect, the place he was most reluctant to go to was the body refining peak. Because there really is no place for him to make a fuss. "I don't have the precious pill, but I have 10 of the best blood spirit pills. If you're willing, I can exchange them with you." Li Changsheng replied. Blood spirit pill is the most necessary pill for body cultivators to maintain their blood and energy. The value of a top-grade blood spirit pill is no less than the temptation of an ordinary elixir to a body cultivator. 100 top-grade blood spirit pills, and I'll give you the stuff. When Master Liuli heard what Li Changsheng said, he asked for it. 20, I don't have any more. Old Dan doesn't like to refine this kind of bloody elixir, and he doesn't have much in stock. Li Changsheng bargained. The last price is 50 top-grade blood spirit pills. If you agree, then we can make the deal. If you don't agree, then forget it. After hearing Li Changsheng's explanation, Master Liuli spoke to him. Make a deal. Seeing that Master Liuli was so straightforward, Li Changsheng didn't say anything more. He doesn't like to eat blood spirit pills because eating too much of it will cause serious reactions. After all, how painful is it for a virgin to have an erection that cannot be released? Even so, using ancestral skills cannot eliminate the after effects. After saying that, Li Changsheng took out a jade bottle from his space ring and threw it directly to Master Liuli. Taking the jade bottle that Li Changsheng threw to him, Master Liuli didn't even look at it. He took out a jade slip and threw it to Li Changsheng. You want something? Har har, I made money. Li Changsheng said with a smile. Master, do you really want to train that boy? Chunyu saw that Li Changsheng was serious, and she couldn't help but ask. I'm bored and have nothing to do, so training a disciple is a very good choice. If the other person is talented and can become a talent, I will make a lot of money. Li Changsheng answered Chunyu with a smile. While everyone was chatting, many determined young men had already walked out of the illusion corridor. The same goes for the young man who was favored by Li Changsheng. He also passed the illusion test. It's out. I finally passed the test and became an inner disciple of the Qian Dao sect. Liu Ruyan, just wait for me. If I, Chen Pingan, don't avenge the deprivation of my spiritual roots, I will not be a human being. The young man Chen Pingan shouted in his heart. Congratulations on becoming the inner disciples of the Qian Dao sect. From now on, you must study hard and not damage the reputation of our sect. The great elder Xian Daozhenren said to the disciples who passed the illusion test. You can now choose the mountain you want to major in to enter the assessment, or you can continue to practice in the inner sect. The inner sect is the inner sect of the sect, and the peak disciples are the peak disciples. In other words, the inner gate is like a company. After 3 months of training as a recruit, they become a soldier. The mountain disciples are similar to special forces. Elite disciples and core disciples are only found in the inner sect. As for, what is the difference between them and ordinary disciples? As long as the strength of an elite disciple can reach the nascent soul stage, he or she can become an elite disciple and will receive more resources for cultivation. But they will also shoulder the sect's tasks, such as guarding the city, or hunting monsters and demons. The same goes for core disciples, but core disciples are the elite of their Qian Dao sect, and many of them will be sent to garrison in some dangerous place. Or become the lord of a city under the jurisdiction of their Qian Dao sect. The core disciples are at least strong people at the Tianyuan Realm. Chapter 18, Be my little brother and I will let you take revenge. Great Elder, I want to enter the body refining peak to practice. At this time, Chen Pingan stood up and said to the great Elder Xian Daozhenren. Taoist Xian Dao did not say anything, but looked at Taoist Liuli beside him and asked him. Junior brother, what do you think? If your spiritual roots are dug out and you lose your innate essence and blood, even if you take the path of body refining, you can only reach the blood-moving stage at best. Even the disciples sweeping the floor in my body refining peak are at this level. Do you think you are qualified to enter the body refining peak? When Chen Pingan heard this, his face turned pale instantly. Originally, he thought that he could take revenge by practicing physical cultivation. But what Master Liuli said just now directly shattered his hopes. Does it mean that I really have no hope of revenge? Chen Pingan said furiously in his heart. At this time, some disciples who passed the assessment also chose to join the mountain of their dreams. Some disciples also choose to enter the inner sect to practice. Because, entering the inner sect to practice can bring blessings to their family. Soon, the 3,000 outer disciples who passed the test made their choices one by one. Only Chen Pingan remained standing there, motionless like a piece of wood. No one knows what he is thinking. Boy, be my little brother, and I'll give you a chance for revenge. At this time, Li Changsheng came to Chen Pingan and spoke to him. Who are you? Chen Pingan suddenly heard a voice. He looked at the boy standing in front of him, who was about his age, and said that he could help him get revenge. He looked at Li Changsheng with vigilance in his heart and asked. My name is Li Changsheng. I'm sure you've heard of my reputation in the Qian Dao sect, right? Li Changsheng introduced himself to Chen Pingan. You are Li Huahai. When Chen Pingan heard Li Changsheng introduce himself, he looked at Li Changsheng with surprise. Presumptuous. Chunyu, who was standing by, heard Chen Pingan calling Li Changsheng by his nickname within the sect, and angrily yelled at Chen Pingan. Fine. Li Changsheng said to Chunyu. The entire sect knows that I, Li Changsheng, am a nuisance within the sect. It's okay to call me Li the nuisance. When Chunyu heard what Li Changsheng said, he looked at Chen Pingan fiercely, but didn't say anything else. When Chen Pingan saw the warning in Chunyu's eyes, he also felt that he had been a little rash just now. He immediately apologized to Li Changsheng. I'm sorry, I just offended you. If you really want to apologize, then be my little brother. Li Changsheng said to Chen Pingan, who was about to apologize. I am just a piece of trash, and you asked me to be your little brother. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? When Chen Pingan heard that Li Changsheng wanted him to be his younger brother, he asked Li Changsheng with a puzzled look on his face. Har 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 har. Li Changsheng laughed and spoke to Chen Pingan. Does anyone in the entire Tiandao sect dare to laugh at me, Li Changsheng? What Li Changsheng said was correct. No one in the entire Tiandao sect dared to laugh at him. Because he has a high seniority in the Tiandao sect, and is the husband of the sect leader. Who dares to laugh at him? Even though Li Changsheng was considered a mortal who was incapable of cultivation in the eyes of countless people, no one in the entire sect dared to laugh at Li Changsheng in the slightest. When Chen Pingan saw Li Changsheng's arrogant face, he was very envious. He asked about Li Changsheng's invitation in confusion. Why do you want me to be your little brother? Am I a useless person, or do you want to humiliate me? Because I see myself in you. As for humiliating you? Do you think that your status and position in the Tiandao sect is enough to humiliate a disciple like you who has just entered the outer sect? Li Changsheng replied to Chen Pingan. But, my spiritual roots have been dug out, and I have lost my innate essence and blood. I cannot practice cultivation or train my body. Even if I become your little brother, I am still a waste and cannot do anything for you. Even if I were to run errands for you, I wouldn't be qualified to do so. Chen Pingan heard Li Changsheng say that he saw his shadow in himself, so he wanted to recruit him as his younger brother. He couldn't help but tell Li Changsheng about his current situation. Do you think it's difficult for me to help you recover your spiritual roots? As long as you agree to be my little brother, I will get you all the top-grade spiritual fruits, and even let you possess the top-grade spiritual roots of the 5 elements. Don't you want to enter the body refining peak? I can teach you the most important cultivation method of the body refining peak. Li Changsheng said to Chen Pingan. After hearing what Li Changsheng said, Chen Pingan knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Without even thinking twice, he knelt down in front of Li Changsheng and said, My younger brother Chen Pingan greets my elder brother. Har 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 har. When Li Changsheng saw Chen Pingan kneeling in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he helped Chen Pingan up and said, Get up and talk. Chen Pingan stood up with the help of Li Changsheng. Pingan, what is your spiritual root? Li Changsheng asked Chen Pingan. Fire and wood, dual element top grade spiritual roots. Chen Pingan replied to Li Changsheng. Dual element top grade spiritual roots, rare top grade talent, not bad, not bad. Li Changsheng heard Chen Pingan say that he had dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. Dual element top grade spiritual roots, this kind of top level rare spiritual roots can be said to be hard to find among millions of people. Even for someone who possesses a single line top grade spiritual root, it is rare to find one among millions of people. Only people from some large families, when their women and children are pregnant, can take rare treasures to improve the level of the spiritual roots of the fetus in the womb. Of course, this method also requires huge cultivation resources. Only super large families have the resources to train offspring. And Chen Pingan is just the son of the head of the Chen family in an inferior city, but he actually possesses dual system top grade spiritual roots that the descendants of those super powerful forces do not have. It would be strange if his spiritual roots were not dug out. Chunyu, who was standing by, couldn't help but look at him a little more when she heard what Chen Pingan said. She also has a top-grade spiritual root, and is one of the most talented people in the Tiandao sect. However, the young man in front of him actually possessed dual-system top-grade spiritual roots. This kind of talent could be said to be enough to defeat all the core disciples and saints of the entire Tiandao sect. But it is a pity that both of his dual-element top-grade spiritual roots were wasted. Which sect does your fiancé belong to now? I will transplant the dual-element top-grade spiritual roots that she dug out from you to you. Li Changsheng asked Chen Pingan. Xuan sect. When Chen Pingan heard Li Changsheng asking him which sect his fiancé joined, he opened his mouth to answer. Chapter 19, the protagonist, Chen Pingan's fiancé Liu Ruyan. When Li Changsheng heard Chen Pingan say that his fiancé Liu Ruyan entered the first-class sect, Xuan sect, in Tianyuan Realm, he couldn't help but ask. Is it the Xian Nu sect, that is also known as the Zhu Qian Xian Nu sect? Chen Pingan nodded in response. She has now become the saint of Xuan sect and a direct disciple of sect master Ji Ruxue. She has a very high status. The Xuan sect and the Tiandao sect are both first-class sects belonging to the Tianyuan Realm. Moreover, Ji Ruxue and Qin Xueyan are known as the two most beautiful beauties in the 9 realms continent. Both of them have top-notch looks. I don't know how many practitioners are loyal admirers of these two. Among them, there are many leaders of top sects. But compared with their Zhuan sect and the Qiandao sect, its foundation is still a little lacking. Ji Rushua's strength is one level lower than Qin Xueyan's. But he is also a super powerful person in the realm of earthly immortal. What's wrong with being in a high position? When Li Changsheng heard what Chen Pingan said, he spoke to him very unconvinced. He has a very high status. Is it higher than my status in the Qiandao sect? You are my little brother now, I will definitely help you avenge this vengeance. At critical moments, Li Changsheng will not let down his younger brothers. Brother, let me take revenge for this. When Chen Pingan heard Li Changsheng say that he wanted to avenge him, he spoke to Li Changsheng. I will kill her with my own hands to avenge the loss of my spiritual roots. Okay, big brother supports you. Li Changsheng saw the murderous intent in Chen Pingan's tone and eyes, and didn't say any more nonsense. He spoke to Chen Pingan. Brother will now take you to transplant spiritual roots. They are top-grade fire and would dual element spiritual roots. Some of the demon cultivators arrested and detained by the Qiandao sect still have quite a few. We will go to the dungeon now and transplant dual element top-grade spiritual roots for you. Brother, this is not good, right? When Chen Pingan heard what Li Changsheng said, he stuttered. What's wrong with that? Li Changsheng looked at Chen Pingan, who was stuttering, and said to him, Isn't the world of cultivation a life and death struggle? Your spiritual roots were taken away by your fiancée, so is her behavior okay? Besides, we are going to deprive the spiritual roots of the demon cultivators, who are actually demons who have killed countless people. Moreover, the Qiandao sect keeps them as backup nutrients for the sect's disciples. Do you want to transplant your spiritual roots to restore your talent, or just be a waste? The world of cultivation is so cruel. No matter whether they are evil cultivators or righteous sects, they all act very ruthlessly. If a talented disciple of a certain righteous sect had his spiritual roots destroyed, the sect would definitely transplant an identical spiritual root into him. Let the disciple's talents continue to be rewarded and become the foundation of the sect. However, the difference between the righteous and evil cultivators is that the people they choose to transplant spiritual roots from are basically the spiritual roots of those evil cultivators who have committed many evil deeds. In other words, these demon cultivators are regarded as spiritual root backup devices in the eyes of the righteous strong men. The only difference between the righteous and the evil cultivators is that the evil cultivators like to kill innocent people indiscriminately, but the righteous will not do that. Li Changsheng didn't say anything, but let Chen Pingan make his own choice. After hearing what his elder brother Li Changsheng said, Chen Pingan fell into deep thought. Not long. Chen Pingan has already made his own choice. He knelt down on one knee and said directly to Li Changsheng, Brother, thank you for your kindness. From now on, my life belongs to you. Okay, get up and talk. Li Changsheng looked at Chen Pingan, who was kneeling in front of him, and helped him up. You are my little brother now. As the eldest brother, of course I have to take good care of my little brother. After saying that, Li Changsheng directly summoned out his flying magic treasure, and pulled Chen Pingan towards the prison where the Qiandao sect was holding the demon cultivators. The prison is a restricted area, no one is allowed to enter. Before Li Changsheng and the others could get close, a voice appeared and stopped them from entering the prison. Spring rain. Li Changsheng ignored the voice and shouted directly to Chunyu beside him. Yes, master. Chunyu responded immediately. After saying that, she took out a token and said, This is the clan leader's token. Open the prison. Yes, sir. When the other party saw that the token in Chunyu's hand was Qin Xueyan's sect leader token, he immediately responded. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrier opened instantly. After Li Changsheng and others entered the barrier, they went directly to the prison cell in the heavenly area where those with top-grade spiritual roots were detained. Find me 2 people who possess dual element fire and with spiritual roots of the highest quality. Li Changsheng spoke directly to the guard who was guarding the heaven-level cell. The demon cultivators in the heaven-level prison cell need a warrant from the sect elders to bring out the prisoners. Can you provide a warrant from the elders? The disciple guarding the heaven-level prison cell directly asked Li Changsheng and others. I don't have the elders' warrant, but is the clan leader's token enough? Li Changsheng directly took out the sect leader token given to him by Qin Xueyan from his space ring. This token has greater authority than the one in Chunyu's hand. Because the token in Li Changsheng's hand can enter the sect's treasure house and select 10 treasures. Of course, this token cannot enter places like the medicine garden. Only Elder Danfeng, also known as Danshenzi, and the sect elders can enter the medicine garden. Ordinary disciples can enter the medicine garden to plant spiritual herbs only when they are tasked with planting. As for the sect elders who entered the medicine garden, they of course also planted some rare natural treasures that they had found themselves. If this were not the case, Li Changsheng would not have used illusion to trick people in. That's enough. That's enough. When the disciple guarding the prison saw the sect leader's token in Li Changsheng's hand, he immediately said with a flattering look on his face, "I will go and capture for you a demon cultivator with dual element fire and with spiritual roots." After saying this, the disciple guarding the prison immediately turned around and entered the cell, and directly grabbed out 2 demon cultivators with top-grade spiritual roots. "Sir, this is the magic cultivator with the best spiritual roots of both fire and wood that you requested. Haruyu, check it out." Li Changsheng glanced at the 2 demon cultivators who were brought out and spoke to Chunyu. Hearing Li Changsheng's order, Chunyu directly reached out and touched the heads of the 2 demon cultivators. "Sir, these 2 people are indeed the best fire and wood spiritual roots." After Chunyu finished checking, he answered, "Take him away and go to Danfeng to find old man Dan." When he heard Chunyu say that the 2 of them were the top-grade spiritual roots he wanted, he spoke directly. Chapter 20 Transplanting Fire and Wood Dual Spiritual Roots to the protagonist. "Master, it's bad. Li Changsheng, that troublemaker, is here again." Danshen's disciple Li Yang saw Li Changsheng flying towards his Danfeng on a flying magic treasure. He immediately turned around and ran in the direction of his master Danshenzi. Danshenzi, who was adjusting his mindset to prepare to refine the elixir, suddenly heard his own Li Yang shouting outside. He woke up directly from his meditation. "You are so impetuous. How can you be the calm alchemist?" When he walked out of the secret room and saw his disciple Li Yang, who looked flustered, he taught him a lesson sternly. "Master, the evil Li Changsheng has arrived, and he has come here in a flying magic treasure." Li Yang was not afraid of his master's scolding and answered quickly, "He's here, can he eat you up?" Danshenzi answered his disciple with a nonchalant look on his face. "Master, the sun didn't rise from the west today. Why aren't you afraid of this evil Li Changsheng?" Seeing his own calm face, he couldn't help but ask his master why he wasn't afraid of Li Changsheng, the scourge. "Old Dan, did you know I was coming and come to greet me?" At this time, Li Changsheng brought Chunyu and Chen Pingan to the top of Danfeng, and he saw Danshenzi outside. He also got down from the flying magic treasure and spoke to Danshenzi with enthusiasm. "Get lost, and stop flattering yourself here." When Danshenzi heard Li Changsheng's shameless words, he immediately opened his mouth and yelled at him. He asked Li Changsheng unhappily, "What are you doing in my Danfeng, you bastard? I'm telling you, there are no more elixirs here. Old Dan, am I such a person in your mind? I regard you as my confidant and my brother, but who do you regard me as?" When Li Changsheng heard Danshenzi's words, he looked heartbroken and accused him. "Every disciple of the Chendao sect knows what kind of person you are. Do you need me to ask someone?" Danshenzi didn't buy Li Changsheng's trick and directly retorted to him. When Li Changsheng heard Danshenzi say this, he didn't blush at all. Instead, he pulled him and talked with enthusiasm. "Old Dan, I need your help with something this time. You must have no good intentions to ask me." When Danshenzi heard Li Changsheng asking him for help, he directly refused him. "I don't have time to help you. I still have a lot of things to do. I have to refine pills in a while. I need to adjust my mentality now. Danzi, if you don't help me, I won't leave your Danfeng." Seeing that Danshenzi directly rejected him, Li Changsheng walked straight towards the secret room where Danshenzi was refining pills. "Stop." When Danshenzi saw that Li Changsheng was about to act up, he quickly called out to him. Asked, "Tell me, what do you want me to do for you?" When Li Changsheng saw that Danshenzi agreed, a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. He walked up to Danshenzi, put his arm around his shoulders, and pointed at Chen Pingan standing beside him and explained. "Danzi, this is my new little brother Chen Pingan, a genius with both fire and wood spiritual roots. Unfortunately, his spiritual roots were dug out by his vicious fiancée, which damaged his innate essence and blood, making him unable to practice or cultivate his body. I'm looking for you to help him reconnect his spiritual roots and to help him recuperate his body so that he can return to his peak state. Dual element fire and with spiritual roots of the highest quality. When Dan Qinzi heard Li Changsheng introduce Chen Ping'an's talent, his eyes suddenly lit up and he broke free from Li Changsheng's hand on his shoulder. He came in front of Chen Ping'an and put his hand on his chest. A stream of immortal energy emanated from his palm and entered Chen Ping'an's body. Moment. Dan Qinzi checked and found Chen Ping'an's spiritual roots that had been dug out. He could clearly sense the aura of the dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. This little fellow's spiritual roots have been dug out for too long, so it will be useless for you to transplant spiritual roots into him. The survival rate of spiritual roots is very low. Even if you take elixirs to assist, the survival rate is less than 1/10. Dan Qinzi took his hand off Chen Ping'an's chest and spoke to Li Changsheng. What? When Chen Ping'an heard Dan Qinzi's words, his face suddenly turned pale. Originally, the words of his elder brother Li Changsheng brought light to his dark and desperate life. But now, Dan Qinzi's words once again plunged his life into darkness. Danzi, is there really nothing you can do? Li Changsheng saw the despair in Chen Ping'an's eyes, so he asked Dan Qinzi. Of course there is a way. Dan Qinzi spoke to Li Changsheng. I heard that the great elder holds a phoenix fruit, a rare treasure that can regenerate one's bones. The old guy has always treasured it very much. If you can get this thing and transplant the spiritual roots into your younger brother, it will be 100% possible to transplant living spiritual roots. Who knows, it might even allow your fire spiritual root to mutate and give you the immortal fire of the phoenix. Dan Qinzi told Li Changsheng the solution. The thing in that guy's hand is not easy to take. Li Changsheng heard Dan Qinzi say that the great elder Shen Daozhenren had a rare treasure that could solve the problem of Chen Ping'an's spiritual roots. He said with some embarrassment. Brother, forget it. When Chen Ping'an heard the conversation between Dan Qinzi and his elder brother Li Changsheng, he spoke directly to Li Changsheng with a sincere look on his face. I will always remember your kindness to me. If you don't mind me, I will be your vanguard in the future. Don't worry, it's just a phoenix fruit. There is nothing your big brother can't get. When Li Changsheng heard Chen Ping'an's words, he patted him on the shoulder. I said I would help you recover your spiritual roots, so I will help you recover your spiritual roots. I, Li Changsheng, don't have any other abilities, but I always keep my word. After saying that, Li Changsheng said to Dan Qinzi. Danzi, I'll leave this little brother of mine to you to take care of. I'll go find Xuanzi to get the phoenix fruit. After he finished speaking, Li Changsheng summoned his flying magic treasure and flew directly towards the mountain, Wudao Peak, where the great elder was. You are really lucky to be able to let this Avildor go and ask for medicine for you. It seems that he thinks highly of you. Don't betray this kid in the future. Don't worry, elder. I, Chen Ping'an, will never betray you, big brother, even if I die. When Chen Ping'an heard Dan Qinzi's words, he swore an oath. Let's go. Dan Qinzi heard Chen Ping'an's answer and spoke to him. This kid asked me to take care of him. He wanted me to help you recover your lost innate blood essence. Come in and I'll prescribe you a medicine to recover your lost innate blood essence. Chapter 21 Phoenix Fruit. Xianzi, big brother wants to see you about something. Li Changsheng arrived at the Wudao Peak on a flying magic treasure and started shouting. When the disciples of Wudao Peak heard that Li Changsheng called their master Xuanzi and claimed to be their master's elder brother, they all tried to hold back their smiles. Because, in the entire Qian Dao sect, the only person who dares to call himself master like this is Li Changsheng. They neither hate nor despise Li Changsheng. Because the other party did not affect their interests, even if Li Changsheng took away the pills refined by Dan Qinzi at Danfeng, they would not hate Li Changsheng. As for, what kind of people hate Li Changsheng? Those inner disciples of the sect hated him very much. The pills he took away from Danfeng were all pills made by Dan Qinzi for the inner disciples. The cultivation resources that were exchanged for the sect's merits were stolen by Li Changsheng. How could they not hate Li Changsheng? As for the disciples of these mountain elders, their cultivation resources are not the same as those of the inner disciples. The disciples of the mountain lineage have their own cultivation resources within their own lineage, and they have elixirs and other cultivation resources that are very suitable for their cultivation. But it is different for the sect's inner disciples. The cultivation methods of the inner disciples of their Qian Dao sect are very diverse. It can be said that all the cultivation methods of the 108 peaks in the sect are included, except for the core cultivation methods. Not only that, the inner sect also has many cultivation methods from other sects, and even cultivation methods of demonic practitioners. Their Qian Dao sect does not prohibit disciples from practicing magic. As long as the disciples do not kill innocent people, nothing will happen. Of course, disciples who practice magic can hunt down some evil cultivators, demon cultivators, and ghost cultivators to improve their strength. The only thing you cannot do is kill innocent people. Therefore, inner disciples are in great need of cultivation resources. For example, elixirs are one of their biggest cultivation resources. Danfeng is the main force that provides elixirs to inner disciples. Although Dan Qinzi is the leader of the Danfeng lineage. However, there are still many elders in Danfeng, and these elders are able to refine top-grade elixirs. But the only person who could refine the precious elixir was Dan Qinzi. Most of the top-grade elixirs that Li Changsheng took away from Danfeng were provided to the exchange hall for the inner sect to exchange elixir resources. If Dan Qinzi provides fewer pills, then the inner disciples will be able to exchange fewer pills. This is also the reason why the inner disciples dislike and hate Li Changsheng. When the great elder Xian Daozhenren heard Li Changsheng calling him Xian Zi outside, his whole face suddenly turned dark. He asked Li Changsheng directly, "Master uncle, what do you want to talk to me about?" He knew that Li Changsheng came to see him just because he was a night owl and had no good intentions. But even though Li Changsheng is his elder, respecting teachers is a sect rule in their Qian Dao sect. Although Li Changsheng was not a disciple of the sect, he was the husband of his uncle, so he could only be respectful to Li Changsheng. "Xian Zi, I heard from Dan Zi that you have the phoenix fruit, a heavenly fruit that can help people rebuild their spiritual roots. Is this true?" Li Changsheng went straight to the point and asked. "No, that fellow Dan Qinzi is deceiving you. How could I have such a rare treasure?" When Master Xian Dao heard why Li Changsheng was looking for him, he quickly denied that he possessed the phoenix fruit. If he really had to say yes, it would be because Li Changsheng was keeping an eye on him. Once he sets his sights on you, it will be a real headache. "Xian Zi, don't be so hasty to refuse. I don't want your phoenix fruit for nothing. I will exchange it with you for a top-grade precious pill. I won't let you suffer any loss." When Li Changsheng saw how Master Xian Dao rejected him, he knew that the other party was hiding something, so he quickly said that he was willing to exchange it for a top-grade elixir. "Har har, Uncle Master, do you think I'm a fool?" When Master Xian Dao heard Li Changsheng say that he was willing to exchange the top-grade elixir, he smiled at him. "Xian Zi, if you don't trust my uncle, you can trust Dan Zi. He has promised to refine a furnace of top-grade precious pills for me. If you don't believe me, let us go to Danfeng to find Danzi now." Li Changsheng was not angry at Xian Daozhenren's attitude. In the eyes of all the disciples of the Qian Dao sect, he was considered a useless person who was incapable of practicing. Who would be nice to a mortal who can't practice cultivation? However, these elders did not dare to be disrespectful to Li Changsheng. Even if they disliked Li Changsheng, they would still maintain the minimum respect for Li Changsheng. Therefore, Li Changsheng is still very willing to contact these elders. In particular, he has a very good relationship with Dan Qinzi, Elder Uye Bailian of Lianqi Peak, and Zhuan Jizi of Qinjin Peak. Although, Li Changsheng often went to get Danfeng's top-grade elixirs, if Dan Qinzi really set up a formation, or used a barrier for protection. How could Li Changsheng, a person who couldn't practice cultivation, get these pills? What is Dan Qinzi's identity? Even though Li Changsheng has a high status in the Qian Dao sect, he is still a mortal after all. Dan Qinzi is the master of a peak, so he doesn't need to give Li Changsheng too much face. This is mainly because Li Changsheng can get along well with these people and become friends regardless of age. Therefore, Dan Qinzi and the others are still very caring towards Li Changsheng. "Master uncle, are the things you just said true?" When Master Xian Dao heard Li Changsheng say that Dan Qinzi promised to refine a furnace of top-grade elixirs for him, he immediately asked with his eyes shining. The top-grade elixir is of great use to him, the great elder who is in the late stage of the fairyland. Although it cannot allow him to break through to the earthly immortal realm, it can improve his strength level, and it can also save him hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation time. If his cultivation breaks through to the perfect realm of human immortal, and he takes a top-grade precious pill, it is not impossible to help him break through to the earthly immortal realm. I need Dan Qinzi to tell me in person, and I need him to promise me in person. Master Xian Dao would not be fooled by Li Changsheng, and directly asked Dan Chenzi to give him this guarantee. No problem, we'll go to Danfeng now. When Li Changsheng saw that Master Xian Dao agreed, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He simply put his hand on the other's shoulder, acting like a good brother. When Master Xian Dao saw Li Changsheng put his hand on his shoulder, he was speechless and resisted in his heart, but he could only endure it silently. Soon the two arrived at Danfeng. When Master Xian Dao saw Dan Chenzi, he asked directly. Dan Chenzi, Master Uncle said that you were going to refine a furnace of top-grade precious pills for him. Is that true? Chapter 22 Transplantation and Reshaping of Spiritual Roots. When Dan Chenzi heard the great elder Xian Dao Zhenren asking him whether he should refine a furnace of top-grade elixirs for Li Changsheng, he immediately understood what Li Changsheng was planning. However, when he thought about the two ginseng fruits that he had managed to steal were stolen by Li Changsheng, my heart couldn't help but bleed. But he had no choice, because he had been caught by him. That's right, I promised to refine a furnace of top-grade Xinyuan Baodan for this guy. Dan Chenzi answered directly. I want 2 Xinyuan Baodan. When Master Xian Dao heard Dan Chenzi's answer, he spoke directly to Li Changsheng. Xian Zi, are you fighting against the local tyrants and dividing up their land? Didn't we just agree to exchange it for 1 top-grade precious elixir? How come it became 2 now? Do you think I'm easy to bully, so you're raising the price here? When Li Changsheng heard what Master Xian Dao said, he immediately became angry and threatened him. Believe it or not, I will tear down your enlightenment peak. Master Uncle, you took away the top-grade Earth Emperor essence that I planted in the medicine garden. Is it too much for me to ask for an extra top-grade Xinyuan Baodan? Master Xian Dao spoke to Li Changsheng with a calm expression. Can the value of a top-grade Earth Emperor essence be compared with that of a top-grade precious pill? Li Changsheng questioned. Master, it may not have been worth it before, but it is worth it now if you agree to exchange it for 2 Xinyuan Baodan. If you don't want to exchange, I can leave. After saying this, Master Xian Dao prepared to leave Danfeng. Okay, you win. 2 is 2. Li Changsheng had no choice but to accept the blackmail from the other party. For you. Seeing that Li Changsheng agreed, Master Xian Dao took out a red fruit with a phoenix pattern printed on it and handed it directly to Li Changsheng. Is this the phoenix fruit? Li Changsheng took the phoenix fruit handed to him by Master Xian Dao, and couldn't help but hold it in his hand to examine it carefully. This phoenix fruit is a top-grade spiritual fruit that was formed when the blood of the divine beast phoenix was reborn and spilled on the ground. For those with fire spiritual roots and alchemists, this thing is very valuable and it is possible to obtain 1/10,000th of the phoenix eternal flame. It depends on chance. Dan Chenzi began to introduce the origin of the phoenix fruit to Li Changsheng. Xiaoanzi, you have to stand up for your brother. After hearing Dan Chenzi's words, Li Changsheng spoke to Chen Pingan who was standing beside him. At this time, with the help of Dan Chenzi, Chen Pingan had recovered 1/3 of the lost innate essence and blood. Even replenishing this 1/3 of the innate essence and blood would consume a lot of Dan Chenzi's natural treasures. The innate essence and blood in a cultivator's body is not the original essence and blood in the heart, but also essence and blood. The innate essence and blood are the essence and blood that nurture the spiritual roots. Once this kind of essence and blood is lost, it is impossible to replenish it 100%, unless one uses fairy-level fairy herbs and fruits. Even Li Changsheng had never seen such fairy-level fairy herbs and fruits. Even within their Qian Dao sect, treasures of this level are all treasures that can protect the sect. There is a treasure that even Li Changsheng dare not touch. Don't underestimate the rarity of the Xinyuan fruit tree, it is only a precious medicine-level existence. Although it is precious, their Qian Dao sect does not care too much about it. But the immortal level is different. Anyway, a magical herb or a magical fruit can be the main ingredient for refining magical pills. Immortal grade elixirs are something that even Dan Chenzi cannot refine. Li Changsheng would never dare to touch a treasure of this quality. Brother, I will never let you down. Chen Ping'an learned that his elder brother had used 2 top-grade precious pills in exchange for natural treasures that would allow him to transplant his spiritual roots. He was deeply shocked and moved. This was the first time he was taken care of like this by someone, and that person was a stranger. Although, Chen Pingan didn't know why Li Changsheng wanted him to be his younger brother. But he truly felt Li Changsheng's care and love for him. It was more love and care than what he felt in his own family. In particular, ever since his fiancée dug out his dual element top grade spiritual roots, his status in his family plummeted. Even so, his father did not dote on him as much as he did before. Your words are enough. When Li Changsheng heard Chen Ping'an's answer, he patted him on the shoulder. After saying that, Li Changsheng handed the phoenix fruit to Danchunzi and asked him, Danzi, this thing is used to make pills, and it needs to be taken. This thing is not used to refine pills, nor is it used for ingestion. This thing is used to connect to the transplanted spiritual roots. But this process is extremely painful, just like the phoenix rising from the ashes, it is as painful as burning the body. Only by enduring it can one be truly reborn. If you can't bear it, the only way out is death. Dan Chunzi explained. Elder Dan, please rest assured. I have already died once. Would I still be afraid of being burned by fire? When Chen Ping'an heard Dan Chunzi's words, he opened his mouth to reply. Boy, I'm optimistic about you. When Dan Chunzi heard what Chen Ping'an said, he smiled and said to him, If you succeed, I will accept you as my personal disciple. Fire and wood spiritual roots are the most important foundation for alchemists. Anyone who possesses both fire and wood spiritual roots can become an alchemist. Of course, a fire elemental can also become an alchemist. However, it is very difficult for a fire-based alchemist to reach a higher level of alchemy, such as refining top-grade elixirs. Moreover, it is almost impossible for a fire-based alchemist to refine immortality pills alone. Dan Chunzi has a top-grade fire spiritual root, but his wood spiritual root is only of top grade. The two spiritual roots are one level apart. This also cut off his possibility of becoming an immortal level alchemist. But now, he saw that Chen Ping'an had hope of continuing to inherit the dual top grade fire and wood spiritual roots. This made him excited. If he can succeed, I will accept him as my disciple. If I can't succeed, I'll stay by Li Changsheng's side and be his younger brother. Danzi, this is what you said. If you succeed, you must accept my little brother as your personal disciple. If you break your promise, I will demolish your Danfeng. When Li Changsheng heard Dan Chunzi's words, his eyes lit up instantly and he spoke to him. When have I ever broken my word? Dan Chunzi said to Li Changsheng unhappily. After saying that, he said to Li Changsheng. Okay, the transplant of dual spiritual roots is a bit bloody, so don't watch it. Go back and wait for news. No, I want to stay and see what it's like to transplant spiritual roots, and how bloody it is. Li Changsheng had never seen such a scene before, so how could he leave? Chapter 23 The Pain of Rebuilding Spiritual Roots. Girl, extract the spiritual roots of the two demon cultivators. Dan Chunzi spoke to Chunyu. Yes, Elder Dan. When Chunyu heard Dan Chunzi asking her to extract the spiritual roots from the two demon cultivators, she immediately responded. After saying that, she directly attacked the demon cultivator who was sealed beside her, preparing to extract the top-grade spiritual roots from both of them. You dare! At this time, the two sealed demon cultivators saw that Chunyu was about to extract their spiritual roots and graft them onto Chen Ping'an. One of them spoke to Chunyu in a stern but weak tone. I am the holy son of the demon heaven sect. If you, the people of the heavenly Tao sect, dare to extract my spiritual roots, my master, Demon Yunqian, will not let you go. Par. Li Changsheng slapped the other person in the face and spoke to him viciously. I don't like people who are always nagging and complaining. If you are hostage, you must have the consciousness of being a hostage. It is your honor that my master has taken a fancy to your top-grade spiritual roots. If you keep on complaining, I will castrate you, use magic to turn you into a woman, and then throw you into the tribe of Hawan apes so that you can enjoy what it feels like to be a woman. You. Hearing Li Changsheng's threat, the demon saint of Moyunmen looked at Li Changsheng with horror. Although he is a demon, he has done many unscrupulous things and used many perverted methods to torture people. But he had never used the torture method he had told Li Changsheng about. For a moment, he didn't know whether he was the holy son of the demonic path or Li Changsheng was the holy son of the demonic path. When the other people present heard Li Changsheng's words, they all showed disbelief in their eyes. This was also the first time they heard of such a perverted method of torturing people. Luckily you are not a demon cultivator. If you were a demon cultivator, I believe you would not survive more than 3 days. Even on the 9 realms continent, there will be no place for you to stand. Dan Chunzi spoke to Li Changsheng. Danzi, if I am a demon cultivator, there will be no righteous path in the 9 realms. If I want the righteous path, there will be no demon cultivator in the 9 realms. Li Changsheng said to Dan Chenzi with a pretentious look on his face. Big brother is domineering. When Chen Pingan heard these domineering words uttered by his elder brother, he immediately showed an expression of admiration. When Chunyu heard Li Changsheng say this, she subconsciously stood a little further away from Li Changsheng. Because she was afraid of losing face. People who don't know him would think that Li Changsheng is an extremely evil genius, but for those who know him, can a mortal have such strength? Wait until you can practice before you say this. Dan Chenzi simply chose to ignore Li Changsheng's words and told him to wait until he could practice. R. 2 miserable cries were heard in Danfeng. At this time, Chunyu directly extracted the top-grade spiritual roots from the 2 demon saints. What are spiritual roots? The spiritual root is the innate spiritual vein in the human body, hidden in the human spine. It is the place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers. Is this the spiritual root in the cultivator's body? Li Changsheng saw the 2 spiritual roots in Chunyu's hand, one red and one green, and he asked curiously. That's right, young master. This is the best spiritual root in the body for cultivation. If you have spiritual roots, you can cultivate. Chunyu replied. After saying that, she handed the spiritual root in her hand to Dan Chenzi. After taking the spiritual root, Dan Chenzi spoke to Chen Pingan. Little guy, the pain of being deprived of your spiritual roots must be fresh in your memory, right? Elder Dan, I still remember the pain vividly. Every night I dream about the scene when my spiritual roots were taken away from me. I have to go through that unforgettable pain every night. Chen Pingan heard Dan Chenzi asking him if he still remembered the scene of depriving him of his spiritual roots. His eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Little guy, congratulations, you will feel it again today. Dan Chenzi looked at Chen Pingan with murderous intent in his eyes. He said to Chen Pingan with a smile. What? Chen Pingan didn't react and responded subconsciously. However, before he could react, a heart-wrenching pain instantly spread throughout his limbs. R. The pain made Chen Pingan unable to help but scream out. Go. Dan Chenzi waved his hand and directly implanted the 2 top-grade spiritual roots in his hand into the wound of Chen Pingan's severed spiritual roots. After receiving the spiritual root, Dan Chenzi crushed the phoenix fruit in his hand and directly purified the essence inside the phoenix fruit. A red liquid the size of a longan appeared in Dan Chenzi's hand. Boy, the burning that is coming will be 10 times more painful than before. If you can hold on, your chance of recovering your spiritual roots will be 100%. If you can't hold on, you will fall. Elder Dan, come on. Chen Pingan gritted his teeth and insisted on answering Dan Chenzi's words, asking him to take action. Good boy, I like this kind of personality. Dan Chenzi heard Chen Pingan's answer and said to him with a smile. After saying that, Dan Chenzi directly injected the red liquid into Chen Pingan's spiritual roots. The red liquid instantly entered Chen Pingan's spiritual roots and body. At this moment, Chen Pingan did not feel the pain that Dan Chenzi said, he just felt a tingling sensation. There wasn't even the slightest burning sensation. How do you feel? Li Changsheng saw that Chen Pingan had calmed down, so he came up to him and asked. Brother, I didn't feel any pain, but I felt a tingling sensation in my spiritual roots. Chen Pingan answered Li Changsheng how he felt now. Don't worry, kid, it will be fine in a moment. Dan Chenzi said with a smirk on his face. Just as Dan Chenzi's voice fell, Chen Pingan felt that his body temperature was rising little by little. 40 degrees. 50 degrees. 70 degrees. 100 degrees. An event that takes less than a cup of tea. Chen Pingan turned into a human-shaped golden crow. The high temperature radiating from his body reaches tens of thousands of degrees. The flesh and blood on his body had long since evaporated, leaving only a skeleton. Next to Chen Pingan, Li Changsheng took out a large bunch of grilled meat and sprinkled it with chili powder, cumin and various spices. Suddenly, bursts of fragrance wafted out of the hall. You have a really good appetite, can you eat this? Dan Chenzi couldn't help but speak when he saw Li Changsheng take out a large skewer of meat and grill it next to the remaining skeleton of Chen Pingan. This is my little brother, why can't I eat it? When Li Changsheng heard Dan Chenzi's question, he took a handful of roasted lamb skewers and handed them to Dan Chenzi. Danchunzi didn't hesitate and took the roasted lamb skewers and started eating. Chapter 24: Colorful Spirit Sheep and Colorful Spirit Beast Pill. The lamb you roast is still the best. I haven't tasted this flavor for a long time. Danchunzi asked Li Changsheng with oily mouth. By the way, where did you get this mutton? As far as I remember, we don't raise this kind of mortal in our Qiandao sect. This is the colorful spirit sheep from the Spirit Beast Peak. Is it delicious? Li Changsheng answered Danchunzi while eating the lamb skewers in his hand frantically. Ahem, ahem. When Danchunzi heard Li Changsheng say that the mutton skewers they were eating were from the 7-colored spirit sheep of the Spirit Beast Peak, he suddenly burst into coughing violently. He spoke to Li Changsheng. You know, kid, that the 7-colored spirit sheep was cultivated by the spiritual beast peak at a great cost, and you just slaughtered it like that. Aren't you afraid that Wan Lingzi will kill you and bury you with the 7-colored sheep? What are you afraid of? Li Changsheng replied without any concern. I provided him with the technology to breed 7-colored sheep. If it weren't for me, would they be able to breed these 7-colored sheep? You mean, you helped the Spirit Beast Peak cultivate their 7-colored spirit sheep? Danchunzi asked, somewhat unconvinced by what Li Changsheng said. If you don't believe me, I have a few colorful sheep here. Do you want to take a look? Li Changsheng looked at Danchunzi, who had a look of disbelief on his face, and directly took out 5 colorful spirit sheep from his space ring. Boy, I want one of these 7-colored spirit sheep. When Danchunzi saw the 5 colorful spirit sheep on the ground, he immediately spoke to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng knew what Danchunzi wanted to do with the 7-colored spirit sheep. He spoke to Danchunzi. I'll give you these 5, and I want 107 colored spiritual beast pills. The blood of this colorful spirit sheep is the main ingredient for refining spirit beast pills. If it is a wild 7-colored spirit sheep, it will not be so easy to catch it. This is because, if spiritual beasts of this level are in the wild, they will be surrounded by many powerful monsters to protect their safety. The essence and blood in their bodies can enhance the bloodline of the monster and change the monster's talent. The effect of the 7-colored spirit beast pill is even greater. If an ordinary spirit beast or demon beast takes 1 pill, it can directly improve their bloodline and turn a 1st-level demon beast into a 2nd-level demon beast. 107 colored spirit beast pills are enough to make an ordinary demon beast become a demon king or even a demon emperor. Li Changsheng raised a spiritual beast, a dragon at the demon king level, whose strength was equivalent to that of the god transformation level. However, this dragon somewhat dislikes its master Li Changsheng. But it did not dare to disobey Li Changsheng's orders, as it signed a master-servant contract with Li Changsheng. Although Li Changsheng cannot practice cultivation, he has Qin Xueyan, his wife, who is at the level of an earthly immortal. Isn't it an easy task to subdue a dragon at the level of Demon King? Although this dragon dislikes Li Changsheng, it is still very loyal to him and will obey all of Li Changsheng's orders. The main reason is that the treasures and cultivation resources in Li Changsheng's hands are so tempting. Over a dozen years, its strength level has been raised from the Tianyuan Realm to the Huashan Realm. Anyone who is not a fool knows how great it is to follow a master like this. Li Changsheng usually doesn't disturb the other party. Because Li Changsheng disliked that his spiritual pet was not handsome enough, and the image of the dragon was different from the dragon described in the mythological stories he had seen. In particular, the dragon had a strong fishy smell on its body, which made Li Changsheng extremely disgusted. He learned from Wan Lingzi that a dragon can only get rid of the fishy smell after it transforms into a dragon and breaks through to the human immortal realm. Now, this dragon is only a step away from breaking through to the human immortal realm. Li Changsheng wanted so many 7-colored spirit beast pills, just to enhance the opponent's bloodline, so that when it transforms into a dragon, its bloodline can be elevated to a higher level. At least one must reach the bloodline level of a black dragon. There are many levels of dragon bloodline. The lowest level is Chulong, followed by Panlong, then Yinglong, Kailong, Honglong, Hailong, Bailong, Yinlong, Qinglong, then Jinlong, Zhulong and Zulong. Black dragons are considered supreme immortal beasts in the 9 realms continent. Even the strong men in the earthly immortal realm dare not face off against a black dragon in the human immortal realm. Even the Qinglong in the human immortal realm is invincible within the human immortal realm. Even if facing a strong man in the earth immortal realm, even if he is defeated, there will be no problem in escaping. Li Changsheng also knew in his heart that his greatest support in the Qiandao sect was Qin Xueyan. If it weren't for Qin Xueyan, no one in the sect would even look at him straight in the eye. This is how the world of cultivation works. You have status and background, so even if you do something that angers God and people, no one will dare to say anything to you. But if you don't have identity and status, every breath you take will be considered a sin. If someone wants to kill you, there are countless excuses. No one will stand up for you. Therefore, Changsheng is very generous to his spirit pet, as long as it breaks through and evolves into a dragon. Then Changsheng would be fine even without Qin Xueyan behind him in the Qian Dao sect. No one dared to disrespect him. Okay, no problem. Danshengzi agreed to Changsheng's request without even thinking about it. One colorful spirit sheep can be used to refine 37 colored spirit beast pills. Changsheng wanted 100, and Danshengzi of course agreed. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The aura emanating from Chen Pingan is the aura that can only be emitted when one reaches the perfect stage of foundation building. It's about to form a pill. Changsheng felt the aura emanating from Chen Pingan and began to speak. That's right, this kid is about to form a golden elixir. It depends on the quality of the golden elixir he can form. Although he possesses dual element top grade spiritual roots, the spiritual energy required to form a pill is extremely huge. When Danshengzi heard what Changsheng said, he spoke. Danzi, I know you have the soul pregnancy pill in your hand. I don't want many, just 100,000 to set up a formation and let this kid produce an immortal golden pill. I'll give you half of the Tianyuan Baodan. Changsheng said to Danshengzi. You are really willing to sacrifice yourself for this little brother. Danshengzi heard what Changsheng said and spoke to him. Since he called me big brother, he is my brother, Changsheng. Of course I have to help him. Changsheng replied to Danshengzi. Okay. When Danshengzi heard what Changsheng said, he agreed to his request. After saying that, Danshengzi waved his hand, and suddenly, countless pills appeared. All of them fell under Chen Pingan, forming a formation. Crack. As Danshengzi's voice fell, streams of pure spiritual energy emanated from these spirit-pregnant pills. Moment. The spiritual energy in the whole is so dense that it can be transformed into spiritual liquid. Chapter 25 Changsheng, Danzi, I want you to accept a disciple on my behalf. Another 7 days passed. In a hole somewhere in Danfeng, a powerful aura rose into the sky. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. Boom boom, boom boom. Thunderous sounds continued to sound. Heavenly tribulation, this is someone going through heavenly tribulation. Countless disciples of Danfeng felt the divine power coming from above their heads, and they were all a little surprised. Is this the golden core heavenly tribulation? Fuck, someone has condensed an immortal golden elixir. Immortal grade golden elixir, this person will definitely be a powerful person in the earthly immortal realm in the future. It seems that our Danfeng is about to rise. It may not take long for an alchemist at the earth immortal level to appear. We are about to give birth to a fairy level alchemist. The news of the heavenly calamity that occurred at Dan Peak quickly spread to the other 107 peaks of the Qian Dao sect. The occurrence of a heavenly calamity is nothing in the Qian Dao sect. However, the condensed immortal golden elixir is different. Golden elixirs are divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and top grade. Above that are immortal grade golden elixirs. In their Qian Dao sect, only the saints can condense the best golden elixir. Because, to condense the best golden elixir, one needs the best spiritual roots. There is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of condensing an immortal grade golden elixir with a top grade spiritual root. The main reason is that immortal golden elixir requires immortal level spiritual roots to be condensed. However, in the 9 realms continent, all of those with immortal spiritual roots are, without exception, the most powerful of the best. Even in the entire Qian Dao sect, no one has accepted a disciple with immortal spiritual roots. The rarity of top-grade spiritual roots is 1 in 10 million, which means that among 10 million people, there can be one monster with top-grade spiritual roots. However, a person with an immortal spiritual vein can only be born among the 1 in a billion monsters with top-grade spiritual roots. You can imagine how rare their numbers are. In the entire Qian Dao sect, there is only one person with immortal spiritual roots, and that is Changsheng's wife Qin Xueyan. Now, their Qian Dao sect has given birth to another owner of an immortal spiritual vein, which is a cause for celebration for their Qian Dao sect. This kid is really lucky, I didn't expect that he could evolve from a top-grade spiritual root to a fairy-grade spiritual root. I just don't know what grade of immortal spiritual root he has evolved into, if it is a top-grade spiritual root. Then there will be no problem for him to break through the celestial realm and ascend to the immortal realm. Danshenzi held the naked Chen Pingan in front of him and said with a hint of envy in his eyes. Immortal spiritual roots, this is the path to break through to become an immortal alchemist. The reason why he couldn't refine the elixir was that his spiritual roots were not immortal grade spiritual roots, but only top grade fire type spiritual roots. In addition, the flame he used to refine the elixir was the 6 flames true fire, otherwise, he would find it difficult to refine even the best grade elixir. The best that can be achieved is to refine top grade elixirs. Only with the 6 flavors true fire could he refine top grade elixirs. There are 3 kinds of true fire in the world of cultivation: Samadhi true fire, 6 Samadhi true fire, and 9 Samadhi true fire. 3 is the weakest, 9 is the strongest. If Danshenzi possessed the 9 flavors true fire, he could refine a lower grade immortal pill with his level of strength. However, the 9 flavor true fire requires the strength of a celestial immortal to subdue it, and Danshenzi, who is at the human immortal level, simply does not have the strength to subdue it. Danzi, are there any more levels for this immortal spiritual root? When Li Changsheng heard Danshenzi's words, he asked curiously. Of course there are levels. Danshenzi answered Li Changsheng. Immortal spiritual veins are different from ordinary spiritual veins. The spiritual veins with normal cultivation values are low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. The immortal spiritual veins are divided into the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 9th grades, which are the highest. For example, the sect leader's spiritual roots are 7th grade immortal spiritual roots. This kind of immortal spiritual root is already ranked number 1 in the 9 realms continent. Otherwise, the master uncle would not have been able to break through to the earthly immortal realm in just 3,000 years. As soon as Danshenzi's voice fell, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the hole where Chen Pingan was undergoing the tribulation. Boom. However, the thunder did not break through the defense of the Dan Palace. 9 consecutive thunder tribulations were all blocked by the defensive formation in the Danfeng Hall. When the thunder dissipated, Chen Pingan also woke up. Brother. When Chen Pingan opened his eyes and saw Li Changsheng in front of him for the first time, he walked towards Li Changsheng with an excited look on his face. Wait a minute, little brother. Put on your clothes first. Big brother doesn't like you to be so frank. Li Changsheng directly took out the clothes he was wearing from his space ring and handed them to Chen Pingan. Thank you, brother. Chen Pingan also realized his situation at this time. He quickly covered his brother with one hand and took the clothes handed to him by Li Changsheng with the other hand. Don't cover it up, you've already seen it. Li Changsheng looked at Chen Pingan, who was shy, and said to him, come and see. Chen Pingan didn't respond, but found a place to put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, he came to Li Changsheng and knelt in front of him. Brother, I will never forget your kindness. From now on, my life belongs to you. If my elder brother tells me to go west, I will never go east. Stand up. Li Changsheng looked at Chen Pingan, who was kneeling in front of him, and spoke to him. Yes, brother. Chen Pingan responded and stood up. Chen boy, what level has your immortal vein reached? Danshenzi on the side couldn't help but ask Chen Pingan what grade his immortal spiritual vein was. Elder Huadan, my disciple's immortal spiritual vein has reached the peak of the 6th grade, and is only 1 step away from the 7th grade. Chen Pingan told Danshenzi the grade of his immortal spiritual vein. 6th grade peak immortal spiritual vein, good, good, good. When Danshenzi heard Chen Pingan say that he had a 6th grade peak immortal root, his face was filled with excitement. Grabbed Chen Pingan's hand and said, Boy, are you willing to take me as your master? When Chen Pingan heard Danshenzi asking him if he was willing to be his disciple, he was excited and quickly answered Danshenzi. Elder Dan, I wish to. Etc. Before Chen Pingan could say yes, Li Changsheng at the side called Chen Pingan. Brother. Chen Pingan looked at Li Changsheng with a questioning look. Master uncle, what do you want to do? When Danshenzi saw Li Changsheng calling Chen Pingan, his heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked Li Changsheng what he wanted to do. Danzi, do you think you have the ability to teach my little brother? He is a demon with a 7th grade immortal vein spiritual root, second only to my wife. You have a top-grade spiritual root, do you have the ability to teach him? I think you should accept a disciple on behalf of your master and let him be your junior fellow apprentice. Li Changsheng spoke directly to Dan Chenzi. Chapter 26, Immortal Root. Accepting disciples on behalf of the master. Be my junior fellow apprentice. When Dan Chenzi heard what Li Changsheng said, he was completely stunned by his CPU. He wanted to accept Chen Pingan as his own disciple, not to take in a disciple on behalf of his master and make him his junior brother. You know, if he could train an immortal grade alchemist, he would become a famous figure in the Nine Realms continent for all eternity. Now, Li Changsheng asked him to accept disciples on behalf of his master. Would he agree? Of course Dan Chenzi refused. Immediately, he spoke to Li Changsheng. Stop talking nonsense here, kid. What do you mean by accepting a disciple on behalf of a master? Although I dare not say that my alchemy skills in the Nine Realms continent are ranked first, I am very confident that I am in the top 3. If I possess the 9 flavors true fire, with my alchemy skills, no alchemist in the entire Nine Realms continent can be my opponent. This kid is very lucky to have me as his disciple. Do you still want me to accept disciples on your behalf? My master's alchemy skills are not as good as mine. Danzi, you call me Uncle Master, and he calls me Big Brother. Now you want to accept him as your personal disciple, so what should he call me? Uncle Master, Father-in-law. When Li Changsheng heard Dan Chenzi's words, he spoke to him unhappily. What identity? Let's discuss our own affairs. Don't even think about asking me to accept you as a disciple. This kid can only be my personal disciple. If you want me to accept you as my disciple, it's impossible. Dan Chenzi directly rejected Li Changsheng's words. Brother, I think what Elder Dan said is right. I will take Elder Dan as my master. Chen Pingan, who was standing by, saw his elder brother Li Changsheng and Dan Chenzi arguing here. He asked Dan Chenzi to accept a disciple on his behalf and wanted himself to be his junior brother. But Dan Chenzi was unwilling. Seeing the two of them bickering over him, he could only stand up and speak to his eldest brother. What do you know, kid? When Li Changsheng saw that Chen Pingan wanted to be Dan Chenzi's disciple, he spoke to Chen Pingan. The elders of Tiandao sect have their own blessed cave for cultivation, and their cultivation speed is more than 10 times faster than outside. Not only that, the welfare benefits enjoyed by elders within the sect are not comparable to those of their direct disciples. Otherwise, why do you think I would let this guy Danzi accept disciples on my behalf? Even if you become this guy's direct disciple, can you get the same training resources as the elders? Dan Chenzi, who was standing by, heard what Li Changsheng said and he understood. Why, he insisted on accepting disciples on his own behalf. This guy has his eyes on the treatment and cultivation resources of the elders in the sect. Immediately, Dan Chenzi spoke to Li Changsheng. You are really calculating. With the resources you control, who in the entire Tiandao sect can compete with you? Why do you still care about this? My resources are my resources. I must obtain the resources that he deserves. Cultivation requires resources to reach a higher level. Besides, my little brother has a blood feud. Can he represent their Tiandao sect as your direct disciple? At most, it's just a little bit of your face. Can your face compare with the elders of their Tiandao sect? When Li Changsheng heard Dan Chenzi's words, he spoke directly to him. Okay, I agree to your request. Dan Chenzi knew that Li Changsheng was thinking about Chen Pingan. He agreed. I promise you today that I will accept you as my disciple. After saying that, he spoke to Chen Pingan. Little guy, today I, Dan Chenzi, will accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master. From now on, you are my junior fellow apprentice. Elder Dan, is this okay? When Chen Pingan heard that Dan Chenzi really accepted him as his junior brother on behalf of his master, he couldn't help but ask. Didn't you see that your elder brother was seeking benefits for you? For me, accepting disciples on behalf of my master is nothing, it just means I lose a false reputation. After saying that, Dan Chenzi said to Li Changsheng. Boy, I have agreed to your request. I will accept you as my disciple. From now on, don't come to take the pills I made. Ask your little brother to refine the elixir for you. Har har, don't worry. As long as Danzi trains your junior brother to the same level as you, I won't be concerned about the pills you refine. Li Changsheng replied to Dan Chenzi with a smile. Okay, you're a ruthless kid. Dan Qinzi heard Li Changsheng's answer and pointed at him. After saying that, Dan Qinzi began to instruct Chen Pingan. Junior brother, from now on, if someone asks you what kind of spiritual root you have, you should say it is a top-grade spiritual root. Don't tell others that it is a fairy-grade spiritual root. Do you understand? Brother Dan. When Chen Pingan heard Dan Qinzi calling him junior brother and instructing him not to tell outsiders about his spiritual roots, he did not want to be friends with him anymore. After calling Dan Qinzi senior brother, he replied, I see. Let's go. I will announce to the public now that I will accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master and let you become the elder of my Danfeng. Dan Qinzi saw Chen Pingan answering him and spoke to him. Pingan, this is a gift from my elder brother to you, the 9 transformation dragon elephant glazed art, the most important peak of the body refining peak. As for the blood spirit pill needed to practice the body refining technique, ask your senior brother Danzi to help you refine it. Li Changsheng then took out the cultivation technique that he had exchanged from Master Liuli. Brother, this is too precious. You have been very good to me. I cannot accept any more gifts from you. When Chen Pingan saw Li Changsheng take out the body refining peak Shinfeng technique for him, he quickly refused. Everything Li Changsheng gave him was the best. Any treasure left outside could cause a bloody storm. But he gave all these things to himself. Even the fact that he was able to possess immortal spiritual roots was given to him by his elder brother. For Chen Pingan, this kind of kindness is really beyond his ability to repay. Just keep the things this kid gave you. If you really want to repay him, break through to the level of an immortal alchemist in the shortest possible time and make him a pill that can extend his lifespan, so that he can live longer. Dan Qinzi saw the gift that Li Changsheng gave to Chen Pingan and spoke to him. To Dan Qinzi, Li Changsheng is just a mortal, and the lifespan of a mortal is no more than 100 years at most. But Li Changsheng has taken so many pills and often takes baths with elixirs, so he has no problem living for hundreds of years. But compared to cultivators, a cultivator in the foundation building stage can live for hundreds of years. The only way to make Li Chang live longer is to refine an elixir of immortality. Brother, don't worry. I will work hard to break through to become an immortal alchemist and make an elixir for you to make immortality. Chen Pingan made his promise to Dan Qinzi. Chapter 27 Participating in the auction. The news that Chen Pingan became the new elder of Danfeng swept across the 108 peaks of their Qiandao sect like a storm. Because Chen Pingan's strength level is only at the Jindan level, not even the Yuanian level. How could a person at the Jindan realm become an elder of Danfeng not surprise and shock the people of the 108 peaks? But what was most surprising was that Dan Qinzi announced to the public that he would accept Chen Pingan as his disciple on behalf of his master. Chen Pingan also became the youngest junior master in Danfeng. At this time, Li Changsheng came to their Zhuzhou auction house in Qingyuan City. Because a month has passed and the auction of Zhuzhou auction house is being held. Sir, there are too many people participating in this auction, including many people from other sects. We should keep a low profile. Who knows, there might be someone from the demon cult among these people. Chunyu and the other 3 reminded Li Changsheng in front of him. Do I need to keep a low profile on my own sect's territory? When Li Changsheng heard Chunyu and the other 3 people trying to persuade him, he said arrogantly, I, Li Changsheng, have never been low-key. Being low-key is not my character. Although Li Changsheng is immortal, he has too many things that can save his life. Moreover, this time he also brought his mount, the dragon, with him. Li Changsheng is not afraid of a dragon in the divine transformation realm even if he encounters a strong man in the human immortal realm. Even when Li Changsheng encountered a strong man in the earth immortal realm, he was not afraid at all, because the treasures on him were enough to protect his safety. So, this is the basis for Li Changsheng's arrogance. Mr. Li, thank you for your presence. I am sorry that I failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. When Xiaomai saw Li Changsheng coming, she immediately stepped forward and spoke politely to Li Changsheng. President Xiao, you're too polite. Li Changsheng said to Xiaomai with a smile. Then he asked Xiaomai. President Xiao, I wonder what treasures will be auctioned this time. Is there an illustrated guide to the treasures being auctioned? Yes, someone has already sent it to your box, Master Li. Xiaomai answered Li Changsheng's question with a smile. Who is that boy? He was actually received so warmly by the beautiful president of Zhuzhou auction. Could he be the son of a big family? Look at the 4 maids around that boy. Each one is prettier than the other. While Li Changsheng and Xiaomai were chatting, those who came to the auction saw Xiaomai, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Qingyuan city, talking and laughing with a young man. Everyone was very curious about Li Changsheng's identity and background. At this time, Xiaomai spoke to Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, I have some things to do, so I will take my leave now. President Xiao, please do as you wish. Li Changsheng did not try to keep the other party and replied with a smile. Someone, take Mr. Li to the number 1 box. Xiaomai said to a maid behind her. Yes, President. The maid beside her immediately responded. After saying this, she spoke respectfully to Li Changsheng and the other 4. Mr. Li, please come this way. Li Changsheng and 4 others followed the maid and walked towards the number 1 box. Box number 1 is the best box in the entire auction house. Only those with noble status and powerful background can enter this box. But you can't enter just because you have money. Mr. Li, this is your box. Please let me know if you need anything. The maid brought Li Changsheng and 4 others to the number 1 box and spoke to Li Changsheng respectfully. I understand. This is none of your business. Go and do your thing. Li Changsheng took a look at the number 1 box and felt very satisfied. He spoke to the maid beside him. Okay, Mr. Li. The maid responded respectfully and spoke to Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, if you have anything to tell me, just press this button and the maid will come right over. Thank you. Got it. Li Changsheng responded very politely. Then he sat on the chair in the middle of the box. Sir, this is the auction atlas of the auction. It records all the treasures to be auctioned at this auction. Chunyu handed the atlas of treasures to be auctioned from the table to Li Changsheng. Taking the auction atlas handed to him by Chunyu, Li Changsheng went straight to the last few treasures in the finale of the auction. The first treasure to be auctioned was a top-grade treasure, the Star Dragon Sword. The second most important treasure to be auctioned was a magical medicine called Dragon Vein Ginseng that could be used to make top-grade elixirs. This ginseng can only grow on dragon veins, and its shape is very similar to a dragon, so it is also called Dragon Vein Ginseng. However, this thing still plays a very important role for Li Changsheng. Dragon Vein Ginseng contains the spiritual energy of dragon veins, and its medicinal effect is extremely powerful. It can be used to refine pills and can help strong people in the spirit transformation realm, with a more than 50% chance of breaking through to the human immortal realm. Master, you must take this Dragon Vein Ginseng. I think with this Dragon Vein Ginseng, I have a 30% chance of raising my bloodline to a higher level. When Li Changsheng's pet dragon saw the finale treasure appearing in the auction album, it immediately spoke to Li Changsheng through voice transmission. HMPH, you scumbag, you call me master when I ask you to buy something, and you say you don't have time when I ask you to do something. Want me to buy this thing and see how you perform in the future. When Li Changsheng heard the dragon's urgent words asking him to buy the Dragon Vein Ginseng, he snorted coldly at it. Master, you are my good master. As long as you buy me this Dragon Vein Ginseng, from now on if you ask me to go east, I will never dare to go west. When Jialong heard what Li Changsheng said, he quickly spoke to Li Changsheng. Just wait. Li Changsheng did not agree to the other party, but just asked it to wait. At this time, Li Changsheng's eyes were on the third treasure. According to the introduction on the picture book, the third treasure was a golden sealing stone. It was unknown what treasure was sealed inside. Why can the golden seal stone be the finale auction item? Because it is a golden sealing stone, the treasures that come out of this kind of sealing stone are at least treasure weapons, or treasure pills, and it is even possible to get treasures of the level of immortal weapons and immortal medicines. However, what treasure is inside can only be known by breaking the seal stone. Many cultivators like to buy sealing stones to open treasures. If they happen to get a magic weapon or a magic pill, they will immediately become successful. When Li Changsheng looked at the fourth treasure that was taken away, his eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 28, The 4 Young Masters, Young Master Qianmore. When Li Changsheng saw the fourth treasure, his eyes lit up. The fourth item to be auctioned is the Lingsui Tai Sui. It can be said to be a rare treasure in the world. This thing relies on devouring spiritual marrow to survive. As long as you feed it a drop of spiritual marrow, it can secrete 10 times the spiritual liquid for you. This spiritual liquid is condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you take 10 times the amount of spiritual liquid and continue to refine it, For every drop of spiritual essence you invest, you can get 10 drops of spiritual essence. Of course, this kind of secretion is an act of draining the pond to catch fish for ling sui tai sui. Therefore, the best way is to feed the spiritual marrow tai sui and cut the tai sui meat from its body to refine pills. If tai sui's meat is cut, it can recover by devouring spiritual marrow, or even feeding it spiritual stones. The value of a piece of tai sui meat is comparable to that of a top-grade elixir. If it is used to refine pills, it will definitely be the main ingredient for refining precious medicines. The effect of ling sui tai sui is so powerful, why would anyone put it up for auction? If you just use it to cultivate it, wouldn't it be equivalent to owning countless top-grade elixirs? Because the number of spirit stones this thing swallows is huge. The value of a drop of spiritual marrow is no less than that of a low-grade precious pill. Even a first-rate sect cannot afford to support a spiritual essence tai sui. Then wouldn't it be the same if we used spirit stones instead of spirit marrow to feed? If it is fed with spirit stones, it will only eat top-grade spirit stones, and it can eat at least 100,000 top-grade spirit stones at a time. Who can afford such huge expenses? Even if their Qian Dao sect wanted to raise a spiritual marrow tai sui, there would be pressure. To put it bluntly, this thing is like a piece of chicken ribs. It's useless to keep it, but a pity to throw it away. If you use it to make pills, its price will be very high indeed, but if you raise it, you can have unlimited tai sui meat. It's really impossible to eat it or sell it. The best way is to auction it off and exchange it for more cultivation resources for your own cultivation. Even if a bowl of spiritual marrow tai sui can be exchanged for a top-grade precious pill, there will be people willing to buy it. Li Changsheng needed this thing because he was attracted by the huge spiritual energy contained in it. To him, this thing was more useful than the best elixir. After being excited, Li Changsheng set his sights on the last and most valuable treasure. However, when he opened the last page of the auction album, it was empty and there was nothing on it. This shows one thing, that is, the value of the fifth treasure is at least at the immortal level. Because only the ranking of fairy-level treasures will not be displayed. I didn't expect that there would be fairy-level treasures in this auction. I'm afraid there will be chaos in Qin Xueyan City. When Li Changsheng saw the last page of the illustration, he couldn't help but speak. Everyone. At this time, a voice familiar to Li Changsheng sounded. Everyone is welcome to participate in this auction of our auction house. I won't waste any more words. Let's start the auction now. The first ranked item is a top-grade spiritual weapon, the Qingfeng sword. This sword is a top-grade spiritual weapon made by Master Ganjiang of the Weapon Refining Sect. The reserve price is 50,000 high-quality spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. As Xiao Mai's voice fell, bidding continued. In less than a cup of tea. The first ranked item, Qingfeng sword, was eventually auctioned off for 300,000 high-quality spirit stones. Everyone, the second ranked item is the top-grade elixir Po Ying Dan. Xiao Mai began to introduce the second auction item to everyone. The lowest price is 50,000 high-quality spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 spirit stones. The bidding begins now. 60,000. 80,000. 100,000. Soon the price of this infant-breaking pill exceeded 200,000 and was auctioned off. More than a dozen treasures being auctioned off in a row can arouse crazy competition among the crowd. However, these things are not attractive at all to the guests in the box. Because, to these people, these treasures are no different from garbage. These people come to the auction just for the finale auction items. Everyone, the first half of the auction is about to end. Now, the finale of the auction is the top-grade treasure Star Dragon sword. The reserve price is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The auction begins now. Xiao Mai spoke to everyone. 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as Xiao Mai's voice fell, a bidding sound was heard from the box number 3. However, the owner of this voice had a sissy tone, soft but with a hint of masculinity. Fuck, he spent 300,000 top-grade spirit stones in one go. He is indeed the leader of the four great young masters, Master Qianmore. He is really young and rich. I heard that this young Master Qianmore has been noticed by the Grand Elder of the Xiang sect and has been accepted as his personal disciple. You are indeed worthy of being Master Qianmore. When the ordinary people participating in the auction heard the bidding, they all discussed it privately. Fuck, I didn't expect this to be Miss Qianmore. Li Changsheng heard the discussions coming from her hall. He couldn't help but speak. Just as everyone was discussing, another bidding voice was heard. 350,000 top-grade spirit stones. The owner of this voice is very similar to that of Master Qianmore, both are effeminate, with a masculine aura. Master Kongshu, I didn't expect that two of the four great masters would come. This is going to be something to watch. I heard that Master Kongshu and Master Qianmore were unhappy with each other privately. It seems to be true. Har har, now there's something interesting to watch. The first and second young masters among the four great young masters are competing here. I wonder who will win. The crowd burst into discussion again. 400,000 top-grade spirit stones. After Mr. Kongshu's voice fell, another voice sounded, bidding. There is no need to say much about the power of top-grade treasures. Even strong people in the spirit transformation realm may not have many of them in their hands. Even some of the treasures used by powerful people in the immortal realm are of this level. 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Soon another bidding sound was heard. 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. Li Changsheng's voice sounded. The price of a top-grade treasure is about 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. If the price is higher than this, it is totally not worth it. As expected. When everyone heard the price quoted by Li Changsheng, the scene suddenly became silent. The price was immediately raised to the upper limit for a top-grade treasure, indicating that the other party was determined to get it. 800 and 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. At this time, the voice of Master Qianmore sounded, and he spoke in the direction of Li Changsheng. My friend, I like this Star Dragon sword. Could you please let me have it? Chapter 29 The Angry Master Qianmore. This is an auction house, not a place to make friends. If you want to make friends, you can go somewhere else. If you don't have spirit stones, just shut up. Also, what do you think you are, a guy who is neither man nor woman? Are you worthy of being my friend? Li Changsheng did not tolerate this young Master Qianmore at all, and spoke to him with arrogance and sarcasm on his face. After saying that, Li Changsheng continued to quote. 850,000 top-grade spirit stones. When everyone at the auction heard what Li Changsheng said, they all showed expressions of watching a good show. Who is this person? Why is he talking so arrogantly? He actually said that Master Qianmore is not qualified to be his friend. Could it be that he is a saint of their Qian Dao sect? Har har, there's going to be something interesting to watch. Does anyone know who this person is? Young Master Qianmore is the most popular genius in their Tianyuan Realm recently. He is also known as the leader of the four great princes. Not for anything else. It's because he is a yin and yang spiritual body, his strength and talent are very strong. Moreover, he is a powerful person at the Three Flowers realm who has condensed the flower of humanity. A strong person in the Three Flowers realm needs to condense the three flowers of heaven, earth and man. Master Qianmore is a powerful man at the Three Flowers realm who has broken through to the flower of humanity realm. In the outside world, this level of strength can be considered a genius. But if placed in their Qian Dao sect, the Three Flowers realm can only be regarded as an elite disciple. But now, this young Master Qianmore has been accepted into their Ziyang sect, and is a core disciple of a first-rate sect. Just based on this identity background, no one in the Tianyuan realm dares to mess with him. Therefore, when everyone present saw someone being so disrespectful to Master Qianmore, they all came to watch the show. Boy, you dare to scold me. When Master Qianmore heard Li Changsheng scolding him, he said that he was not worthy of being his friend. Some even say that they are neither male nor female. These words directly hit the taboo in his heart. What the four young masters hate most is that others say they are neither male nor female. It's because of Master Qianmore's physical body. His yin-yang spiritual body makes him look a bit like a woman, and even his voice is very much like a woman's. But he definitely had the marks of a man. This is also the reason why, among the four young masters, he is favored and liked by these girls. Mr. Kongshu himself looks sick, just like a sickly pretty boy. There are also many girls who like such boys, and they wish they could hold them in their arms and pamper them. Young Master Ziyu is a congenital purple spiritual body with purple hair and even purple pupils. At first glance, he looks like an exotic handsome man. I don't know how many girls have been mesmerized by his exotic face. As for the fourth young master Pan Wang, to put it bluntly, he is just there to make up the numbers. It's just because he is the son of Qinghuang City Lord Pan Hang, and behind him is their Qian Dao sect. In this way, he forced his way to the title of the fourth young master. Originally, there were only 3 young masters in the Tianyuan Realm. There are no such things as the 4 young masters. In the outside world, everyone acknowledges the 3 great young masters. The fourth young master, Pan Wang, is only called the fourth young master in Qinghuang City. But this guy is just a clown at best. The talents of these 3 people are real, and most of Pan Wang's cultivation was improved by using elixirs. How can they be compared with the talents of Qianmor and the other 2? Therefore, the 3 young masters still have a great reputation outside. Especially, as the number 1 young master Qianmor, he can be said to be a walking topic of conversation. But now, there are people who don't give him face. How to avoid attracting the curiosity of everyone present? What's wrong with you being scolded by my master? Li Changsheng still spoke to Master Qianmor with an arrogant attitude. A she-male is here pretending to be so high and mighty. What kind of person is this? Do you really think you are someone important? After saying that, Li Changsheng said to Xiao Mai at the auction venue. President Xiao, from now on, you guys at the auction house should be more careful and not let in any random items. Especially, those sissies who have no spirit stones but like to show off, and always talk about who they are. If everyone is like him, why would they just report their identities and backgrounds and let Zhuzhou auction house give them away for free? When Xiao Mai heard Li Changsheng's words, she understood that the other party was dissatisfied with her for not standing up for her at the first time and was using her words to squeeze the auction house. Immediately, she spoke to Li Changsheng. You are right, sir. Thank you for your advice. After saying that, Xiao Mai spoke directly towards the box where Master Qianmor was. Master Qianmor, the rule of our Zhuzhou auction house is that the treasures at the auction will go to the highest bidder. If Master Qianmor wants to break the rules, then we at Zhuzhou auction house will list you as persona non grata. Please abide by the rules of our auction house. President Xiao, I was rude just now. When Master Qianmor heard what Xiao Mai said, he immediately apologized to Xiao Mai. After saying that, he opened his mouth and spoke in the direction of Li Changsheng. Sir, Qianmor will remember you. The tone was full of murderous intent. No, I'm not interested in guys who are neither male nor female. My sexual orientation is normal. Don't disgust me. When Li Changsheng heard what Master Qianmor said, he shuddered and spoke quickly. Court death. When Qianmor heard what Li Changsheng said in front of everyone, the murderous intent in his heart reached its peak and he cursed fiercely in his heart. However, he did not dare to act recklessly in the auction house. Very, very good. I hope you can still speak like this after the auction. Master Qianmor said to Li Changsheng with gritted teeth. After saying this, he closed his mouth and stopped talking. When everyone saw that Li Changsheng had offended Master Qianmor to death, they couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Unfortunately, these people did not know Li Changsheng. If they knew Li Changsheng, they would not have expressed regret for Li Changsheng. Of course, there were also many elite inner disciples and core disciples of their Qian Dao sect at the auction, including the Holy Sun. They also recognized Li Changsheng. But they would not sow discord among Li Changsheng in front of outsiders, because they were afraid of being retaliated by Li Changsheng. Don't worry, your grandpa is always eloquent no matter what time it is. Li Changsheng counterattacked. At this time, Xiao Mai spoke to everyone. 850,000 top-grade spirit stones, first time. Chapter 30 Competition. 850,000 top-grade spirit stones sold. Congratulations to the gentleman in the number 1 box. Xiao Mai immediately swung her hammer and announced that the first top-grade treasure, the Star Dragon Sword, belonged to Li Changsheng. Then, Xiao Mai continued to announce. Next, it is the second finale auction item, a very rare and top-grade precious medicine called Dragon Vein Ginseng. The reserve price is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The auction begins now. 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Li Changsheng gave the quotation directly as Xiao Mai finished her introduction. Although Dragon Vein Ginseng is a top-grade precious medicine, its price is only 500,000 top-grade spirit stones at most. If you go any higher, the price won't be worth it. Li Changsheng knows the price of precious medicines of this level very well. He knows the market price of almost any precious medicine. These are what Li Changsheng learned from Dan Chenzi. When everyone present heard that Li Changsheng directly offered 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, everyone knew that the other party was determined to get this thing. 600,000 top-grade spirit stones. Li Changsheng's voice had just fallen when the voice of Master Qianmo was heard from the number 5 private room nearby. 700,000 top-grade spirit stones. At this time, a coughing sound was heard. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. At this time, an old voice came. Master, you promised me to take a picture of this thing for me. Don't let anyone else take it away. The dragon on Li Changsheng's body spoke in an urgent tone and said to Li Changsheng. Okay. When Li Changsheng heard what Jialong said, he spoke to him unhappily. When have I ever failed to fulfill my promise to you about this loach? After saying that, Li Changsheng directly gave a quote. 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones. What? 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy a top-grade precious medicine. Is this person crazy? Who the hell is this kid? Could it be that this boy is a saint of the heavenly Dao sect? After hearing Li Changsheng's offer, everyone in the hall became very curious about his identity and background. The only people who can take out millions of top-grade spirit stones at one time are the Holy Son and some of his direct disciples. Not everyone can come up with so many top-grade spirit stones. In the entire auction, there is only one person among tens of thousands of people who can come up with so many top-grade spirit stones. There are very few of them. More than 99.9% of people cannot come up with so many top-grade spirit stones. Even if the three young masters wanted to take out so many top-grade spirit stones at once, it would be stressful for them. When others heard Li Changsheng's offer, no one bid. No one would be willing to spend more than 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones to buy a top-grade precious medicine unless they are a fool. This price is enough to buy a low-grade precious pill. Who would be willing to buy a top-grade precious medicine? Therefore, in the eyes of countless people, Li Changsheng is the one who is stupid and has a lot of spirit stones. Following the price of 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones offered by Li Changsheng, no one at the entire auction site made a bid anymore. 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones for the first time. Xiaomai spoke when she heard Li Changsheng's offer. When everyone heard Xiaomai's voice, still no one made a bid. 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones for the second time. Seeing that no one was bidding, Xiaomai spoke to the crowd again. 1,500,000 top-grade spirit stones sold. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box number 1. After saying that, Xiaomai continued to introduce herself to everyone. Everyone, next is the third treasure to be auctioned, a golden sealing stone. Immediately following, a maid appeared on the auction table carrying a stone the size of a baby. When the sealing stone appeared, the human meridian map in Li Changsheng's mind flashed with rays of light. It was as if the seal stone on the auction table was very attractive to it. When Li Changsheng saw this scene, he immediately became very interested in what was sealed inside the sealing stone. At this time, Xiaomai's voice rang out. Dear guests, you all know what this sealing stone is without my having to explain it in detail, right? Today, the seal stone we are going to auction is a golden quality seal stone. This seal stone is a treasure sealed from the immortal tomb of a powerful being in the ancient celestial realm, according to the inspection of many elders in our auction house. The treasure sealed in this sealing stone is very likely to be a top-grade treasure, or even a half-grade immortal weapon. But everyone knows that even gods cannot tell what kind of treasure is sealed in this seal stone. We can only know after we open it. Its lowest price is only 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Each bid is 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The auction begins. President Xiao, you just said that even gods cannot tell the difference between an inch of jade and an inch of jade. Can the elders of your auction house roughly determine what treasure is inside? At this time, the voice of a middle-aged man sounded. If the seal inside is really a top-grade treasure, or a semi-grade immortal weapon, your auction house would have opened it long ago. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones are a bit expensive, so I'll buy it for 60,000 top-grade spirit stones and play with it for a bit. This kind of sealing stone is similar to our gambling stones, except that the jade contains various kinds of jadeite. But this seal stone contains various treasures. They are the same, except that the contents are different. When everyone heard what the middle-aged man said, they all felt that he was right. If it is really as Xiaomai said, so why doesn't Jojo auction house open its own business? The price of a top-grade treasure is worth millions of top-grade spirit stones. If it is a semi-grade immortal weapon, the price will start at least tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, or even a median of tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones. Now, the starting price is only 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, which makes everyone doubt that the things sealed in this sealing stone are just some ordinary treasures. Of course, this is also a strategy of the middle-aged man. Once he said this, it would definitely discourage many people from bidding. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The voice of Mr. Kongshu sounded. 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. Young Master Ziyue also started bidding. 250,000 top-grade spirit stones. A young voice came from the number 3 box. This voice is so familiar, it seems to be the voice of that guy, Xu Fengnian. When Li Changsheng heard the bidding sound, he couldn't help but speak. Master, that's right, it's Xu Xing's voice. When Chunyu heard what Li Changsheng said, she spoke to Li Changsheng. This kid knew I was here, but he still dared not run away. He is so brave. Li Changsheng said with a smirk on his face. Chapter 31 Qiandao Sect, Zhenwu Peak, Zhenwu Saint, Xu Fengnian. Is this Xu Fengnian, the holy son of Zhenwu Peak of the Qiandao sect? Yes, it's Xu Fengnian, Xu Xingzi. I didn't expect that he would come to participate in this auction. Now we're going to have some fun. I heard that this Xu Xingzi is the reincarnation of Zhenwu Immortal Venerable. Moreover, there was the lifelong skills passed down by the previous master of Zhenwu Peak of Qiandao sect, which helped him cleanse his essence and marrow, and he also gave him the Shangsheng Huangting Zhenjue which he had practiced for hundreds of thousands of years. I heard that his current strength has reached the state of Chaoyuan Guiyi. What is this? But I heard that his Beiliang palace is full of experts, and even the sword immortal Li Qiangang is a frequent guest of his family. In addition, Xu Xing's mother, Wu Su, is also a female sword fairy of the time, and her strength is no weaker than that of the sword fairy Li Qiangang. In addition, Xu Xing's younger brother Xu Qianlong was born with a body of diamond, and now he is also the saint son of the body refining peak of Qiandao sect. The Xu family has 2 holy sons in their Qiandao sect. There was a burst of discussion in the auction hall. Li Changsheng knew Xu Fengnian's family background better than anyone else. But Li Changsheng did not take Xu Fengnian's family background seriously. The Xu family has 2 holy sons in their Qiandao sect, which is nothing special. The entire Qiandao sect has 108 holy sons. Xu Fengnian is the holy son of the upper 36 peaks, and his brother Xu Qianlong is the holy son of the lower 108 peaks. Although they are all saints of the sect, there are still some differences in their treatment. In Li Changsheng's opinion, no matter how stronger the Xu family is than others, it is just that strong. He wanted to bully Xu Fengnian, and the other party didn't dare to resist at all. This also resulted in Xu Fengnian seeing him like a cat seeing a mouse every time he saw him. When the others learned that it was Xu Fengnian who was bidding, they all shut their mouths obediently. He is the holy son of their Qiandao sect, and the son of the female swordsman Wu Su. His father Xu Xiao is known as the god of death. The number of people who died at the hands of his father must have been at least 8 million, if not tens of millions. Moreover, Xu Fengnian is accompanied by a powerful warrior in the half-step human immortal realm, their 9 killing swords, who is protecting his safety. His spiritual beast is also a holy beast, a white tiger, whose strength has reached the peak of the divine transformation realm. Even when facing a strong person in the realm of human immortal, he is not afraid at all. Not to mention, this is a city under the jurisdiction of their Qiandao sect. If anyone dares to attack Xu Fengnian, the master of Qiandao sect will appear at the first moment. He is a powerful and strong man in the early stage of earthly immortal. Who dares to mess with him? 250,000 top-grade spirit stones once. When Xiaomai saw that no one was bidding, she started shouting. After 3 breaths, no one was bidding anymore. She continued speaking again. 250,000 top-grade spirit stones for the second time. This time again, no one dared to compete with Xu Fengnian. 250,000 top-grade spirit stones for the third time, success. Just when Xiaomai was about to make the deal, Li Changsheng's voice rang out. 260,000. Doesn't this kid know that he is competing with Xu Xingzi? Har har, now we're going to have a good show. Humph, if you offend Xu Xingzi, let's see how you die. When Master Qianmor saw this scene, he snorted in his heart. At this moment, he wished that Li Changsheng would offend Xu Fengnian to death. Of course, there are countless people present who have the same idea as Master Qianmor. However, what disappointed them was that after hearing Li Changsheng's offer, Xu Fengnian simply shut his mouth. The people who were originally preparing to watch the show were dumbfounded when they saw that Xu Fengnian had no intention of making a bid. When Xiaomai saw this scene, she didn't continue talking nonsense and continued to ask. 260,000 for the first time. 260,000 for the third time, deal. Xiaomai made the final announcement. Congratulations to this distinguished guest for winning this seal stone. After saying that, Xiaomai continued to speak to everyone. Next, the item to be auctioned is a rare spiritual object of heaven and earth, the spiritual essence Tai Sui. I don't need to explain its function in detail. It is known as a walking top-grade precious pill. Moreover, it can be raised. Once raised, it means that you will have a steady supply of top-quality elixirs. The reserve price is 5 million top-grade spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 1 million top-grade spirit stones. The auction begins now. When the price was announced, the place became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. However, this awkward silence only lasted for a moment. 6 million top-grade spirit stones. 7 million top-grade spirit stones. 10 million top-grade spirit stones. For a while, the sound of bidding continued to be heard in the box. The price of a top-grade precious pill is at least 50 million top-grade spirit stones, and there is still a shortage of buyers at this price. If it is some top-grade elixir that can improve one's strength, don't even think about it unless the price is 100 million top-grade spirit stones. The function of spiritual essence Tai Sui is to enhance strength, change physical condition, and even treat hidden injuries. 50 million top-grade spirit stones. At this time, Xu Fengnian's voice sounded again, and he directly offered a price of 50 million top-grade spirit stones. After quoting the price, he immediately sent a message to Li Changsheng. Brother, please don't snatch this from me. My father needs it to heal his hidden injuries. I don't want to snatch it from you, but you have to pay for the things I bought today. When Li Changsheng heard Xu Fengnian begging him, he took the opportunity to blackmail him. Ling Sui Tai Sui was an optional treasure to Li Changsheng, as he had no shortage of top-grade elixirs. Besides, he doesn't need this thing to change his physique. Now that Xu Fengnian is begging him, why doesn't Li Changsheng give him this face? When Xu Fengnian heard that Li Changsheng agreed to his request, he hurriedly thanked him. I would like to thank you in advance, big brother. Don't be too happy too soon, this auction is only the first half, there is still the second half. Besides, the last treasure that was auctioned off in the first half was not explained. If I take a fancy to the last treasure, just don't say it's too expensive and refuse to pay for it. When Li Changsheng heard Xu Fengnian thanking him, he smiled and said to him. Brother, I don't have that many spirit stones right now, please don't cheat me. When Xu Fengnian heard what Li Changsheng said, he immediately spoke to Li Changsheng with a slight stutter. I don't care. You just agreed. Li Changsheng said to Xu Fengnian as if his conspiracy had succeeded. When Xu Fengnian heard Li Changsheng's words, he suddenly felt like crying. Har har, you always suffer every time you meet him. He really makes you suffer. Zhu Shaijian, who was beside Xu Fengnian, saw Xu Fengnian's expression of being at a disadvantage and said with a smile. Old 9, you're still laughing. Chapter 32, The Final Treasure, Mysterious Blood Essence. 50 million top-grade spirit stones for the first time, is there anyone else who wants to bid? After Xiaomai saw Xu Fengnian make a bid and no one else was bidding, she opened her mouth and asked everyone. 55 million. At this time, an old voice sounded. When Xu Fengnian saw that someone dared to compete with him, he made an offer directly. 70 million. Fuck. Xu Xingzi is indeed Xu Xingzi. He spent 70 million top-grade spirit stones at once. If I had so many top-grade spirit stones, they would be enough for me to cultivate to the spiritual transformation realm. For someone like you, don't even think about it. What is Xu Xingzi's identity? Let's not talk about the Xingzi's identity background. Just look at his status as the Prince of Beiliang, the son of the female sword fairy Wusu, and the young patriarch of the Wu family in Jinzhong. Which of these is not a top-notch identity and background? 17 million top-grade spirit stones are like 7,000 low-grade spirit stones to them. This guy is richer than me. Looks like I have to fight the local tyrants and divide the land. When Li Changsheng heard Xu Fengnian's offer of 70 million top-grade spirit stones, his eyes suddenly lit up. Master, even if all of Xu Xing's wealth is added together, it's not even 1% of your wealth. Even if all the wealth of the Xu family palace is added together, it is not as much as half of your wealth, young master. Chunyu, who was standing by, heard what Li Changsheng said and spoke to him. How much wealth does Li Changsheng hold? It can be said that the wealth he controls is comparable to the treasure house of the Qian Dao sect. For ordinary practitioners, top-grade spirit stones are strategic resources, and they will not absorb top-grade spirit stones to achieve breakthroughs unless they have no other choice. But for Li Changsheng, he did not have a single high-grade spirit stone in his hands, all of them were top-grade spirit stones. There are even spiritual veins for cultivation in hand. The spiritual vein is the spiritual energy vein condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, spiritual veins are the resources for cultivation of powerful people in the human immortal realm. There are no less than 1,000 spiritual veins in his body, and dozens of top-grade spiritual veins. There are more than 200 top-quality ones, more than 300 mid-quality ones, and more than 500 low-quality ones. He has countless top-grade spirit stones on him. If you put it outside, you will be considered handsome and rich. When Xu Fengnian announced the price, no one at the scene dared to compete. After all, what he showed was that he wanted this thing. Or the kind that is determined to win. Therefore, no one at the scene dared to compete with Xu Fengnian. 70 million for the first time, is there anyone else bidding? Xiaomai saw once again that everyone was silent, so she opened her mouth and asked everyone. 70 million for the second time. Seeing that no one made a bid, Xiaomai continued speaking. 70 million for the third time, deal. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box number 3 for winning the spiritual Maro Tai Sui. After saying that, Xiaomai continued to introduce herself to everyone with a hint of excitement in her tone. Everyone, the treasure to be auctioned next is a valuable item, and its value is comparable to that of a fairy weapon. I think everyone is very curious, what kind of treasure is this? President Xiao, what kind of treasure is this? President Xiao, please stop keeping us in suspense and just announce it directly. Yes, yes. In an instant, everyone in the audience was attracted by Xiaomai's words, and they all asked her to announce what the finale treasure of the first half of the auction was. Okay, then I'll follow everyone's advice. Seeing that everyone's curiosity had been aroused by her, Xiaomai opened her mouth and announced to everyone the last treasure to be taken away for auction. At this time, 2 middle-aged men exuding a powerful aura appeared on the auction table. The strength levels of both of them are at the perfect level of spirit transformation, and they are only one step away from breaking through to the human immortal level. What the hell, 2 powerful masters who have reached the great perfection of the spiritualization realm. What kind of treasure is this last treasure that actually requires 2 powerful masters of the spiritualization realm to personally escort it? Could this be a fairy-level treasure? When the real people at the scene saw the treasures escorted by the 2 great gods, they were all shocked and made speculations. Everyone, the last and most valuable item to be auctioned in the first half of the auction is a drop of blood essence. As for what kind of blood essence it is, countless appraisal masters and experts in my Zhuzhou auction house are unable to identify it. This drop of blood is from some demon beast or holy beast. It is certainly not the blood essence of an immortal. However, this drop of essence blood contains powerful energy and power. The most important thing is that even some holy beasts or divine beasts with powerful strength and bloodline cannot absorb this drop of essence blood. But it has a very crucial use, that is, after this drop of essence and blood is diluted, taking it can speed up the body's absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It can speed up the absorption rate by at least 100 times. What? Can it speed up the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by 100 times? Can an ordinary person withstand such a huge amount of spiritual energy absorption? I'm afraid that even after dilution, the cultivators won't be able to withstand the 100-fold speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and they will probably explode and die. After hearing Xiaomai's introduction, Li Changsheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Others are afraid that they cannot absorb it, but he is not afraid. Not to mention 100 times, even if it was 1,000 times or 10,000 times, his body could withstand it. Being able to eat top-grade elixirs like beans, who in the entire 9 realms continent can withstand the enormous energy contained in the elixir. Everyone, there is no low price for this treasure, but each bid must be calculated in units of top-grade spirit stones. Xiaomai saw that everyone at the scene was aroused by what he had just said, so he opened his mouth and announced to everyone, "I'll offer you a top-grade spirit stone." After hearing Xiaomai's words, a cultivator in the Jindan realm couldn't help but be tempted to be the first to make a bid. A piece of top-grade spirit stone is a huge sum of money for a Jindan practitioner. One top-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 high-grade spirit stones, and one high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 medium-grade spirit stones. In other words, one top-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. One medium-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones, and 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones are 1 million low-grade spirit stones. For a powerful independent cultivator who has reached the Jindan stage, earning 1 million low-grade spirit stones would require them to work hard for several months, or even a year or two, or even have to sacrifice their own lives. After the first person called the price, a second person immediately followed, and then a third, until the entire auction venue was filled with bidding sounds. But the VIPs in the boxes did not make any bids, but watched the farce of these clowns in front of them. A quarter of an hour later, finally someone in the box made a bid. Chapter 33, Fighting for the Mysterious Blood. 10 million top-grade spirit stones. When this voice sounded, those sitting in the hall and in the lower class boxes shut their mouths one by one. Anyone who can take out tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones is enough to show that his status and strength are definitely not low. 12 million top-grade spirit stones. 13 million top-grade spirit stones. 16 million top-grade spirit stones. The sound of quotations continued at this time. Old 9, what on earth do you think this thing is? In the number 3 box, Xueyan asked a middle-aged man next to him who was wearing tattered clothes and carrying a sword case on his back. Have no idea. Old 9 answered Xueyan directly. There are so many rare treasures in the world, how can a servant like me know them all? After saying that, Lao Ju no longer paid any attention to Xueyan and started drinking the wine in front of him. Master, have you recognized it? Is this essence and blood? Chuyue looked at the final auction treasure that appeared on the auction table, and she couldn't help but ask Li Changsheng. At this moment, Li Changsheng's eyes were fixed on the drop of blood on the auction table, and his mind was constantly searching for the treasure book of heaven and earth beasts that he had seen in the Tianyuan sect. The treasure mirror of heaven and earth spiritual beasts is one of the most precious treasures of the spiritual beast peak of the Tianyuan sect. This thing has no use at all. However, it records all the monsters, demons, spirit beasts, holy beasts, and divine beasts in the world on the 9 realms continent, as well as ghost beasts and extraterritorial shadow beasts. But even though Li Changsheng searched through all the spirit beasts in the spirit beast treasure book in his mind, he didn't find any clues that could match the owner of this drop of blood essence. As for whether this drop of blood was left behind by an immortal, is that why Li Changsheng couldn't find it in the spirit beast treasure book? Because Li Changsheng recognized it at first sight. This drop of essence and blood was definitely not the essence and blood in the immortal's body. He had seen the blood of immortals. Others cannot analyze the difference between human blood and animal blood, but Li Changsheng can. The immortal's blood contains immortal energy, so its blood is red in color, like mercury, and its viscosity is thicker than that of any spirit beast's blood. Moreover, there is a golden light in the immortal's blood essence. The viscosity and color of this drop of blood in front of me are different from the blood of immortals. Therefore, Li Changsheng concluded that this drop of blood essence was the blood essence of a spiritual beast. But he couldn't tell what kind of spiritual beast's blood it was. Although Li Changsheng did not dare to say that he knew the essence and blood of all monsters, he was still very confident that he could recognize the essence and blood of more than 85% of the spirit beasts. He even knew the essence and blood of many kinds of divine and holy beasts. This is the essence of a spirit beast, and it's a spirit beast I don't know. I can't say for sure. This kind of spirit beast doesn't even appear in their spirit beast treasure book of their spirit beast peak. Li Changsheng replied to Chuyue. As he was speaking, the price of this drop of essence blood soared to 70 million top-grade spirit stones. However, this price still cannot resist the curiosity of the public, and the price is still rising. 85 million. The familiar voice sounded in Li Changsheng's ears again. Immediately, Li Changsheng spoke to Xu Fengnian. Xiaoshu, don't compete for this thing. You can't control it. Brother, do you like this thing? When Xu Fengnian heard what Li Changsheng said to him, he asked. What else? Li Changsheng asked Xu Fengnian in return. Okay, since you like this thing, I'll give it to you. When Xu Fengnian heard what Li Changsheng said, he immediately answered him. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Less than 10 breaths after Xu Fengnian finished making his offer, a voice came from box number 2, directly offering a price of 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Brother, why don't we just give up? When Xu Fengnian heard that someone offered 100 million top-grade spirit stones, he directly sent a message to Li Changsheng, asking him to give up this thing. Because he was really afraid that Li Changsheng would ask him to leave. It's not that he doesn't have such top-grade spirit stones, but that he also needs spirit stones to improve his own strength. If he could not give it, Xu Fengnian certainly didn't want to give it. You are reluctant to give up this spirit stone, right? When Li Changsheng heard Xu Fengnian's words, he started to tease him. Brother, how many years have we had in our relationship? Am I such a person? What are a few 100 million top-grade spirit stones to me? You are hurting the relationship between us brothers that we have had for so many years by saying this. When Xu Fengnian heard Li Changsheng teasing him, he immediately spoke to Li Changsheng. Because he was afraid that Li Changsheng would beat him. That's right, he was afraid that Li Changsheng would beat him. Although Li Changsheng cannot practice. However, everyone in the entire Qian Dao sect knew that Li Changsheng was wearing either top-grade protective Taoist tools or immortal-grade magical treasures. In fact, there is more than one magic weapon, such as the clothes he wears, the shoes on his feet, and the fan in his hand. And the rings on his fingers, any one of which, if left outside, could cause a bloody storm. All these treasures were given to Li Changsheng by Qin Xueyan for protection. Of course, Xu Fengnian also had no shortage of top-grade spiritual treasures and immortal artifacts. However, his equipment was several levels inferior to Li Changsheng's, and he was beaten by Li Changsheng more than once. The most important thing is that even if Li Changsheng beat him, he couldn't fight back. If he fought back, it would be an act of insubordination. This feeling of frustration made Xu Fengnian feel afraid when facing Li Changsheng. 130 million. At this time, the sound of bidding came from the hall. What? There's actually a big boss hiding in the hall. With so many spiritual stones, why don't you sit in the box? When everyone heard that the voice came from the hall, the ordinary practitioners sitting in the hall were shocked. They couldn't help but speak up. Because, in their opinion, anyone who can take out hundreds of millions of top-grade spirit stones is definitely a big shot. Why would such a person sit in the box? Now, when such a big shot appears in the crowd, how can everyone not be surprised? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Li Changsheng heard what Xu Fengnian said to him and said to him with a smile. After saying this, Li Changsheng kept thinking in his mind what kind of spiritual beast this drop of blood came from. Chunyu and the other three saw that Li Changsheng was staring at the blood essence on the auction table without moving, and none of them disturbed him. They all knew that this was Li Changsheng thinking about the problem. A cup of tea passed, and Li Changsheng suddenly had an idea in his mind. He spoke with an excited look on his face. I know what kind of spirit beast this is. Chapter 34, Strange Beast, Swallowing the Blood of Spiritual Beast. Li Changsheng immediately found information about the owner of this drop of mysterious blood in the Spirit Beast treasure book in his mind. He couldn't help laughing immediately. Har har, I finally found out what kind of spiritual beast the owner of this drop of blood essence is. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to encounter such a treasure this time. If that old fellow Dan Chenzi knew about this, he would probably beg me to give him this thing. Master, do you recognize what kind of spirit beast's blood this is? When Chunyu and others saw Li Changsheng say that he guessed what kind of spiritual beast this drop of blood came from, they immediately became interested and asked him. This is the blood essence of the strange beast, the soul-devouring beast. This strange beast has disappeared from the 9 Realms continent for more than 1,000,000 years. Many people say that this strange beast has completely disappeared. I didn't expect that this kind of beast's blood essence would be for sale at this auction. Har har, I'm really lucky. Li Changsheng said excitedly. Then he made an offer directly. 200 million top-grade spirit stones. Fuck, who the hell is this person? I really want to meet this big guy. Boss, I want to have a baby with you. Boss, do you need a slave or a servant? I can be your dog, and I only ask for one top-grade spirit stone a month. For a moment, the entire auction venue was filled with shouts of people. Brother, I don't have that many spirit stones in my pocket. When Xu Fengnian heard Li Changsheng directly offer 200 million top-grade spirit stones, he was so scared that he immediately sent a message to Li Changsheng to cry poor. If you can come up with so many spirit stones, I will keep you here and ask your father Xu Xiao to pay the money to redeem you. Li Changsheng didn't care at all. Xu Fengnian spoke directly to him about his crying poor. Brother, I can't let you play like this. Xu Fengnian cried when he heard what Li Changsheng said. At least leave me some spiritual stones. My daily expenses and consumption are quite high. 210 million. At this time, their voice in the hall sounded again, giving a direct quote. 300 million. Li Changsheng didn't care about the other party's offer at all, and directly offered 300 million top-grade spirit stones. Fuck, this is so inhumane. Who is this hero? 300 million top-grade spirit stones, this is probably enough for me to cultivate to the human immortal realm, right? Sir, I want to have a baby with you. Sir, I have 9 bends and 18 turns. Do you want to try it? As Li Changsheng's voice of quoting the price fell, the female practitioners at the scene went crazy. They all shouted towards the number 1 box where Li Changsheng was. When Xu Fengnian heard Li Changsheng's offer of 300 million top-grade spirit stones, his whole body turned pale and he collapsed on the chair. It's over, 1/10 of my wealth is gone. Wait a moment. At this time, a voice that was neither male nor female sounded. The owner of the voice was none other than young Master Qinmo, who was angrily rebuked by Li Changsheng. I don't know, Master Qinmo, do you have anything to say? When Xiaomai heard Qinmo call for a stop, she did not get angry. Instead, she asked him politely if he had anything to say. President Xiao, I suspect this guy is causing trouble at the auction. I want him to check the spirit stones to see if he has so many top-grade spirit stones. When Xiaomai heard what Master Qinmo said, she immediately became unhappy. Others don't know who Li Changsheng is, but she knows who Li Changsheng is. Not to mention a mere 300 million top-grade spirit stones, even if the price was increased tenfold or 100-fold, people would be able to afford it. President Xiao, someone suspected that I was causing trouble and wanted to check whether I had so many spirit stones. How about you have someone from Zhuzhou auction house come and check my spirit stone? When Li Changsheng heard what Master Qinmo said to Xiaomai, he smiled and teased Xiaomai. Har har, you are joking, sir. I don't believe others, but I do believe you very much. A few 100 million top-grade spirit stones are just a drop in the bucket for you. When Xiaomai heard what Li Changsheng asked her, she said to Li Changsheng with a smile. After saying that, Xiaomai looked towards the box where Master Qinmo was and warned him. Master Qinmo, don't think that you are noble just because you joined the Xiang sect. If you dare to make trouble again, don't blame me, the auction house, for being rude. President Xiao, Qinmo was also afraid that someone would cause trouble. Please forgive me if I have offended you. When Qinmo heard Xiaomai's warning, he quickly spoke to Xiaomai. Yo, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless. Without waiting for Li Changsheng to open his mouth to retort Master Qinmo, Xu Fengnian started to tease Master Qinmo. You don't have any spirit stones to bid for, but you're here to slander others as being as poor as you are. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen such a shameless person. Could it be that this person who is neither male nor female is really so shameless? Xu Shengzi, I don't think I have offended you. Why do you insult me for no reason? When Master Qinmo heard Xu Fengnian's mocking words, he was angry, but he did not dare to retaliate against Xu Fengnian. Because the other party's identity and background are people whom you cannot afford to offend. There was no other way, he could only ask Xu Fengnian respectfully. Har har, because I'm his elder brother. Before Xu Fengnian could answer Master Qinmo, Li Changsheng's voice rang out. You just offended me. As my younger brother, how can he treat you, a dead demon, well? What? When Master Qinmo heard Li Changsheng say that he was Xu Fengnian's elder brother, he was shocked and asked in disbelief. Are you Xu Shengzi's elder brother? Xiaoshu, tell this damn demon who I am. Hearing Master Qinmo's surprised tone, Li Changsheng said to Xu Fengnian. Har har, you are my elder brother, dear elder brother. Xu Fengnian quickly opened his mouth to please Li Changsheng. Damn demon, did you hear that? Li Changsheng said to Master Qianmore with an arrogant look on his face. Just now you were questioning whether I could come up with so many top-grade spirit stones. This really hurt my fragile heart. After saying that, Li Changsheng asked Xu Fengnian. Xiao Shuzi, you said that big brother's fragile heart is hurt, what should we do? Of course, let him compensate you for your mental damages. We don't want him to pay too much. Just 1 billion top-grade spirit stones will be enough. How could Xu Fengnian not understand what Li Changsheng was going to do? He directly asked Master Qianmore to compensate him with 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. Okay, then let's do as you say. Let him compensate me with 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. If there is one top-grade spirit stone missing, you can give me one. If there is 900 million missing, you can give me 900 million. Brother, I won't let you play with me like this, will I? When Xu Fengnian heard what Li Changsheng said, he started crying. Look how scared you are, brother was just joking with you. How many top-grade spirit stones can you get? We brothers will share them equally. Li Changsheng heard Xu Fengnian crying and spoke to him. Chapter 35, Sky High Price. Brother, you said this. When Xu Fengnian heard Li Changsheng say that he would allocate half to him, his eyes lit up and he thanked Li Changsheng. When the time comes, you have to give me half of it. When did I, your big brother, break my promise? Li Changsheng spoke directly to Xu Fengnian. Qianmore demon, you owe me, the saint's son, 1 billion top-grade spirit stones for mental damages. Now I am here to ask for it. After the auction is over, I want to see 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your back and the Xian sect. Xu Fengnian threatened Master Qianmore directly and arrogantly. Xu Shengzi, I really didn't know that this person was your elder brother. I am sorry for offending you just now. However, I really cannot afford these 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. I only have 50 million top-grade spirit stones, which is all I have. I will give all these spirit stones as compensation to your elder brother, please accept them, Xu Shengzi. Master Qianmore did not show the slightest sign of rebellion when faced with the arrogant Xu Fengnian. Because he was really afraid that this playboy Xu Fengnian would really destroy the family and forces behind him. Although their Ziyang sect is a first-rate force in the Tianyuan Realm, there are also powerful people in the immortal realm in the sect. But their strongest man is only at the human immortal realm. Even if there are strong men at the earthly immortal realm in charge, they still cannot catch Xu Fengnian's eye. Not to mention how powerful the family behind Xu Fengnian is, just his title as the holy son of Zhenwu Peak, among the 36 peaks of Tiandao sect, is enough to make even the powerful earthly immortals show respect to him. The strength of Zhenwu Peak ranks among the top 3 among the 36 peaks of Tiandao sect. The strength of Xu Fengnian's master, Shenqian Zhenjuan, is second only to Qin Xueyan. He is a powerful person in the late stage of Earth Immortal. Why is Xu Fengnian's master called Zhenjuan? The Great Elder is addressed as a real person. This is because Master Xu Fengnian's strength is at the level of earthly immortal, and he can be called a king. That is why he is called True Lord Shenqian, which represents his great strength. Xu Fengnian is the next successor to the Peak Master chosen by Zhenwu Peak. Anyone who dares to touch him will be tantamount to offending the entire Zhenwu Peak and offending his master, Shenqian Zhenjuan. With just the Ziyang sect, Xu Fengnian doesn't even need to speak up. He can just let an elder from a peak to wipe out all the forces behind Master Qianmore. This is the power and foundation of their Tiandao sect, the strongest sect in their 9 realms continent. Who do you think you are? Do you think I should accept it? Xu Fengnian did not give Master Qianmore any face at all and spoke directly to him. Remember, after this auction, if this saint's son does not see the 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, you, your family, and the Xian sect behind you will no longer have any need to exist. After saying that, Xu Fengnian ignored Master Qianmore and asked Li Changsheng's lackey. Brother, do you have any other instructions? Well done. Do you have any instructions? I will give you a gift in a while. Li Changsheng said to Xu Fengnian with great satisfaction. Then I would like to thank you first, big brother. When Xu Fengnian heard Li Changsheng say that he would give him a gift in a while, he immediately became excited. Because none of the gifts Li Changsheng gave him were ordinary items. Xu Fengnian received no less than 10 of the precious pills given to him by Li Changsheng. Xu Fengnian didn't know how many top-grade elixirs he had taken from Li Changsheng. Otherwise, why would a prince be Li Changsheng's younger brother? Baodan is a treasure that is priceless. It can be said that below the earthly immortal realm, no one can resist the temptation of the precious elixir. Moreover, Xu Fengnian's mother Wusu was seriously injured that year and was saved by a top-grade elixir from Li Changsheng. This is also an important reason why Xu Fengnian is willing to be Li Changsheng's younger brother. Of course, Li Changsheng didn't do anything excessive to Xu Fengnian. At most he just taught him a lesson. But there is no need to say much about the relationship between the two. I can never repay the kindness of saving my mother. No matter how Li Changsheng bullied Xu Fengnian, he would never get angry or lose his temper. 210 million. At this moment, the sound of bidding was heard again among the crowd in the hall. 300 million. Li Changsheng continued to bid very calmly. It seemed as if these 300 million top-grade spirit stones were just like 3 low-grade spirit stones. How inhumane. Everyone heard Li Changsheng's quotation again, and then a howling voice was heard again. The man hiding in the crowd opened his mouth to bid again. 500 million. Fuck, 500 million top-grade spirit stones, who on earth is this great god? By the way, what kind of essence is this drop of blood? It's so rare that it can be auctioned for 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Could it be that it is the lifeblood of a powerful person in the celestial realm? Everyone was shocked when they heard the price of 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Brother, do you know where this drop of blood comes from? Xu Fengnian asked Li Changsheng. No. Li Changsheng did not hide anything from Xu Fengnian and answered him directly. You can't grasp this thing. I'll tell you after we return to the Qiandao sect. Okay. Xu Fengnian didn't ask any more questions and spoke to Li Changsheng. Brother, if you need anything, please tell me. Can you buy it for me? Li Changsheng asked Xu Fengnian jokingly. Brother, I don't have the strength. 500 million top-grade spirit stones are my 5 years of cultivation resources. I have almost spent all my spirit stones, and now I don't have that many spirit stones in my hand. Xu Fengnian directly answered Li Changsheng by crying poor. Alright, stop crying poor in front of me. I don't need you to pay for this little bit of spiritual stones. After saying that, Li Changsheng spoke directly to the mysterious person who was bidding with him. Sir, I don't have much other things, but I have a lot of spirit stones. I just want to know if you have enough spirit stones to compete with me. After saying that, Li Changsheng directly gave the price. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene exploded again. Even Xiaomai, who was presiding over the auction at the auction table, was shocked by the price offered by Li Changsheng. She had never thought that this drop of mysterious and unknown blood essence could be sold at a sky-high price of 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. Boy, do you know the origin of this blood essence? At this time, a voice sounded in Li Changsheng's mind, asking him if he knew the origin of this drop of mysterious blood. Guess. Chapter 36, 100 Drops of Heaven-Swallowing Beast Blood. When Li Changsheng heard the mysterious man asking him if he knew the origin of this drop of mysterious blood, he answered him with a teasing look on his face. Do you think I know the origin of this drop of blood? Sir, if you know the origin of this drop of blood, as long as you tell me, I can withdraw from the competition. Hearing Li Changsheng's teasing, the mysterious man continued to transmit the message to Li Changsheng. Har, if you are willing to pay me these 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, I can tell you the origin of this drop of blood essence. Li Changsheng replied to the other party with a smile. Boy, you're going too far. When the mysterious man heard Li Changsheng asking him to pay 1 billion top-grade spirit stones for him, he was immediately angered by his words. He threatened Li Changsheng. Don't think that just because you have a good relationship with Xu Fengnian, you can be arrogant. As far as I know, Xu Xiao had only 2 sons and 2 daughters in his life. Xu Fengnian was the eldest, and he had 2 older sisters and a younger brother. But there is no big brother, not even a sworn brother. Although, I don't know what your identity and background are, but even if the power behind you is comparable to Xu Fengnian's, I am not afraid at all. By then, I'm afraid that you might not be able to take this drop of blood alive, but you won't be able to take it away with you. Li Changsheng is a man who fears neither heaven nor earth, and is even less afraid of anyone threatening him. Hearing the other party's threat, he replied. Har, then I'll wait and see if you have the ability to save my life. After saying that, Li Changsheng ignored the other party. When the mysterious man heard Li Changsheng's provocative words, he did not say anything harsh. But he didn't continue bidding. After seeing that there was no bidding, Xiaomai spoke to everyone. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones are being auctioned for the first time. Is there anyone who wants to bid? What a joke, 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, who has so many spirit stones to pay? When the people below heard Xiaomai's words, they all started discussing. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones for the second time. Xiaomai saw that no one was bidding, not even the mysterious man sitting in the ordinary audience seats, so she didn't waste any more time. He announced to everyone. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, deal. Congratulations to the VIP in the number 1 box for winning this drop of mysterious blood. Then, Xiaomai continued to speak to everyone. Everyone, please take a half-hour break. The second half of the auction will be ready later. When everyone heard Xiaomai's words, many of them stood up and left. There were also many people who simply withdrew from participating in the second half of the auction. The first half of the auction is over, and there is still a final auction item, which basically ends this auction. In the second half, the auctions to be held are all aimed at some independent cultivators, and the items to be auctioned are relatively common items. After Li Changsheng got what he wanted, he left Zhuzhou auction house directly. Sir, these are the treasures you bought, with a total value of 1,235 million top-grade spirit stones. When Li Changsheng left the box, he went directly to the checkout place to collect the treasures he had won. Swipe the card. Li Changsheng took out the top VIP card of Zhuzhou auction house, given to him by Qin Xueyan, and handed it to the maid of the auction house. This is their Zhuzhou purple crystal card, issued by the headquarters. When the maid saw the purple VIP card in Li Changsheng's hand, she was immediately shocked. He quickly spoke respectfully to Li Changsheng. Sir, please wait a moment. I will go and inform the president of our auction house. After saying that, the maid turned around and left to inform Xiaomai. No. At this time, Xiaomai pushed the door open and walked in from outside, giving orders to the maid. There's nothing for you to do here, go down first. Yes, President. The maid responded immediately and left. Mr. Li, you can get a 50% discount on this card. For this auction, you can just pay our auction house 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Xiaomai saw the purple VIP Supreme card in Li Changsheng's hand. Spring rain. After hearing Xiaomai's words, Li Changsheng said to Chunyu beside him. Pay the spirit stones to President Xiao. Yes, master. When Chunyu heard Li Changsheng's order, he directly took out a spirit bag containing 500 million top-grade spirit stones and the number 500 million written on it from his space ring. She handed it to Xiaomai and said. President Xiao, there are 500 million top-grade spirit stones in here. Thanks. Xiaomai took the spirit bag and thanked Chunyu with a smile. Then, she took out the treasure that Li Changsheng had won at the auction, handed it to Li Changsheng and asked. Mr. Li, may I ask you a question? Don't say it. You want to ask me if I know the origin of this drop of blood? When Li Changsheng heard what Xiaomai said, he asked her back. Yes, I am also very curious about the origin of this drop of mysterious blood. Xiaomai did not hide anything and spoke directly to Li Changsheng. As long as you are willing to tell me, Master Li, if you want to buy any natural treasures, or immortal artifacts in the future, I can help you. Har har, President Xiao, do you think I would lack these things? When Li Changsheng heard Xiaomai offer a condition that he didn't need at all, he asked her back with a smile. I don't know, what do you want, Mr. Li? When Xiaomai heard what Li Changsheng said, she also reacted and asked him what he wanted. I don't know, does your auction house still have this kind of blood? Li Changsheng asked. Have. Xiaomai did not hide anything from Li Changsheng. She spoke directly and openly and answered him. We still have about 100 drops of this mysterious blood essence at our headquarters, but we wasted more than a dozen drops in the experiment. When Li Changsheng heard Xiaomai say that the Zhuzhou auction house headquarters had wasted more than a dozen drops on experiments, he immediately felt distressed. Then he spoke to Xiaomai. I am willing to purchase all the blood essences in your auction house at the price of 500 million top-grade spirit stones, if you are willing to sell all of them to me. Then I will tell you what kind of creature this blood essence comes from. Mr. Li, don't you think this is a bit unfair? When Xiaomai heard Li Changsheng say that he wanted all the essence and blood in their headquarters, she spoke directly to him. We don't know the value of this blood essence. If it is very valuable, wouldn't we be at a loss if we sell it? President Xiao, 500 million top-grade spirit stones are used to purchase 1 drop of essence and blood. This price is enough to purchase even 1 drop of essence and blood from a profound immortal. Do you think this blood essence can be compared with the blood essence of a Xianxian strongman? Li Changsheng heard Xiaomai's words and looked at her and said. Chapter 37, Chasing. Li Changsheng left their Zhuzhou auction house, with his 4 beautiful maids with a very satisfied look on his face. He can say that he gained a lot from this trip. He used a low-grade spiritual vein to clear out all the blood and essence stored in the Zhuzhou auction house. The soul-devouring beast was a very rare and exotic beast in ancient times. The greatest talent of this strange beast is that it can devour everything in the world and turn it into its own energy to improve its own strength. But because of this powerful talent, he is greatly feared by practitioners. Wherever the soul-devouring beast appears, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and all the natural treasures will be devoured by it. This kind of behavior would be a disaster for the 9 realms continent. Therefore, practitioners in ancient times began to look for and hunt this strange beast. Only after hunting down all the soul-devouring beasts did the 9 realms continent resolve this potential threat. However, these soul-devouring beasts are also strange beasts born between heaven and earth, and their flesh, essence and blood are all rare treasures. However, after these strange beasts became extinct, their flesh, blood and essence all dissipated between heaven and earth with the passage of time. As for how their Zhuzhou auction house obtained the essence of this strange fire, Xiaomai explained that someone brought this essence to sell to their auction house. Of course, Li Changsheng also told Xiaomai the origin of this essence and blood. As for whether there is still the corpse of their soul-devouring beast in their Zhuzhou auction house, Li Changsheng doesn't care at all. Because the most precious thing about the soul-devouring beast is its essence and blood. But the blood essence of this strange beast has a drawback. That is, its essence and blood cannot be absorbed by anyone, even a spiritual beast. The only use of its essence and blood is to place it in the dantian, and then operate the dantian to use the unique devouring ability of the essence and blood to devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Just as Xiaomai said, it can speed up the practitioner's practice by 100 times. However, the speed of cultivation increased 100 times is fatal to any practitioner. This is because the absorber cannot be controlled and will devour madly. Until the limit that the essence and blood can bear. But it is different if you put it in the dantian. The dantian can control the speed at which it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, ordinary people do not dare to put this thing into their dantian to absorb it. Li Changsheng also saw this method by chance in a biography. Originally, Li Changsheng was very curious whether there really was such a magical beast in the world. He never expected that he would actually encounter the blood essence of this exotic beast that was only recorded in legends. Sir, someone is watching us. After leaving their Zhuzhou auction house, Chunyu felt that there was a faint divine consciousness appearing and scanning them, and she spoke to remind Li Changsheng. It's okay. If they want to follow me, then they can follow me. Li Fei didn't take Chunyu's words to heart at all when he heard them, and answered. After saying that, Li Changsheng, Chunyu and the other 3 directly left Qingyuan city and flew in another direction. Boy, wait and see how I deal with you. The man hiding in the dark saw the direction in which Li Changsheng and his 5 companions left, and he immediately chased after them. An hour later, Li Changsheng and others finally left Qingyuan city more than 100,000 miles away. Sir, now that you are here, don't be sneaky. It's not good to be a dog if someone doesn't want to be one. Li Changsheng stopped his flying magic treasure in midair, and he spoke in the direction behind him. Boy, didn't your elders tell you that people with sharp tongues won't live long? At this time, a figure appeared from the void in the eyes of Li Fei and others. I'm sorry, your grandfather is too senior. Only I can make unfilial descendants die young. No unfilial descendants dare to make me die young. Grandson, do you want to disrespect your grandfather? Li Changsheng showed no fear of the other party's threat and spoke directly to the other party. Presumptuous. When this mysterious man heard Li Changsheng keep calling him grandpa and shut up grandpa, how could he, as a strong man, tolerate a weak man riding on his head and disrespecting him? After saying that, he slapped Li Changsheng angrily. A giant palm condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth appeared above the spaceship where Li Changsheng was, and fell like a meteor. Not good, "Young master, the other party is a strong man in the late stage of human immortal realm." After Chunyu felt the strength of this mysterious man, she immediately showed a solemn expression and reminded Li Changsheng of the other party's level of power. "It's just the late stage of human immortality. It's doubtful whether it can break through the defense shield on the spacecraft." Li Changsheng didn't care at all about the giant energy palm that appeared above his head. Boom! Just as Li Changsheng finished speaking, the giant palm of energy fell down from above their heads, and the spaceship they were on suddenly lit up, with a formation energy protection shield on it. Directly resist the opponent's attack. Immortal level defensive formation, a spaceship of top grade treasure level. The mysterious man then noticed that the spaceship that Li Changsheng and his companions were riding on was a top grade treasure grade spaceship. The price of this kind of spaceship was more expensive than that of immortal weapons, and it was a treasure that was in short supply. The most important thing is that the formation arranged above is an immortal level formation. All the immortal formation masters who are able to arrange immortal level formations in the 9 realms continent have powerful backgrounds without exception. As for being able to let an immortal formation master personally set up a defensive formation, only those who are not strong enough in background and strength would not have the face to ask the immortal formation master for help. This also illustrates a point. That is, the person he is about to deal with has a very powerful background. I have good eyesight and I recognized it at a glance. The level of my grandfather's spaceship and the defensive formation on it. My dear grandson, are you surprised? Li Changsheng saw the surprised expression in the other person's eyes, and the boy spoke to him. You just attacked Grandpa. Now, it's Grandpa's turn to attack you. After saying that, Li Changsheng directly used a set of sword formations on his spaceship. In an instant, 9 lower-grade immortal swords flew out directly from the spaceship and enveloped the mysterious man. A low-level sword formation of the middle grade of the immortal level, the 9 curved sword formation, and 9 immortal swords of the lower grade of the immortal weapon level. What is the identity and background of this boy? When the mysterious man saw the 9 magic swords flying towards him, he was completely stunned. The immortal sword formation and 9 lower grade immortal swords, the sum of the two is more than just 1 plus 1. Not to mention the late stage of human immortal, even a strong person in the earthly immortal realm would suffer a lot if he encountered immortality. Chapter 38, Immortal Late Stage Powerful Man. Boy, let's talk. The mysterious man no longer dared to be arrogant and quickly spoke to Li Changsheng. Just now you didn't have anything to say, you attacked me right away. Now that you know how powerful your grandfather is, you want to talk to him nicely. Who do you think you are? After saying that, Li Changsheng gave orders to Chunyu and the others. Chunyu, the 4 of you come and control the sword formation and kill this grandson for me. Yes, sir. When Chunyu and the other 3 heard Li Changsheng's order, they immediately responded. Then, the 4 of them directly controlled the sword formation to attack the mysterious man. Their 9 curved sword formation was set up for him by Li Changsheng by asking Xian Jizi. As for these 9 inferior immortal weapons, they were forged by Xu Fengnian's grandfather himself, in order to thank Li Changsheng for saving his daughter Wu Su's life. Of course, the materials for forging the magic sword were prepared by Li Changsheng himself. After all, the materials needed for these 9 immortal swords alone are an astronomical figure. This was also the first time that Li Changsheng used the 9 curved sword formation to fight the enemy. Under the control of Chunyu and the other 3, the power of the 9 curved sword formation instantly increased several times. Chunyu's personal strength has reached the middle stage of spirit refining, Xiaohe is also at the early stage of spirit refining, Chu Yue and Dong Xue are both at the state of unity. Although the 4 of them are not at the immortal level. But among the 4 of them, 2 are in the Gi realm, and 2 are in the refining spirit realm. If they unite, even if they are not a match for a strong man in the human immortal realm, the 4 of them will have no problem dealing with a strong man in the human immortal realm with the help of the 9 curved sword formation. 9 bends lead to a secluded place, and the sword formation kills. Chunyu shouted loudly and controlled the sword formation to kill the mysterious powerful man in the human immortal realm. Humph, you are just an ant in the middle stage of the spirit refining realm. Do you really think that you can be my opponent with a mid-grade immortal formation? The mysterious man saw Chunyu's level of strength and snorted coldly. After saying that, he did not dare to be careless and directly took out his weapon, which was also a low-grade immortal weapon. Immortal weapons are extremely rare treasures in the 9 realms continent, and are definitely not something that ordinary practitioners and ordinary forces can possess. Even in an ordinary first-rate sect, an immortal weapon is considered a sect treasure. Of course, in a super sect like their Qian Dao sect, immortal weapons can only be regarded as top-level weapons. Immortal Slaying Sword Technique. The mysterious man swung the magic sword in his hand and slashed at the attacking sword formation. He used up all his strength in this attack, and his idea was very simple, which was to break the sword formation with one strike. Find the right opportunity to capture Li Changsheng and obtain the origin of the mysterious blood essence from him. Because he was the one who sold the essence and blood to their Zhuzhou auction house. And there are still thousands of drops of this essence and blood in his hands. There are even 10 drops of life essence and blood. But he didn't know what kind of spiritual beast's blood essence he obtained came from. He just knew that this blood essence was very overbearing. He had also tried to devour and refine this essence and blood. This action almost cost him his life. His body was nearly blown up by the huge spiritual energy between heaven and earth. He was so frightened that he immediately squeezed out his blood. Later, he tried to smear the essence and blood on his body, but the result was the same. When he smeared the essence and blood on his body, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth poured in madly. In less than 3 breaths, its skin was torn apart. Even a strong man in the human immortal realm could not withstand it. Why did he target Li Changsheng? It's because he wanted to see whether Li Changsheng would continue to compete with him. Until Li Changsheng told him that he had a lot of spirit stones, and if anyone wanted to compete with him, it would depend on how many spirit stones he had. This also made him realize that Li Changsheng must know the origin of this essence and blood. Boom, boom. The attack of the sword formation and the attack of the mysterious strong man collided with each other, and a terrifying energy storm directly erupted. At this time, on a mountain peak not far away where the two sides were fighting, Xu Fengnian said to Lao Ju beside him, "Old Nine, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to hide here and watch?" "It's indeed a bit inappropriate, we are a little too close, and that person is a powerful person in the late stage of the human immortal realm. The aftermath of the battle between the two sides may affect us at any time. The wind is blowing hard." When Zhu Jiansha heard Xu Fengnian's words, he immediately ran away quickly. "Old Nine, you bastard old 6, you left me and ran away. Is there anyone like you?" When Xu Fengnian saw the aftermath of the fight coming towards them, he turned around and ran away, chasing after Lao Ju and cursing at him. Just when Xu Fengnian and Lao Ju had escaped for less than 3 breaths, a horrific aftermath of battle swept over and directly cut off half of the mountain where Xu Fengnian had just been hiding. If Xu Fengnian had been hiding here just now, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. The yellow river bends like 9 bends, and swords rain down like rain. Chunyu saw that the sword formation controlled by herself and others was broken by the opponent's sword, so the 4 of them immediately changed the formation. In an instant, countless sword energies burst out. The sword energy was like rain, shooting madly towards the mysterious strong man. "It's just a trifle." When the mysterious man saw Chunyu and the others changing their sword formation to attack, there was still mockery in his eyes, and he didn't take them seriously at all. Although Li Changsheng possessed a top-grade treasure spaceship, an immortal-level defensive formation, and an immortal-level mid-grade sword formation. But these are not controlled by immortals, but by a group of ants. In his eyes, it was like a group of children chasing after adults with a big knife and hacking them. "Let me ask you, of course you would be afraid of a child holding a knife?" The mysterious man directly swung the low-grade immortal weapon in his hand and slashed at the countless sword energies in front of him. One sword can destroy the world. As the sound fell, a terrifying sword energy burst out from the immortal sword in the mysterious man's hand. The sword energy carried a breath of destruction, like a whirlwind that swept away all the countless sword energies of Chunyu and the others. 9 curved sword wall. Chunyu saw the power of the opponent's sword, which directly destroyed all the sword energy they had slashed out. She immediately urged the sword formation to form a barrier to block the opponent's terrifying sword power. Boom! The sword energy slashed fiercely on the 9 curved sword formation. Phew! The terrifying power directly injured Chunyu and the other 3, and blood spurted out of their mouths. "Boy, I have broken your support. As long as you tell me what the drop of blood you shot is, I can spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of the death of all 5 of you." The mysterious strong man came directly to a place only tens of meters away from Li Changsheng, put one hand behind his back, pointed the tip of the sword at the ground, made a very handsome move, and threatened Li Changsheng.